And Barbara, we have a tornado warning. This is the area that I was concerned about in western Wayne County, and the tornado warning is an extension of the one there from that cell out north of Mount Vernon. So what I want to ask our crew to do, if we can, is we're going to hop on TV real quick and do an update on this. Then we will come back and continue the coverage here on streaming. So you can just tell me in my ear how we're going to do that, or if we can do that, or if we need to stop here and go there. But anyhow, let's get a close look here at what's going on, and you let me know when we pop in on TV if we're going to, and then I'll start, okay? We are working on that. Okay, just let me know. So we're ready, okay? Stand by. I'm Jeff Lyons. We have a tornado warning now for western Wayne County. This will go until 6 o'clock. The storm itself is not into Wayne County just yet. In fact, this just appeared here a moment ago. We have a tight rotation, or did have one, that is moving to the east here and will eventually cross over into Wayne County. It is not in Wayne County at this time. I'm going to do a track for you and give you the approximate time that it'll be across the border here, and then we're going to go over to streaming only coverage. We're going to put you back to golf here in just a moment, since this is not actually in the county but is anticipated to be here within the next half hour or so. Based on that current motion, which is west to east, the radar indicated tornado signature will be right here along the Wayne County line by about 5:28 or so, and then continue to move toward Union Star Church and then into Wayne County. They're out between Oral Township, right around Wayne City, and south of Zenith. That's what's coming right now. A little wider view here of what's happening in the tri-state before we get you back to golf. We do have a tornado watch in effect now until 9 for most of our counties, till midnight there for Du Bois and Pike. But at the moment, it is quiet over about 99.9% of the area. Of course, we're going to be tracking these storms for you. I'm going to remain on our streaming platform, so you can go over there and we will track this storm. I'll give you another update here on TV as it gets into Wayne County. But Wayne County, tornado warning until 6 p.m. You can follow our coverage now on streaming. Okay, and we are back. For those of you watching on streaming, we're kind of serving two purposes here. One thing about this situation, and Barbara, I think we're all done. Are you all done?
I think so.
Okay, yeah, I'll get it from here.
All
Don't
right.
panic. Okay.
Thank you, Jeff.
And we will have, of course, another newscast. We think at 10, depending on how long baseball goes, right? Okay, very good. Thanks, Barbara. So here's what's going on and why you need to care. We have several warnings that were spawned out to our north. Look at this. We just missed in the tri-state again with this long line of severe storms and tornadoes. I mentioned earlier here in our streaming show that we've had a number of tornado reports there out to the north. Okay, we have an update now on the status. This is a confirmed tornado, so let's get back in on that. And as we do so, you can see, we'll get that reflectivity and change it over to velocity so we can see exactly what we're talking about here. That is actually a pretty tight signature there. Let's check for debris real quick, and there is some showing. All right, we need to go back on the air, but don't do it here just yet. We're still in Jefferson County at this time, so we're going to hold a little bit. We've got that warning again for Wayne County out by Hickory Hill. That would be at the edge of it. Let me get some information on this warning too. And one good thing about streaming, of course, is we can continue the coverage here for those that really want to see it, and then we will hop back on TV as needed. So we will get our information going here. All right, and that is moving to the east at 25. That's a slow mover. So that is one of the reasons, you know, when I did the track there earlier, we weren't really seeing much popping up because at that slow rate of speed, it's not going to get over here very quickly. All right, I need to put this back in a mode where I can operate. I'm going to pull this computer over here. Don't mind me, and we will continue now to track that storm, and I can tell you a little bit more about it. At 25 miles per hour, the other big impact here is going to be flooding rainfall. You know, we've mentioned flooding quite a bit throughout these last couple of days of warnings, and that will be a concern as that storm moves in. But that is a pretty tight couplet, again, between Farrington and Weber. This is over in Jefferson County, and if we do the track on that to the east at 25, that will get it out there to the end of the warning polygon and into 10 Post Oak Baptist Church, which is in Wayne County, and also New Zion Church, which would be over here in Wayne County. And those arrival times in about 15 or 20 minutes. Again, in looking at it, we were showing some debris possible there. That would be the blue-greens right down in here, lofted debris. And remember, we're in an environment here where it is, these things are going to pop up pretty quickly when and if they do. So the tornado warning there is going to stand, I'm pretty sure, through the full time on that. And then back to our west, we have more tornado warnings starting to pop up. And you know, these storms don't look like much on radar at the moment, but as they continue to move into a very favorable environment, think gasoline over here, the whole thing is set to just kind of blow up. So we will likely have several more tornado warnings here through the evening as that moves in. But right now our main concern here is just for that little notch in western Wayne County. So I do want to hop back on TV here for a second if we could. And again, we have a tornado warning for western Wayne County. This is a confirmed tornado or observed tornado. You see the purple here on the screen. I wanted to give you a little more detailed information now on that, and we are concerned that more tornadoes may spawn here with this system as it builds up. So we're going to start out by looking at the tornado signature itself, and you can see that now just to the south of Farrington. This is a pretty intense couplet, meaning we have strong rotation in there. And if we do a track on this, this is moving at about 25 miles per hour. So, you know, it's not going to move in rapidly, and it will put down some very heavy rain as it goes. Some landmarks here in Wayne County where you need to be in shelter now below ground, away from windows, would be Hickory Hill and then 10 Post Oak Baptist Church. If that sounds familiar to you out here out to the north of Wayne City, you need to be in shelter now. Also New Zion Church, and the arrival times there at about 5:29 to 5:35. This is way out in the 14 News viewing area. In fact, to give you a little context here of what's going on, we're going to look at a broader picture now. And you see we have many more storms just starting to blow up to our west there, basically along and south of Interstate 70. Those are going to be moving our way because that part of the line is expected to kind of drop toward the tri-state this evening. And as it does that, we have a very favorable environment here in the tri-state for tornadoes and severe weather. Remember, there's a tornado watch until 9 for southern Illinois, and also for a few of our counties here in the northern part of the tri-state, Gibson, Pike, and Du Bois until midnight. One thing that concerns me most here is the rapid development. They're slow movers, so there's that, but these things that look like nothing on the radar could quickly surprise you with a tornado. This one's showing a pretty defined hook here out of Farrington and moving now into western Wayne County. So we're going to continue with wall-to-wall coverage here now that we have a county there with an observed tornado warning on it in the tri-state. So as we look now again at the velocity signature, you're going to see that twist in there. We'll give it a loop on it, and then we'll keep tracking that as it comes along. And this area here of western Wayne County, not densely populated, but we have viewers there as well as over all of Wayne County. So we want to make sure you have the information, and we will track this in real time. If you know people that live out that way between Wayne City and Orchard in that part of Wayne County, get in touch with them now. Maybe they're not watching or something like that. But this atmosphere this afternoon has really been producing a lot of severe weather just to our north. The tri-state dodging yet another severe weather outbreak. You can see it there just off to our north. Along and north of our US 50, and we have warnings now in Clay and Richland counties, again for Olney, and then just to the north of that, severe thunderstorm warnings into Lawrence County, and additional tornado warnings kind of stacked up to the back. So this will likely be not a repeat of what we saw last week, but we will have a number of warnings here on the board at any given time, especially if the trend continues. So once again, the reason we're on with wall-to-wall coverage right now is we have a tornado warning in one of the 14 news viewing area counties, and that is western Wayne County. That warning will continue here until 5:30 or till 6 o'clock now, so it has been extended there to include western Wayne County. We could also see some large hail with that. Right now the hail signature will come up in just a second here. We'll get that in, and that usually goes hand in hand with some of these larger storms. Doesn't really look like a supercell, but it has a lot of those characteristics that would make it produce a tornado. And as I showed you earlier, the tornado watch indicating some of these could be strong tornadoes, EF2 or greater. So this is not just your garden variety pop-up storm, but rather potentially an intense tornado moving in there to the western edge of Wayne County. And we will take that information off and put this on instead so we can get a better glimpse of where that tornado is. Best case scenario, this will kind of fizzle or wind down, but we can't really count on that. I am going to check some of my other information here that comes in from the National Weather Service. And the biggest thing that you can do right now in the rest of the tri-state, if you're not under a warning, is just to have your plan, be ready to go to your basement and follow the weather. A lot of people have gatherings today for Father's Day, and we definitely want to make sure that folks are, and I'm looking at a picture of it right now here from the National Weather Service chat, and this is the real thing. So we've got debris in the air. This was in Harmony, Illinois, not New Harmony, but Harmony, Illinois, and we have a couple, a large tornado on the ground. So this, it needs to be taken very seriously here for folks there right along the Wayne County line, and if it holds together, we could see an extension then on to the east. So we're going to go ahead and put Fairfield, basically all of central Wayne County on alert right now. And just for a little more perspective here, a little broader view of what's happening, you can see the couplet over there that I had a moment ago, but we're going to go back just to straight reflectivity. That white that you're seeing there that's now into Wayne County, probably a hail core, and then you see the hook here to the south of Farrington. That's where we have the large tornado, as reported by the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, moving into western Wayne County. We're going to get really granular here now. I'll give you a very tight view of what's happening there, and we'll get some roads and so forth on there. The county, this is County Highway 13, of course, coming up to Keensville, Hickory Hill, and then to the east of that we would have County Road 600 East, and those are the two primary roads. There's County Road 225 East as well. But right here around Hickory Hill, that's where that hail core is now moving, and your tornado would be back here on the backside. Again, the purple with the stripes indicates that we have a confirmed tornado in that area right now, and that is a strong signature there. You can see those brighter colors on there. In fact, if we check the velocities on there, some pretty impressive numbers are going to pop up here with regard to the twist in the atmosphere. So 70 versus 60, I mean, you can kind of do a spitball idea of the rotation there, and it would be in the 100 to 20 mile-an-hour range or so. Now that just not absolute, but that's telling us that we do indeed have strong rotation there moving in that would support that tornado. The other thing we need to look at is the potential for debris. And the debris signature here is not as clear cut, but generally anything that is blue or in the darker colors would indicate lofted debris coming across the county line here toward Keensville, Hickory Hill. And as it moves in, you should already be in your safe place there now. Again, western Wayne County. We're going to zoom in even tighter here. Hopefully you can get a few more landmarks to pop up on the screen, and we will do a new track on that as well. We're just going to track, let's go back to the couplet itself. And when we get in this tight, sometimes it's very difficult to get a really good track on there, but we will try our very best. So this is moving at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. And again, these are some of the other landmarks in Wayne County where we're expecting a tornado here, or at bare minimum damaging wind gusts. So Keensville, arrival time at 5:29, Union Star Church 5:36, then into Crisp 5:37, Arrington 5:43, those may be township names, and then 5:44 at Berry Elementary School. So that's right in that notch there across the southern edge of where I drew that track. I'm going to just zoom it out a little bit more here so you can get kind of a better perspective of where this is with regard to the rest of Wayne County. And again, we haven't seen tornado signatures like that one here too much here. We saw quite a few of them to our north last week and the week prior, but this is right into Wayne County right now. So I can't emphasize enough, this is the real deal. You need to be in shelter and in a basement if you can get down there, or if you live in a mobile home out there, you may have a few minutes here to try to take cover somewhere else, but hopefully you'd made those plans earlier before the storm moves in. And that goes for the entire region, since we're under a tornado watch. If you live, out here in Mount Erie or Fairfield or somewhere else, and you're in a mobile home, please get to another safe area quickly and remain there, at least in Wayne County. Let's go back here. Sometimes we kind of lose the forest for the trees, so we're going to just show you what else is going on right now. And at least at the moment, the main storm track is still holding there to the north of the tri-state. But remember, I told you a lot of this is going to start to move down and our way a little later on this evening. And with the atmosphere being very warm and very moist, in addition to heavy rainfall, we can expect some severe weather too. It is really concentrated, though, just to our north here, along and north of US 50, and then all the way up toward Terre Haute. These are the same area. There's Effingham, which had a tornado last week, but we've had several that have hit similar areas or close to them this week. Back to the tri-state we go, and the rest of our counties are in the clear right now. Nothing happening, but as is usually the case, our severe weather starts in Illinois and moves across, so we have to keep an eye on things, especially when we have an observed tornado within Wayne County. So we're going to zoom right back in and do a little more looking at this cell as it moves. Now it's in Hickory Hill, and I would look for maybe another extension on this warning, especially if it moves close to the edge here, the polygon, and that would likely put it then into central Wayne County. And you can tell the motion there. It's not moving to the northeast, it's almost moving due west here. So you would see probably another warning that would kind of angle up to the northeast slightly. But cities in the path of this thing outside of that would be Round Prairie, Berry, and then we have Lamard, and finally Jasper over here. Fairfield is right here, by the way. I'm kind of standing in front of it, and this will be along and north of State Road 15 there, Illinois 15, as it moves across the central portion of Wayne County. Wayne County by area is one of our largest in the tri-state. All right, let's look at, hopefully we have some new velocity data in here that we can look at. We're still showing a tight couplet there, the bright red and green, now over Hickory Hill. That's where the tornado is, or is close to, if it is still in contact with the ground as it was earlier in Jefferson County. And I am checking here with our imagery. Okay, so we've got a couple of new reports here. Let me just read these very quickly, and then I'll pass those along to you. Okay. I believe that is everything that we need, at least at this point. Okay, so I am seeing pictures, by the way. Unfortunately, I can't share those with you right here. I'm working alone, so we don't have a way to get those pictures on, and we don't need the pictures. Just trust me, there are tornadoes, or there is a tornado connected to this at Hickory Hill. So the main thing right now, other than you getting into shelter, is to track it to know where it's going. And at 25 miles per hour, that's going to basically move within this cone that I'm drawing right now. That gets us to Berry, as I mentioned, 542, Berry Elementary School, 542, Victory Church, 549. Again, if these landmarks are sounding familiar to you, or if you live close to them, get to your shelter now. The tornado warning box here, polygon, does not include those locations yet, but if that circulation continues as it looks right now, I can assure you we'll see another tornado warning there in Wayne County very soon. The reflectivity, and again, if you look at the First Alert app, or maybe you use Radar Scope, Radar Omega, you have to look at several different products. Reflectivity shows us the shape of the storm. And when we see these hooks on here, these very bright reflectivity areas, that's where we start to worry about severe weather. And then if you go to velocity, you want to look at storm relative velocity, because that dampens out the motion of the storm. And you kind of toggle back and forth between the two. Sometimes one will give you a little better image than the other. In this case, now just straight reflectivity does. And there's the new warning that we were anticipating. That comes all the way over to Fairfield. So we have obviously a confirmed tornado, or we did. And as that moves across Wayne County now, those of you all the way out to Fairfield need to be in shelter and preparing for a tornado. If you live in a mobile home, you still have some time here to get into a safe place, but hopefully you've done that when you saw us come on here with the initial warning. Again, a confirmed tornado moved into Wayne County. The question mark now is it still on the ground? And I'll do my best here to get you some information on that. I'm looking at the speed of the tornado right now here so we can draw an accurate path for you. And it is moving east now at 30 miles per hour. So that's about the same as it was before. And as we draw a track on it, again, east at about 30, that is going to get us all the way up to Fairfield Municipal. That would be the airport, I believe, and then Big Mound at 550. Also Victory Church there, 545, and we're looking at Boylston at 547. If you're from Wayne County or Southern Illinois here, these names should ring a bell. If you know friends or family that live up around Fairfield or in Wayne County, you should go ahead and get in touch with them. Call them, text them, let them know there's a tornado on the way. This graphic will give us a little better picture, I think, of where the threat is right now. And I wanted to look also, of course, for debris lofted in the air. One thing about our debris detection here, it's kind of a noisy thing. It's hard sometimes to see a pattern in there, but basically anything in that blue range to green in conjunction with where the funnel is going to be where we would have debris in the air. And that's out here somewhere between Hickory Hill now and Berry. So if we go back to reflectivity first, we can see that the likely tornado probably right in this area here where you see the hook and then that bright return there. That's the large hail showing up too. And then with velocity, we're able to discern where that tornado is likely. The rotation here now out to the west of Arrington. We'll do a new track on that, just like we always do, and that is still moving to the east at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. So again, this is going to give you a little more of a heads up. I put a little faster speed on it just so we would light up some more towns here, so you're getting into your safe place. Arrington at 539, Boylston at 546, Fairfield Municipal at 549, and then Fairfield proper there downtown at 553. This tornado warning, let's see, so this has gone back to radar indicated, meaning we don't have a spotter out there with eyes on it right now. The Jefferson County Sheriff's Department, or Sheriff's Office, was able to determine, I think that was the source that we had on there. And we also have other tornadoes or other storms that are beginning to rapidly intensify here. So I wanted to kind of back out for a minute. We're not forgetting Wayne County here by any means, but I did want to kind of give you a heads up, especially if you live here, say in White County, Carmi, all the way up here toward, that would be Burnt Prairie up there, Broughton, and then right along Interstate 64. This other cell in McLeansboro or in Hamilton County also just flaring up very rapidly as the other ones have. So we're going to check that one out too. And the first thing we will look at is the velocity on it. And fortunately, at least at the moment, we're not seeing tight rotation in there. So that's a good thing. Let's check for hail here as long as we're in the neighborhood. Again, this storm just out of our area in Hamilton County between McLeansboro and Belle Prairie City. And there is a hail core in there, which sometimes can be the predictor then of a tornado. Not always, but sometimes that's the case. And we're showing large hail here also across Wayne County right now, from Barry all the way out there toward Orchard. And remember, a lot of this agricultural, we got a lot of cornfields and bean fields, but we have a lot of people that live out here too. And as that moves toward Jeffersonville, again, Jeffersonville in Wayne County, everybody needs to be in shelter right now. That's a big chunk of Wayne County that's under that warning. This will give you a better look at how everything is moving right now. It's pretty much staying within that warning box. And I believe the warning, I didn't actually give you the particulars on that, but it will continue here until 6:15. So it's just basically a 30-minute extension here on what we had prior to that. And it will continue to march. The tornado warned storm will continue to march to the east. If we have another confirmed touchdown, if a spotter sees it, that box will turn yellow or turn purple again. Sometimes, though, we don't have spotters in a position that can tell us that information. So, but the radar definitely showing rotation there. Again, where we see this red and blue coming up kind of down to a point, now out to the west of Barry. Let me put that in motion so you can get an idea of how that is evolving here. And now it's purple again, which means we have a confirmed tornado there, or observed tornado out near Barry. Let me see if I can get the information on that. And the Weather Service, again, is in contact with law enforcement and people in the field, and so when they get that report in, then they can quickly toggle that warning back. So when you see a purple on the screen here, it's the real deal. You need to be in shelter, no questions asked, right now. And you know where that is. It's either in your basement or away from windows, a bathroom. I read a story the other day about somebody who survived the tornado to the north in a bathtub, and we say that all the time. You get in a bathtub with blankets or cushions off the couch, whatever you have to stay safe. The tornado warning here has gone purple again, meaning we have a confirmed tornado out here, out to the south of Barry and to the north of Oral there. And as we get in a little closer, you're going to see a lot of street names in that. I want to do a new track on this too, since we have it now confirmed. And as we come out here at about 35 miles per hour, that might be a little fast, but this is going to light up the intended path for that. That gets us up to Fairfield Municipal at 550. That's the airport. Then Lamard, 551. Fairfield at 5:54. Jasper Elementary School, that's Jasper Elementary in Wayne County, at 5:57. Those are the arrival times. Now, we could have damaging winds throughout in here as well, and that kind of gets lost in the shuffle when we have tornado warnings on the board like we do right now. But that's something, again, that you need to be concerned with as this moves in. Let me clear all the warnings off, and we will go back just to straight reflectivity to give you a little better picture of where that is right now. And I'm going to zoom it out. We'll turn the warning off there. And as we zoom all the way out here a little more, you see that, at least by comparison, we are getting off pretty easy here in the tri-state. We have a whole string of tornado warnings just to our north of US 50 here, concerning northern Clay County and northern Richland County. These counties, by the way, are now covered by our sister Gray station in Terre Haute, WTHI. And so that's why you don't see them highlighted on our map anymore. They now belong to our sister station to the north. We're still watching this, obviously, and we can show it, but the wall-to-wall coverage for these tornadoes would be coming from the weather team at WTHI, again, our Gray sister station in Terre Haute. We will take just a second here, if you're just maybe watching on the stream or you've tuned in, to show you what's happening up there. And this would be actually out to the north even of Albany and US 50, again toward Louisville and Blair, and then on across in northern Lawrence County here, up by Birds and Russellville, going on up and then completely to the north. And we have another tornado warning. This one may also touch a portion of Wayne County when it comes across here at Iuka, near Salem. Again, this is just out of the viewing area there to the west. And then we have the one possible supercell, it certainly looks like it to me, over Wayne County right now that is generating a confirmed tornado, which is why you see purple on the screen. If you are in Fairfield right now, or for that matter anywhere in central Wayne County, this is south of Sisney and north of Hubbard, but right there in the middle is where we have a tornado producing storm in progress. So you should be in shelter in Fairfield now. And if you know people in Fairfield or Jasper, again, Wayne County, Jasper, call them, tell them that a tornado is coming if they're not watching the coverage. If you're in a mobile home in those areas, the best thing now, if you've got time, and that's not much, maybe 10 minutes at most in Fairfield, is to get to a neighbor or reinforced building if you can, because we have had this confirmation now of a tornado out here just to the south of Barry, and it continues to move to the east. I think we got a new data scan there, so let's track again just from that couplet, which is where the tornado would be, and based on that speed that we have, 35 miles an hour, these arrival times still very consistent. Fairfield Municipal Airport, which is kind of out here to the west of town, at 5:51, then Big Mound 5:53, Fairfield proper, downtown like the courthouse and everything, at 5:55, and then Grover at 5:57, and Jasper, again Wayne County Jasper, at 5:59. I do want to just take a minute here to look at the bigger picture. Sometimes we get all honed in on one particular area, and I know, you know, if you're trying to watch golf, I'm sorry, but this is what we have to do right now. The majority of the tri-state, we're just kind of waiting for the next shoe to drop, but as you can see, we are not dodging the severe weather today. We have some right now in Wayne County with that confirmed tornado, observed tornado, but to the north it has been a day of that. These tornadoes have been hitting the same areas, in some cases that were hit last week on Wednesday, and I'll just show you, well, we'll show you all the severe weather reports first, and look at that. I mean, this is virtually another mini outbreak. If you think of Effingham and some of these spots up here that had tornadoes last week, these are striking, again, the same counties and the same general area. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado reports in Clay County alone, and now we're looking, of course, at that tornado that began over in Jefferson County there near Field, the town of Field. It was a tornado reported there by the fire department, and then it continued to advance to the east. We saw the warning then come up here for Wayne County, and so that kind of brings us up to where we are right now, which is a tornado warning on Wayne County, Illinois, until 6:15. And we'll get that right there in the middle so you can see it plainly. And we'll put a loop on there, and while we're doing that, I'm going to check some of our other information. Okay, and this is from Sharon Taylor. This is reported via the ham operators. Amateur radio operators do a lot of working during this to get information in. Train spotter Zach Jennings saw the tornado drop down again, throw some debris, and lift it back up. And this was just outside of Wayne City, Illinois, on Highway 15. So that's confirming. That's probably why it went back to that purple color that you saw. And the other pictures coming from near Mount Vernon are also kind of showing that same pattern there as this thing has developed and moved to the east. So right now we're just kind of waiting for it to move across Highway 45, US 45 there in Wayne County. And as it continues to move that way, we will likely see additional warnings downstream, because there really isn't anything to inhibit these storms. Once they move east, the air over here in Edwards County is just as ripe for tornadoes as it was back to the west. And so it goes. I mean, that's why we have a tornado watch over the area right now. And we're still seeing that confirmation there. And as we look, we're going to go back here to just the reflectivity, or the velocity right now. And it looks like, at least in this last scan, it was passing south of Barry. Here's Fairfield. And of course, when we're watching these in real time, it takes time for it to get over there. The distance from Barry over to Fairfield, about 15 miles or so, maybe a little less than that, 8 miles, would be 15 actually from right at Barry into town. And so we just have to kind of wait it out here right now. I'm going to give you a little broader picture right here and remind you that we will continue our wall-to-wall coverage here as long as we have tornado warnings in the tri-state. That's our commitment to you, to keep everybody safe and keep you informed. Out to the northwest, we have a considerable amount of severe weather there dropping in from Clay, Richland, and Lawrence County. Now, most of that is going to stay away from us and should stay up along US 50 and not be a concern. But later, as that energy kind of moves our way, we could definitely see tornadoes getting into our counties, as we're seeing right now with Wayne, and we may see that again then downstream, which would be Edwards and White counties as well. And you'll excuse me here, I'm just getting some water. All right, so that's everything we have for you at the minute. Let's get a little broader picture here, and we will do a composite radar picture instead. And with that, this kind of gives us a better idea of what's to come later this evening. You see this line trailing all the way south of St. Louis and into Missouri. As that rakes into this very warm, humid air that's not been worked over yet, we're expecting similar growth to those storms. And so, as I said, we're not really out of the woods right now. And you know, these look like nothing on the radar. If you're just looking at your app, any app, whether it's ours or Radar Scope, whatever it is, they just look like little cells, which they are, but they are capable of quickly blowing up into tornado-producing storms or damaging winds as well. Again, we'll put that back into motion. So that's going to continue to move across US 45 here, and then as it tracks across Jasper there and into the eastern edge of the county here, Massillon, Leech, Mount Erie up here, Golden Gate, places like that. And we might as well just go ahead and get everybody, you know, thinking about what am I going to do here, especially counties downstream that haven't had severe weather yet. So Edwards County, Albion, Bone Gap, if this stays on track, it's going to be in your backyard before you know it. If you live there along Highway 130, basically the spine there, backbone of Edwards County, call people, let them know we've got bad storms coming in, possibly a tornado. Right now, that tornado is just out to the north of Fairfield. At least the worst part of the storm is right now. And as we look back at our velocity information here, and that's pretty concerning too. Anytime you see these really hot colors in here, that kind of bright pink and red, that shows a very strong rotation. And if we compare that with the debris signature, there is some debris possibly being lofted here. This would be out now east of Barry and somewhere downstream here before US 45. So this is the real thing, folks. It's not just, you know, radar indicated or something in the middle of the night. We have a spotter who has seen this, and it is moving toward Fairfield or just to the north. It'll be out here between Fairfield and Lamar. We'll go back to the reflectivity again and continue to look at that. And I'll check some of our data feed here coming in from the Weather Service at Paducah. Okay, and I'm looking at more pictures of a tornado on the ground there in Wayne County. So this is definitely the real deal, and you need to be in shelter, obviously. We've said that over and over again. And then if you're downstream, you know, Jasper, Merriam, any place there outside of the box, we're probably going to see an extension on this box since the tornado has really not lost any intensity here. The circulation showing up as a very bright couplet right now out to the west of Lamar. So you have our bright green and bright red. The hotter colors indicating a stronger rotational element there to the storm. And as I move it here on the screen, notice how it's kind of cycling back in. It was not quite as tight before. And then as we get right in there where you see those really hot colors, that's actually the latest scan. That's very concerning. I don't see that a whole lot here in the tri-state. That's usually somebody else's problem, but right now it's ours. And that is actually getting even stronger. So again, we're going to track from that. Please, this is the real thing. And you see now a new tornado warning replacing the one before it. I'll get the information on that here in a minute. But I suspect it is until 6:15, and you see they've kind of adjusted it here to the east, basically just kind of keeping up with that tornado. Hail size in there, also 1 inch in diameter, but this is an observed tornado. So as we put that into motion, I do want to get some of the other information here, and I'll read that to you. Basically, it goes like this. Emergency management there in Wayne County has confirmed a tornado. If you're caught outside, of course, obvious things, get indoors, get away from windows. The tornado will be near Fairfield at 5:55. That's about 3 minutes. Of course, we've been talking up Fairfield and the area right around it there. So if you live anywhere nearby Fairfield, you need to be in shelter already. And you know, you can listen to our coverage on the 14 First Alert app. We simulcast on 104 FM WIKY. There are many ways to watch. You can watch on our website if you're able to get a computer going on 14news.com. And if you can do it safely, you can submit pictures. We'll try to get those turned around here in just a bit. I'm going to put the tracker on here right now, and I want to get this as precise as we can. Again, this is a damaging tornado on the ground right now, moving to the east at about 35 miles per hour. So if we go back to velocity, and we'll zero in on that. Now we're going to track to the east That's giving us some of the information there. Okay, now we're going to track to the east from that at about 30 miles per hour. And this is going to light up some new cities and towns in the path. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground in Wayne County right now. This will get us to Fairfield Memorial Hospital, 556, and then Fairfield proper there, 557. Jasper Elementary School, this is Jasper and Fairfield in Wayne County, Illinois, at 6 o'clock, 6:01, and Miriam at 6:06. That's what's happening now. This is basically right along US 45 now, and then we'll pass over to the east. Please, if you're in eastern Wayne County right now and you're not under that warning, get into a safe place already. Don't wait for the warning to come. This is one of the stronger tornado signatures I've seen here in a while. Here on the air. So, you know, don't play around with it. Just get to shelter as soon as you can. Again, it's at about Lamard right now. They're on US 45. I hope I'm saying that right. And then the core of it here somewhere out to the north of Fairfield, between Fairfield, Lamard, moving toward Jasper. So anybody, if you're in that area, please, in shelter now, away from windows. And the shape of this storm, that's kind of your classic hook echo there. You would expect some large hail in here too, which can be just as destructive sometimes as some of the other, you know, damaging wind, and especially wind-driven hail. We are showing some large, maybe 1-inch diameter hail or bigger, now moving out north of Lamard and near Jasper, and that will continue to march to the east here between Mount Erie and Massillon as it goes east. We may see that warning polygon altered just a little bit here. They're kind of doing it in 15-minute increments, but the bigger picture right now is that is one of several storms now that have moved into southern Illinois. Notice the other one down here. This is between Mill Shoals and Springerton, so that's going to affect northwestern White County. It too starting to show a hook here on the back, and if we just do a quick loop back and forth with it, you see how that is organizing right now. We say organizing when a storm is coming together and possibly producing severe weather. And that one could very well get a rotation going out here around Springerton, and that would then move across either towards Centerville, Mill Shoals, right up here along Interstate 64, along the northern edge of White County. So two areas of concern, one with a warning right now, and the warning in Wayne County has now shifted back to radar indicated, or red. And what that means is either the spotter lost track of it, is not seeing it, or the tornado has lifted for the time being. Doesn't mean you're off the hook. It's still a tornado warning. It's just that it is radar indicated at this time. And I'll check some of our information here. And we are also getting some of that. Okay, we got a couple new pictures in here, all showing a tornado on the ground in Wayne County. So let me switch over here to a little different product here. I'm just reading quickly. Not seeing anything there. We will go back then here to the radar and continue tracking. And so, you know, our tornado watch goes until 9 for southern Illinois. And look at the number of warnings there off just to our north. It's just a solid line of them along and north of US 50, and then moving in here again toward Bloomington, southern Indiana, same area that got hit before. We also have a confirmed tornado warning there now for Lawrence County, out there just to the north of Wabash County. And again, if you're in Vincennes, you need to be perhaps already in shelter right now. That warning is actually coming in on Sumner right now. So we're going to do a velocity scan on that. And once again, a very tight couplet showing up. This would be moving towards Sumner, Illinois. And as we do a track from the Sumner storm to the east, again, everything's moving at about 25 to 30. That gets us into Sumner Attendance Center, Lawrenceville County Hospital, and Lawrenceville, right up here in Lawrence County, and Vincennes right across the river. So if you're in Vincennes right now, Knox County, again, technically you're in Terre Haute, WTHR sister stations coverage. We'll go ahead and give you some information too, though. Very populated area up there, and just a huge number of warnings along US 50. So this has been a strange June. We'll go back here to reflectivity. Yeah, and that cell, the cell here in White County, really kicking up strength here as you look at it. I'm going to put just a short loop on it here, and I'm going to do that manually so you can kind of get an idea for how it is coming together. And it is, and of course it's coming into an environment now that is favorable for tornadoes. So if you live right now, we're just do kind of a little preemptive warning here across northern White County, and I'm going to do a track on it as well. This does not have a warning on it yet, but it may here within the next half hour or so. Places like Burnt Prairie, Mount Pleasant Church, Centerville School, Salem Church, all those places here in northern White County need to be on guard and ready to move to shelter. And then to the north, we still have our tornado warning in Wayne County. Again, that one moving east and maybe out of that warning polygon here very soon. But downstream of it, we have Grover at 6:04, Tom's Prairie at 6:09, Massillon at 6:15, right here in the eastern edge of Wayne County, and then West Church. And I see a new warning there blinking behind me, so we're going to clear all this off, and we'll get up there just to our north. So we have a confirmed tornado in Lawrence County right now, and then kind of encompassing all that, a severe thunderstorm warning. Bottom line here is we've got dangerous weather along and just to the north of US 50. Just again along that northern fringe of the 14 News viewing area and into the Terre Haute, our sister station, WTHI's coverage area. All right, and a new tornado warning here. This is just again east or west rather of Wayne County, but this could come across there at Orchard or Garden Hill right up in this corner. You see the warning out here near Salem. That's in Marion County, Illinois. And same thing, we've got a lot of these cells that have just kind of evolved very rapidly into severe weather producing cells and tornadic cells. That one also, look at that couplet in there, bright green, bright red together, and moving there toward Haines, Iuka would be in there. Again, that's out of area, but close to northwestern Wayne County. The remainder of the tri-state, bone dry. Nothing in western Kentucky right now. Obviously nothing in southwest Indiana. We have a tornado watch for southern Illinois until 9 o'clock tonight. It will go until midnight in southwestern Indiana, Gibson, Pike, Du Bois counties. No additional warning there. Actually, we should go back because one may have come while we've been tracking that tornado warning there in Wayne County. So we'll go ahead and just run the whole deck here, and while we're doing that, you can see here in Vanderburgh County, this is our camera looking out to the west, and you know, some ominous low-hanging clouds out there, but nothing threatening at this time. In Owensboro, again looking west, we're seeing, you know, just cumulus popping up as you would expect, but nothing more than that. Our watches include the tornado watch I mentioned. Nothing else though for western Kentucky and the southern edge there of far southern Illinois. One warning right now until 6:15, that's in Wayne County, Illinois, and another cell in northern White County, which could become severe. That's been the big question mark right now, is whether or not that one will cycle up too. The overall picture, though, still seems to favor areas just to our north, just out of the viewing area. And as we loop that, you'll see everything just kind of following that same path. I think what's happening here over time, though, is that zone is kind of working its way down from the north. And so eventually it'll be feeding some of these stronger storms into more of our counties. Of course, we're anticipating heavy rainfall overnight. There's a flood watch for the entire northern half of the tri-state. And if you look here, I will show you right now we have a whole string of flash flood warnings off to our north. So a lot of that runoff will be coming down the Little Wabash River, the Wabash, the Embra there in the north, and possibly down the White River. So we could see additional river flooding along the Wabash River in addition to others there because of these flood warnings that we have in effect. We'll go back just to straight reflectivity now. I see no new warnings on the board. We're going to stay with this one, though, in Wayne County here for a little while longer, as we have had some confirmation there that it was on the ground earlier. With any luck, this cell will weaken or cycle down, and it won't be dangerous anymore. But until we have some kind of confirmation on that, that's kind of wish casting, and we need to now cast what's happening now. The biggest threat will be off to the east of that feature right there, where you see those bright colors down there, the red and the green together. As we move that then toward the Edwards County line, these are some cities that, at least I'm giving you the heads up, there's not an official warning yet. But if you live in Tom's Prairie, Massillon, West Church, Conway Church, and again, I set it up to show churches out there. A lot of people know where particular churches are, schools, landmarks, things like that. If any of these are sounding familiar, well, you have a severe storm coming your way, one that had a tornado warning on it, a radar indicated tornado warning. As we look back just at velocity, and we'll clear the storm tracking information off of there, what we're seeing is it has kind of the tight circulation that we saw in there earlier has diminished a bit. We still have some pretty bright wind colors showing up there, which would indicate the potential for damaging winds at the surface. 37 and 46 not particularly damaging, but strong winds anyway along the lead edge of that storm cell. So we'll clear that off and go back to velocity here. And actually, we've been on here enough time now, we should have some reports out of Wayne County. So we'll check those out, and hopefully we will have some information there. And then again, we might not. Sometimes these reports take a while to get all the way through and show up here on our screen. We don't have them, so we'll go back to reflectivity, and there we are in Wayne County. Still a few more minutes left on this tornado warning between Lamard and Jasper, and areas downstream, that means where it's moving toward, you still need to be on guard. So that's even over here in Albion, all the way at Black Township, up toward Bone Gap, West Salem, in Edwards County. That would be the next logical spot here that those storms would move into. And then as we get into the evening hours here, you can kind of see what's happening already. You see this long line of kind of disturbed weather right now. And if we do just a 30-minute loop on it, the trend here will likely, you'll start to see those blossoming out, and additional warnings begin to pop up there out to our west. And that will be a concern then going into the evening hours. Remember, I said between 6 and midnight would likely be the prime time for severe weather here in the tri-state. And we could very well start to see a little more action on the screen, hopefully not akin to what's happening here just to our north, but across the entire region. We actually have a warning there over northern Knox County, and again, this is now in our sister station's coverage area, WTHI to the north, but since we're on here and we have no additional warnings or information on Wayne County, let's look up here at Knox. And Vincennes not in a warning at the moment. We have a radar indicated tornado warning up here around Vigo. Oaktown, Bicknell, Bruceville would be up in that area, and that is for basically the same kind of scenario that we've had with these other storms, where you have a rotation showing up in there, but we don't have a spotter confirmation that it's on the ground. The other tornado warning is a concern, I think, at least for Vincennes. One of the reasons that a warning stops abruptly there at the Wabash River is that the office that issues the warning is actually up in Lincoln, Illinois, up to Lawrence County, and then Indianapolis issues warnings down to Knox County, so they would likely pick that up and bring it across, but that office can't cross their line of jurisdiction. So that's why sometimes you see a weird shape on these warnings. Either way you want to slice it, if this storm holds together, we will likely see a tornado warning there on Vincennes and on central Knox County. Back down to Wayne County we go, and we still have that tornado warning. A couple more minutes to go here on it until 6:15. Let me just double check that time on that, because a lot has changed here just since we started our coverage. And we're looking at that warning. Yes, it is until 6:15. The hail size estimate has come down a little bit. Again, the radar has a hail detection algorithm that can determine the size of hail and help the forecaster there issue that warning. The part of the storm, though, that was producing the tornado, and we all saw it here. If you were watching our coverage, you saw that tight coupling. You can still see, if you look carefully there, that rotation where you have green and red kind of together, and if we loop it, that's the way you tell the trend. And obviously it was much stronger over here when it was passing out to the north of Fairfield. It then kind of became a little more diffuse as it moved into the eastern edge of Wayne County. So that's a good sign, by the way. We want it to weaken, and hopefully it will continue to do that. But we can't, at least for now, let our guard down. And we have additional storms now starting to blossom here over northern White County. At the moment, no warnings on this, but we likely have some heavy rain here along Interstate 64 from the Grayville exit there, Skeeter Mountain rest stop, all the way out to the Mill Shoals exit there, US 45. And we will check this again for hail. We were showing more hail there earlier, and if you remember back, we had a really solid core of hail showing up in Wayne County earlier. That has since kind of backed off a little bit, which would at least be an indication the storm is kind of cycling back down. And that's how they do sometimes. They'll cycle up, do their thing, and then repeat or cycle back down. And so that is the best scenario, is that it would just kind of cycle down and leave everybody alone. But again, we can't really count on that to happen every time. But definitely a big outbreak here, at least of warnings, and severe weather too, extending along US 50 and now kind of curving up here out to the east of Terre Haute. We have warnings again near Bloomington. Actually, this would be, Morgan County would be here. Morgan Monroe State Forest is right in there. That was the area hit Wednesday by that long track, strong tornado. Now we have a tornado warning essentially in the same vicinity. That's a little farther north of Bloomington, but still, I mean, it's unbelievable that we have had this repeat severe weather events like that in the same area. Typically the peak of the tornado season's in May, and then in June it kind of begins to back off, certainly by the middle of the month, and usually it kind of flattens out in July. All right, we have no storm in that warning polygon right now. We're at 6:11 here in the evening. Hopefully that one will drop off. We'll take a little break here from our coverage, and then if we get a new tornado warning, we will get back on with it. Let me just check here before we let that one go to make sure I'm not missing something here. And as we do that, we'll give you a little broader picture here of everything that's happening at this point. So we have yet another, I think that's about the 4th or 5th warning that we've had now on Clay and Richland counties there to the north today. Again, just out of our viewing area there, but concerning as always because we've had so much severe weather in that area. A couple little pop-ups here have begun to appear. This one in Warwick County, not severe of course, but thunderstorms and showers are beginning to appear now in the tri-state. Hopefully they won't reach severe limits, but we are prepared for that. We have a tornado watch until 9 for southern Illinois and until midnight for the northern edge here, which would include Gibson, Pike, and Du Bois counties. So you'll probably be seeing more of me here over the course of the evening, but we're going to hope anyway that this particular tornado warning clears here in just a couple of minutes. and we'll see if there's any other information. Still, it says here now the spotters on that storm in Wayne County are no longer seeing it in contact with the ground. So that is what all the stir was about here earlier this evening. And again, we have a new tornado tagged severe thunderstorm warning in northern Wayne County right now. That's from Orchard all the way over to Sisney. That again is in response to those tornado warnings there to the west. I think everything is going to be tornado possible tagged on there. So I think what we're going to do now, since this warning is clearing out, we're going to switch our coverage back over to streaming only. We're not going anywhere, but we're just going to be on streaming. We'll put the golf back here on TV. And if you want to follow the coverage here, we will go on streaming only. You can watch on 14news.com. You can watch on the 14 First Alert app, on Facebook, wherever you want to watch, you can do it that way. We are going to throw back, though, to NBC, and then I will stay with you right here on streaming. And now we are on streaming only, I think. We'll make sure here. Yes, we are. All right. And I'm going to have to get a little drink here if we're going to keep talking. That's always a hard decision. You know, the storm is out of the warning polygon right now, but in the computer system, once the warning has been on the screen, or if they don't cancel it within, I think it's 7 minutes before the expiration, then they can't take it down. And so, you know, when I'm out here tap dancing here trying to fill that time, that can be frustrating, certainly for the viewers. But our policy best practices is to stay on with tornado warnings. Now we get into a little different situation here, where we have, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado possible tag. And that is, today, that's not surprising at all. We've got a tornado watch in effect for the entire tri-state. Well, now we've got a tornado warning, so we're going to have to go back on. Best laid plans. Okay, go back on TV. Yeah, let the spot break run, and then we can go in right behind that. All right, here on the stream, just stand by. We're going to be back on. All right, I'm back. We have a new tornado warning now, this time for eastern Wayne County into central Edwards County and across to Wabash County right now. Not a big surprise there. We were trying to take our coverage over to streaming only, but that's not going to work. So we're going to, the streaming is working, but we need to be here on the air right now with tornado warnings like this. So first off, the information on the tornado warning. This will continue until 7 o'clock, so 45 minutes, and it includes all of central Edwards County. Remember earlier I was talking about if you live in Albion, Bone Gap, West Salem, you need to be prepared, and this is why that tornado-warned storm is now moving across. This is a radar-indicated tornado warning. However, when we go to the velocity information, the signature is still showing up on here. It's not quite as tight as it was earlier when we had a confirmed tornado on the ground in Wayne County, but it is considerable, and so that's why we want to make sure that you know what's happening out here. I'm going to get my computer set up here so I can show you all of these things and more, and we'll take that. Okay, so if we go to velocity, there we go. And actually, we get a better view of it this way. And I want to do a storm track on that first because as we look on here, you can see that right here at Massillon, you see that tight, bright green, bright red, or darker red. This is where you would have circulation going around, and then it is moving to the east. Now, I wanted to get the information on how quickly it's moving so we can give you a really accurate storm track on that. And it's moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. So with that in mind, we can go ahead and draw that storm track now, which I'll do. And we're going to track from where that circulation is the tightest. And Just to give you an idea of whether it's getting stronger or weaker, we can kind of loop it here and notice that things have come right back together again. It kind of cycled down for a minute, and now it is back up. So at 35 miles per hour, we're going to take it first into Edwards County. So if you live along State Road 130, which is the road that runs from West Salem down to Albion and then eventually winds up down there in Grayville, you need to be in shelter. That would be Black Township, Albion Grade School, of course the high school's right there with it, Samsville, Bone Gap United Methodist Church, all locations there along 130 or near it. If you're in those spots, we have earlier reports, or we had confirmation and pictures of a tornado on the ground in Wayne County, so it's certainly possible it could happen again in Edwards, and we want you to be prepared for that. So move away from windows, get to the basement, get to a closet. If you have, if you live in a mobile home, this would be the time, although you don't have much, to get to a neighbor's house, a reinforced place, a public shelter if there is one, and ride it out before this crosses over into Edwards County. Farther downstream into Wabash County, this could get us all the way up to Mount Carmel here by the time that storm, if it holds together, moves all the way to the east. I mean, we're looking at a 45-minute tornado warning here, so it definitely could happen that way. Yeah, we're going until 7 o'clock, so about 40 minutes from now. And I want to first of all show you a couple things about this storm that are really concerning. One is we have yet another hook echo here on the back, a very strong circulation, which is how we spot where the tornado is and where it would be most likely moving. And so with that, again, I showed you this loop earlier, but I'll do it again, and you can see that coming back together. You see that green on there, right out there by Massillon, and then as it came over to the east, really tightened up more, and so that's why the Weather Service went ahead and pulled the trigger on that warning that will cover Edwards and Wabash counties and a little chunk of eastern Wayne County here until 7 o'clock tonight. The bigger picture now as we pull out, and we'll show you the other storms that are going on around the area. That is the strongest, of course, at the moment. I've been watching this other one here around Grayville, which has a similar characteristic, but not quite as strong. But I want to give a heads up right now to Grayville, southern Edwards County there, out around Crossville, Phillipstown, all these areas here along Illinois Route 1 and then Interstate 64. You need to be buttoned down and ready to go to a safe spot. We also have a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning back here in the northern part of Wayne County, and we'll try to get that there where it will populate, and it's not going to, it's going to go for the tornado warnings, but anyway, that one right in here. So that would be from Orchard to Sisney across that northern tier of Wayne County. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning at this point. Our biggest concern right now, of course, is for the tornado warning. That's why we're here with continuous coverage on the air, and we will stay with you this time as we always do throughout the event. So what to do if you're in Black Township, if you're in Albion, Bone Gap in particular, West Salem, Samsville, any place here along 130, now's the time to go ahead and get in shelter. If it's not a basement or a small interior room, at bare minimum, you're away from windows and low in whatever structure you're in. If you live in a mobile home, you have a few minutes here maybe to dash to the neighbors or to a reinforced shelter if one is nearby. But this will come along pretty quickly. It's now moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. And we're going to look first off at the velocity on here. And this will give us a fix on where the possible tornado is. We'll go back just to velocity, and then we'll track from that signature. And that is showing up right here. You see Massillon now, and then right in here would be that strongest circulation where you see the conflicting colors there, the red, the green together. If we put a track on that, 35 miles per hour to the east, That's going to get us across Bone Gap, Belmont now, so we're into Wabash County, Belmont Elementary School by 6:40. Remember, this warning goes until 7 o'clock, 40 more minutes. So we're kind of breaking it out in sections right now. Obviously, if you're way over here to the east, you know, from Mount Carmel up to not quite Allendale, but up and down that road, Patton would be another spot. You need to already be thinking about getting into the safe place and being prepared to shelter quickly if this thing does spin up a tornado. It is showing a pretty strong couplet there on the radar right now, and we'll clear all that information off. And then I want to show you how this has kind of come back together as it moved across the county line there and into Edwards County. And what you're looking at is the colors, basically. So you're looking at that green and red conflict there as they come across. Bright green colors on the radar, always indicating strong winds. And in our case, they are also turning, rotating, which is the basis for a tornado. The debris signature is not going to be apparent in this graph right now, but it's possible we have some debris down here. We don't really have a tight couplet, let alone a tight debris signature in there, but we're certainly checking that. And while we are looking at other severe elements, hail is also possible as this storm crosses over Highway 130 here from Maple Grove down to Black Township, Albion. As it moves through there, you could get some damaging hail, and again, this will be wind driven. I didn't really show you just the straight up winds, and we'll do that now. Winds with this storm, if they're making it to the ground, could be in excess of 50 or 60 miles per hour as it comes across, and that will be strong enough at least to fling the hail around and possibly make the damage worse if there is any there. We'll clear that off and we'll go back here to reflectivity, and that still is showing a very tight or a pronounced hook back here on the back edge of where that storm is coming through. So we'll get the computer over here a little more so we can give you a little better illustration of how that is happening. And one thing we're watching is for the tightness. Is that thing really wrapping around? And if so, you know, is it producing a tornado? And the answer is it certainly could, given the environment we're in. We have a tornado watch until 9. We also have had a confirmed tornado in Wayne County. Same thing now that's moving across Edwards County. Let's do a new track on this here. And as we do that, still have east at 35. Okay, so no real change there in the speed forward. And I'm going to actually do a couple of things here. First, we're going to track from just the heaviest rainfall, not the area of the tornado, but just when that weather would change. You get a gust front in there, and you would know that the storm is coming if you can't see it very well. And that is going to arrive, that first initial blast of wind, sometime around 6:39 at Friendsville, around 6:42 at Mount Carmel, and 6:45 then in East Mount Carmel. They're just up the river a little bit on the other side of the Wabash. Now, if we look at a track here from the back edge where the tornado is possible there, the couplet, well, then those times are going to be a little bit sooner. 6:26 at West Village Christian Church, Bone Gap Christian Church, 6:35, Bone Gap, obviously both same time there. Belmont, which is in Wabash County, at 6:45, and then the elementary school again at Belmont at 6:45. If you're in any of those areas, if this is sounding familiar to you, get into shelter now. Don't wait for confirmation. Don't go looking for the tornado. Just go to your safe spot. You can follow our coverage on the 14 First Alert app or on 104 FM WIKY, our radio partners, and get everything you need without looking for the actual tornado. Here are some roads that are in the area here, possibly with that tornado. We have County Road 1275. To the east of that, we have County Road 800, that would be east. That would be 1275 there to the north, and then into Bone Gap, County Road 800 east, also in that general area right now. And to give you a little better perspective on where that is, sometimes we get really zoomed in and it's hard to get your bearings, but we're talking about roughly, as we measure from Albion here, that would be about 5 to 7 miles north of Albion, so it's going to pass. And actually in Albion, if you go out and look to the north, you would have a view of the storm, possibly even a rain-free view of the storm where you could see something there and be relatively safe while you're doing it, as Albion is not technically in that warning right now. It's the storm is moving out to the north of you as it kind of wraps up or winds up a little bit. I'm going to check over here again with National Weather Service chat, see if we have any other information. The Weather Service still reporting supercells, which is what we're looking at here. That is always the thing that we worry about here in a day like today where there's a squall line. Anything that gets going out ahead of that squall line has a much better probability of becoming a supercell if certain conditions are met. And of course we have those conditions today over much of the tri-state. So that's why we have the tornado watch in effect, and that's why you're seeing so much action just to our north. The dynamics or ingredients to the north obviously much better. That's why you have so many warnings up there. But we have our own going on here too, and we've started to see a few more showers and storms come together. The other thing I'm watching is that eventually all of this stuff will kind of merge into a continuous line, a squall line, that will then advance kind of to the southeast across the tri-state. And when it does that, that's when we have our best potential for damaging wind gusts, hail, and then heavy rainfall, in addition to maybe some embedded tornadoes. But the situation right now is one that favors tornadoes because we have these standalone supercells that are going out there, and they are going to continue at least for the few hours here before things kind of merge together. And I'm looking at the northern or the central portion of Edwards County here. We're out to the north of Albion and Browns, so it's more up 130 here. Samsville, Black Township, Bone Gap, of course, is in there. And notice, though, that storm kind of hugging the northern boundary. So if you're in West Salem right now, you probably ought to go ahead and be in shelter. And again, you might live near West Salem, and you should be in shelter there too for this possible tornado. We will go back to the velocity signature, and then I wanted to track from that because we have some new data that just came down. Radar updates about every 2 to 5 minutes. It depends. Basically, the radar comes down, gets a slice at the ground level, goes and looks at the storm, another ground level slice, and as it does that, we get the new picture in here, which then gives us a more accurate placement of where the damaging winds are. So Bone Gap is the prime spot right now at 636 here. And then we've got Guards Point, 645, St. Sebastian Catholic Church at 646. And we will go ahead and take all of that off. And as we go back to reflectivity and back out just a little bit, we are covered with warnings there, by the way, in the northern edge here, out of the viewing area here, Vincennes. I know we have viewers in Vincennes, but our sister station, WTHI in Terre Haute, is covering you now, and so we'll give you a quick update though on what's happening there in Vincennes. And basically, you've got a radar indicated tornado moving across the Wabash River there near the George Rogers Clark Memorial. And as we look at the radar returns on here, it's a little less apparent where that couplet is. It's probably right down here going out either Decker Road or anyway to the south of Vincennes and moving to the east here out toward Palmyra and to the north of Monroe City. I can do a quick loop on it here. Again, this is Knox County to our north, and you see that couplet, at least just looking at it here, has weakened a little bit, but I wouldn't let my guard down at all because the atmosphere is still really primed here for severe weather as we're seeing this evening. And we also have those strong to severe storms kind of flanking our tornado warned storm, which is now moving across Edwards County and will then barrel into Wabash County here next. I'm going to do some more storm tracks for you. Keep in mind that the storm is moving slowly, so it will also have the potential to put down flooding rainfall. You see now that the warning has been redefined. The back edge of it has been chopped off, and it is flashing here indicating the new information in there. So let me check that for you, and I'll pass that along. When we're still moving east at 30, and and we're still looking at an arrival time in Mount Carmel, if it holds together, around 6:50 or so. And then checking in with the National Weather Service right now. We have no additional reports from spotters in the field up there at this point. Actually, we've checked that, so we'll go back here and do some tracking. So we're going to track from the part of the storm that is most likely to produce a tornado, and we're going to give it that forward speed there of about 30. So this, for landmarks here in the path of what could produce a tornado, Bone Gap at 638, Guards Point 647, and then we've got Nye Chapel United Methodist Church, St. Sebastian Catholic Church there, 649, 653. Again, we use churches and schools as location landmarks in addition to cities and towns. Sometimes we don't have a lot of cities and towns that will show up in some of our less populated or smaller cities. So we do that hopefully to give you a little better idea of where this is. But if any of those landmarks sound familiar, if you live near them, you need to be taking shelter now, as we mentioned many, many times, either away from windows in a basement. If you're in a mobile home in these areas right now, or in Wabash County, you've got some time to hopefully maybe get to a neighbor's or reinforced spot, which would be safer than riding it out in a mobile home. A little bit farther south, that cell that is over Grayville right now is just kind of foundering. It's not really taking on the same shape as the one to the north, but we do have heavy rainfall and wind now from Griffin up to Grayville, Cowling, and then around here to Crawleyville. They're right along the Wabash River there where it comes down. Well, actually, I spoke too soon. We have a tornado warning on that one. So we will get the reflectivity, and this includes northern Posey and northern Vanderburgh counties, and that warning is going to continue here until 7:15, so that's about 40 minutes. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. The tornado warning goes until 7:15, and it will be moving to the east. Let me get the information here on that tornado. Everything's been moving pretty slowly right now, but this one a little faster at 40 miles per hour. Remember, this is the same cell that we've been watching all this time that hadn't done anything, and now it is. So let's first of all clear off all the information, and we'll get you back to the regular look, and then we're going to track it here at 40. I did want to look at the velocity on it, and we can see, okay, so that is actually very close to Griffin right now, that velocity couplet, Griffin, Indiana there in Posey County. Now we're going to track it at 40 miles per hour to the east. I hear the sirens here in Vanderburgh County. And again, this would be northern Vanderburgh County, basically north of about Boonville, New Harmony Road. So we're talking Darmstadt up to Stacer, that general area there on 41. And not yet. This warning goes for 40 minutes. So we've got some time in northern Vanderburgh. Let's pay attention here to northern Posey County. And you're looking at some of the cities and towns, of course, in the path. That would include Barrett at 639, Stewartsville 642, Poseyville at 646, Cynthiana at about 652, and Owensville at 655. If you have friends or neighbors or know people in these areas, give them a call, let them know that we have a tornado warning. Right now it's radar indicated, but we are in an environment where we've seen actual tornadoes touch down in Wayne County earlier, and we could very easily see that very same thing happen over northern Vanderburgh and Posey counties. If you're just tuning in now in Vanderburgh County, the reason the sirens are going off is that warning does touch the northern tip here, about a fourth of Vanderburgh County, roughly to the north of, I would say that's about Boonville, New Harmony Road, maybe Inglefield Road. North High School would be right up here. So near that area, very far north, all the way up to the interstate. And then Gibson County too, can't forget Gibson County on the other side there on that tornado warning. So this warning, by the way, is for radar indicated tornado, but we have seen reports here. We've seen pictures, I've seen the pictures of an actual tornadoes on the ground in Wayne County. So please treat this as the real thing, even if you can't see it, and don't go looking for it. And I want to try to give a sense for how this is moving. Again, versus the cell there to the north, the shape of this one, not quite as pronounced, the one over northern Posey and Vanderburgh counties and Gibson, as the one to the north. Yet, it does have some rotation. Clearly, it has rotation in it, or there wouldn't be a tornado warning on it. And it is moving then to the east at 40. So this doesn't give you as much time to get into shelter. And I wanted to give a little better view here of some of the areas that are affected. So I'm going to zoom way in, and then we'll just kind of walk through it together here. If you hear your town's name, obviously you need to be in shelter. We're talking about Owensville there to the north, very close to the radar site. Johnson would be up there, Mounds Township. Poseyville we've mentioned, Nisbet out here, and then you get up to Hobstadt, Fort Branch. Toyota plant is actually in this warning right now. We come all the way down to daylight there, so where 57 and Green River Road come together out there. And then north, anything north of Darmstadt, and I would define Darmstadt, at least on our map here, that would be about Boonville, New Harmony Road as 4-H Center, and then going north, Vanderburgh County 4-H Center. So anything that I mentioned right now, you are in that tornado warning polygon, and the strongest rotation is now showing up between Griffin, Stewartsville, basically right here along Interstate 64. And if I look at it over time, you'll see that it has intensified a little bit. And if we back that with our reflectivity data, one thing that is tricky, and it's counterintuitive, but because this is getting so close to the radar site, sometimes that kind of blocks out our ability to see the storm for what it actually is, because the radar beam is having to shoot through all of this hail and rain and stuff, and so that attenuates it a little bit. It's hard to actually get the picture. It's usually the radar's best when things are about 15 miles away from it, which is why it's up there away from a population center to better serve everybody else. Okay, and we still have our tornado warning here on central Wabash County. And the cell is now actually showing a pretty hot spot in there. That's probably some large hail, but we need to go back here and look at the velocity first, and then we'll look at debris. Again, this is up by Bone Gap. Not really seeing anything useful there for you, so we'll go back. And that part of the storm that came through the hook on it has kind of gotten swallowed up. If you're at Guards Point now, of course we're talking about locations in Wabash County, you need to be in shelter now from Friendsville down to Ogden, and then right on up to the Wabash River there. And I'd even say Allendale needs to be ready to go to shelter. You're not in the warning yet. This tornado warning, I believe, is the one that goes until 6, and that one might be till 7. And then the other one over northern Vanderburgh, yeah, that one's until 7. And then as we look at northern Vanderburgh County, that warning in southern Gibson, northern Posey, that one will continue until 7:15, so about a half hour. And that storm is riding north of I-64 into Gibson County right now. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me to see maybe that warning trim back a little bit. Let's see the direction that the storm is traveling. And at least at the moment, it's going almost due east, or maybe turning a little bit more to the north. But again, I don't want to second guess the Weather Service. And of course, we have the issue with it being so close into the radar. we may not be seeing things that are happening there a little south or north of it because the radar simply can't see that far. This is actually what we call the cone of silence. So right where the radar is there at Johnson, just outside of Owensville, it can't see directly over it, and then anything that's in too close, it can't process that data. So that's why you always get that hole, and that's why oftentimes it looks like storms are kind of weakening as they come through, and then once they get out of the shadow of the radar, they bloom back out. So yeah, it's just something to always consider here when we're looking at the radar data. Once again, just to give you a roundup of what's happening and what will likely happen here, is we are going to have more tornado warnings across the tri-state, particularly in Illinois. We have a tornado watch until 9 p.m. It continues until midnight for southwest Indiana. Jefferson County, now we have a new tornado warning there. That's where Mount Vernon is. It's also right up against Wayne County. So if that storm holds together, as the other one did, we'll likely see some kind of warnings for Wayne County in the next hour or two. So always a concern when we get these, lines starting to build here, especially on a day like today where we have very humid air in place, very warm, and we also have a lot going on in the atmosphere that's supporting these stronger thunderstorms. And that tornado warning will continue until 7 o'clock. I am going to check a couple of our other data feeds here, and while I'm doing that, we will hopefully get some other information for you too. And I believe, I want to make sure first off that our feed is getting out here. We are on Facebook, by the way. I believe we're on Facebook. Yeah, we are. And we are on streaming. We are also on 104 FM WIKY, our radio partners. And the idea here is, to reach you as many ways as we can and provide that information for you wherever you happen to be. So you can watch our coverage on the 14 First Alert app. You can watch it, of course, here on TV or anyplace else. And but don't just watch. Do take action here, especially right now out here in southern Gibson County, northern Vandenberg, and northern Posey. Now the storm appears to be riding north of I-64. So Poseyville, maybe not so much, but out here to the north, closer to Owensville there near the radar, and then Fort Branch, Hobsot, it'll be moving in there. The storm will be in short order, and then on up to perhaps, I don't know about St. James would be down in here. I mentioned Stacer and Nisbet earlier, but the storm really appears to be more in that northern corner or northern edge, almost exclusively in Gibson County right now. So if you have friends or family here that live in southern Gibson County, that would be out around St. James Parish there where you come up into Hobstot, that's actually way over here, and then back toward Mounts, Township, Owensville, and then back into Crawleyville and Johnson. Anything along there is where this tornado-warned storm is. Now you're seeing a red polygon on the screen, meaning it's radar indicated. The radar, and I'll show you what the radar is showing that prompted the warning there earlier. And unfortunately, that feature is like right up against the radar at the moment. So you're not going to be able to see anything here for just a couple minutes. We're kind of in effect, kind of radio silence, almost literally there, because of the proximity to the radar site. But we were seeing that strong velocity signal here between Griffin and then Stewartsville, and then it will continue to move and kind of drift into Gibson County. And also you're starting to see kind of the beginnings maybe of an organized line of storms. You see how these smaller cells are now kind of starting to bloom out, and eventually everything will just kind of merge into a line, and then this whole mess will sweep through. Now that's what the models were depicting earlier today. The first round did in fact kind of pivot to the north, and so we're seeing nearly continuous severe weather along and north of US 50. And here in the tri-state right now, we've got 2 active tornado warnings and a severe thunderstorm warning over Wayne County right now with a tornado possible tag on it. So any of these locations, the weather is certainly threatening, and you need to be taking precautions for that. Also, just downstream, I'm always trying to think ahead here, and you should be too. You know, if you're living over here in, say, Hazleton or Decker, Patoka, we've got warnings to your west, so you need to be watching the sky, prepared to move to shelter if, you know, warning is issued for your area. Same goes for eastern Gibson County here, out along 57, Mackay, Buckskin, Somerville, Francisco, Oakland City, of course. Anything, Barton Township, anything along that area, these storms will be moving your way. Vanderburgh County, at least at the moment, the storm appears to be staying out of Vanderburgh County. Now, the sirens did go off here, as they do anytime a tornado warning touches any part of Vanderburgh County, but right now there's nothing actually in the boundaries of Vanderburgh County here to be concerned with. I'm going to try to do a track here, and again, I told you before that the storm is basically right over the radar site there at Johnson, so that kind of blocks out our ability to see it there for just a couple of scans as it comes across. But based on the motion we had there before it came over the radar, that's going to get us into Owensville there right now, and then Blythe Chapel 653, Fort Branch 657, VU there at Gibson Center, in other words in Gibson County at 6:59, and then the Toyota plant there right at 7 o'clock. So I know that Toyota has a whole protocol they go through, and they have their own spotters and everything else. So I'm sure that they have activated their severe weather plan up there right now too. And I'm going to go back here to our coverage. I can look at your questions or comments over here. I'm watching kind of like when we do our streaming show. If anybody has any information, you can put it in there. Of course, I don't have any way to really vet it, so I'll have to trust people. A lot of you are asking why the sirens went off in Vanderburgh County, and I think I already answered that question here on the air. They go off anytime a tornado warning is issued for any that touches any part of Vanderburgh County. So you could even have, like right now, you have a tornado warning in the north, and probably we have the sun out in Union Township here in the south. It's just how the system works. Again, just to recap, we have a tornado watch until 9. Clearly, we've got tornado warnings. The atmosphere stacked and ready to go here for severe weather. The 2 active warnings on the board are for Wabash County now. We'll get all the way over here to that one. And that goes until 7 o'clock. The storm inside that now bearing to the north here, more toward Allendale really. It's kind of bypassing or moving a little bit north of Mount Carmel, which would be a little closer in. I can get you a little better view of that. There we go. And so you see it will pass over Illinois Route 1. If I were in Allendale right now, I'd go ahead and act like you're under a tornado warning, even though it technically isn't there. It's going to be a pretty rough thunderstorm either way you slice it. That'll be moving up your way. I put the velocity up here, but as I told you, at the moment we've got storms right over the radar, so that's maybe not going to make these as useful as they would normally be. We can kind of look at how it evolved, and it's has not really shown much change here. So we do have the rotation, which is what triggered the tornado warning to begin with. Second tornado warning of the night. Now we're starting to get some velocity data here as it emerges, as the heavy part of the storm emerges. But basically, you're seeing that's still kind of difficult to ascertain what that is, but you're going to start to see hopefully some better velocity data as the storm moves over the radar. And see, it's like right on top of it now, so it makes the storm might actually look like it's shrinking, and then when it comes back out, it'll start to bloom in. But anyway, right before it got over the radar, we did have that tornado warning issued for rotation. But I would say, at least at the moment, we're not seeing anything severe or dangerous in Vanderburgh or Posey County. Now, Gibson County is a different story, particularly Fort Branch, down to Hobstadt, maybe St. James down here, all the way up toward the Toyota plant there, Princeton, Kings, where Kings was up there, the town of Kings. That will be moving across Highway 41 here very soon, and we could see some wind gusts there too as that storm moves across. Remember, for a tornado warning, bare minimum, you've already got a severe thunderstorm. So the same cell that might be producing a tornado could easily also produce 60-mile-an-hour winds and large hail, 1-inch diameter hail or greater. And then to our west, we have a warning on Jefferson County. And that is around Mount Vernon right now. A tornado warning, radar indicated, and that goes until 7:30. If that storm holds together, you don't have to be a genius to connect the dots here. Everything's going to move east into the tri-state, and so that will be a concern here as that line kind of scales up over time. That's over Illinois and then begins to push down our way. We've been pretty lucky, really. The last couple or three severe weather outbreaks have either just missed the tri-state or never really got into our counties. But tonight we do have a couple of warnings here. We did have an actual tornado touchdown in Wayne County, and I can show you that. Hopefully we have some reports to share here. And none over the tri-state just yet. And again, that may be a function of the weather office at Paducah turning those around, or maybe we just don't have any. I do know, though, from reading the reports here that we did have a tornado on the ground. We had the purple polygon on there, which is the indication that you have an observed tornado out there. All right, we're going to zoom in a little tighter here on the northern part of the county. And as we go up to Gibson County right now, from Fort Branch on up toward Princeton, that's where the lead edge of this storm will kind of emerge from the radar shadow there. And if I were anywhere from Princeton all the way down to Fort Branch, maybe even St. James here in the south, you can probably see that storm moving across. You should be sheltered, as we do have a tornado warning touching Highway 41 there and coming across. I think northern Vanderburgh and Posey County are in the clear, at least based on the radar data I have. You would know better if you live there in Poseyville or Stacer or north. You can certainly check. But Evansville city proper, the metro area, not in any warning at the moment. Our warning is set to expire, I believe, at 7. The one up here in Wabash County in 7:15. For this one over Gibson County, we may see it kind of reconstituted here in a minute. Let me go back over to the Weather Service and see what they are doing. And looking at spotter pictures here, we had a rotating wall cloud that passed over Poseyville, headed more toward Hobstadt. This is from Cliff Weaver at the Evansville EMA. And what else do we have here? Another EMA spotter in Poseyville has pictures, of a wall cloud lowering out there. And so that's why you had that radar indicated tornado warning. And it looks like the amateur radio operators reporting they were on the backside of that storm in Grayville. Limited rotation was visible, but definitely drawing toward the ground. Trees are limiting factor in the spotter's view. Okay, so, but yeah, so, obviously we're in that environment where that can happen. Let's do some new tracks here on this tornado warned storm. And as we look, again, we're in Gibson County right now. So you've got Hobstadt, Fort Branch right here. The Tri-State the Speedway is up there, and then you've got Toyota a little bit to the north, Stacer to the south. I'm just going to track first off from the lead edge. In other words, when the rain really will reach its peak there, get really heavy. And moving to the east, that's going to get to the Toyota plant at 7:01, into Mackey, 7:14, Mackey Elementary School, 7:15, and then Oak Hill, and that's the place, not the school, Oak Hill, by 7:16. Just about the time this warning expires. And then a little farther down we go, and it's the same thing. We're looking at Fort Branch at about 7:01, St. Lucas Church 7:09, Wheatonville 7:13, Elberfeld, which would be out here in the northern edge of Vanderburgh County, almost on the Warwick County line, at 7:16, if that storm holds together. But as I showed you a moment ago, and I'll do it again here, it is kind of turning more to the north. At least that's how it looks to me just in looking at our loop. And I want to try to back this out a little bit more so we can see kind of the shape of the storm and where it's going. Definitely turning away from Vanderburgh and Posey counties. Now, as I told you earlier, the Cliff Weaver, Evansville EMA, they had spotters out who were looking at it in Poseyville, seeing that wall cloud and so forth, but that would be moving away, and plus that report came in a little bit ago. The tornado warning there, now we have a new tornado warning in Wayne County, so we got to go back over to that one. And that is north, up around Sisney, and extending down to Barry. You see the hook right in there. It's just like a wave, like one after the other coming across. And as we put the velocity information in, our strongest rotation right now out here near Sisney and to the north of Barry. So if we do a quick loop on that, then we're going to do a track as well, you can see how everything is kind of coming together, where the couplet, that bright area there, the bright green versus the bright red, out to the south of Sisney. And I want to get the information on this warning too, particularly the speed that these storms are moving at. And those are moving east at 30 as well. So again, these have been kind of slow moving storms. Typically, you're looking at 45 to 50, but 30 miles an hour at least gives you a little more lead time to get to your safe spot. So we're going to track, first of all, across northern Wayne County here. I'm trying to look at two things at once. All right, here we go. From Sisney at 30 miles an hour to the east, will get us up to about Mount Erie there in the east, and Woodland Church to the south. Elm River 711. Again, these are cities and towns, landmarks in the path of where we just showed you a rotation, a possible area where a tornado could be forming right now. Buckeye Christian Church 704, Enterprise 707, Elm River 711, Mount Erie 717, and then 718 there for the elementary school. If you're hearing names of places that you recognize, get to shelter. If you know people in those areas, call them up. Let them know that we have some severe weather possible there. Okay, and that's actually one of our newest warnings on the board. We're going to kind of do a roundup on all of those. That will go until 7:45 for northern Wayne County. And then we go down to Gibson County, and we have until 7:15 our tornado warning there, which basically is just for Gibson County. I mean, it technically touches Posey and Vanderburgh. Kind of surprised that one hadn't been redrawn, but I'm sure the Weather Service is busy because we have other warnings starting to go up here to our west, all tornado warnings for Jefferson County, and now we're down into Franklin County too. So we're kind of surrounded by these storms that don't look like much on the radar until you really get in close, and then what we see are supercells and very or tornadic thunderstorms. Now, eventually, at least if the models are good, everything will kind of merge together, and this would likely then become more of a straight line or damaging wind threat. But in this transition, where we have a lot of individual storms out there that can draw on all the resources around them, they will produce tornadoes. They have a much higher probability of doing that than anything else. And of course, once they merge together, then it becomes more of a damaging wind concern. Back to Gibson County we go, and let's do a track. First off, we're going to take all the information off here. Sometimes there's just too much information, so we try to keep it very simple here. And so first off, here's Highway 41 as your landmark. The strongest reflectivity, or rain, hail, and so forth, now reaching almost to Toyota plant here and down to Hobstadt. That's heavy rainfall that we're seeing. I wanted to look at velocity. As we've been discussing here, velocity sometimes is masked when it's too close to the radar site, which doesn't really seem to make sense, but it does make sense. It's the science of it. The radar beam simply can't return quickly enough to process the information, and so we can't get a very accurate rotation signature when it is in this close to the radar. And I see that that warning has been redrawn now. Portions of Posey County are out of it, and at least for what we have to work with, we're still seeing that rotational couplet perhaps there around Mounts. And so as we draw from that, going to the east, again at about 30 miles per hour, the forecast speed of the storm, and these are some cities and towns in the spot. Big places like Hobstadt, maybe down to St. James, up to Fort Branch. You know you need to be in shelter right now. If any of these other places look familiar to you or sound familiar, you should be in your safe spot now. This is southern Gibson County. Gibson Southern High School would be in this polygon as well. Warrenton, 719, the log-in out there. And then the St. Lucas Church, 721. And that's just in the northern edge here of Vandenberg is still included. But basically it's from Stacer up. So Stacer would be up even about Baseline Road. So that would be a little north of North High School, but close to it, if that makes sense. Anyhow, if you're in that part of Vandenberg County, or if you can see Interstate 64 from your house in Vandenberg County, you can also see those storms. You should be in shelter right now. And now as this pulls away from the radar, look at that. We have what looks like a much bigger storm than when it came in. And the area that's of greatest concern would likely be right back over the radar now. As it pulls away, we'll likely see that hook shape to the storm that could produce the tornado. So again, if you're in Fort Branch, up at the Toyota plant, up and down Highway 41 there between Hobstadt, now going all the way up, and then over to into the eastern part of the county. Now we're not quite up here to Princeton. In fact, Princeton is not in this warning, nor is Francisco. Anything along or north of State Road 64, not in the warning. So we're more southern Gibson County right now. Mackay, Buckskin, maybe Oakland City, that'll be a close call. Those would be places in that warning right now. Back to northern Wayne County, and we still have a whole slew of areas there that look suspicious. The strongest rotation now is crossing US 45 here between Sisney and Fairfield. So I'm going to zoom in very tight first, and then we'll do a track from that. This storm moving east at 30, as all of them are. And this is also an area that had a confirmed tornado earlier, at least one that was observed. And as we put the track on there, again from that strong rotation, going east at about 30, this is what we're expecting. And actually, I think this tornado warning was actually it was a little faster. Maybe I'm going to put it at 40. This will make the towns come up quicker, but also it should give you an idea. We're seeing the very same spots come up here again, that same area getting hit again. And that's kind of reminiscent of what's happening to our north there, just out of the viewing area along and north of US 50, where we just have sequential or repeated severe weather up there. But right now, this tornado warning is for northern Wayne County. So if you're in Elm River, Mount Erie, Massillon, Mount Erie Elementary School, all the landmarks there between now and about 7:30, you need to be in shelter there. Shelter, basement, windowless interior room, closet. If you're in a mobile home and you don't have a warning over you right now, you might want to consider getting to a place that is a little more secure, whether it's a neighbor's house, a public shelter, or have a plan at least to do that if you need to. Right now, another confirmed tornado, or observed tornado, I should say. I guess it's the same thing. This is in Franklin County. So we're looking out here to the south of Mount Vernon, out by Wren Lake, or in that general area. And so again, this just points to the fact that any of these storm cells, okay, we do have one. Go ahead and put it up there if you got a picture. You have a picture? Yeah, video. They're talking to me in my ear. Okay, if you do, then just tell me or go to it. We also are seeing out here, again, this is out of the area, but I wanted to illustrate when we get that confirmed tornado or spotter is seeing one, then the warning will turn purple on there. We have spotters out. Believe me, there are many spotters now working across the tri-state for a variety of reasons, mainly the severe weather threat, but for different interests out there. So we can't always use the feeds that we can look at here in the station. As we look now back at our storm in Gibson County, it has nearly completely emerged from the radar shadow, and notice we've got a hook here on the back, and that is headed toward Fort Branch. So it looks like the area at most risk right now will be north of Hobstadt up to the Toyota plant there in the north. And as we look at the velocity, we can see that tight couplet. Now again, that's has emerged from the radar site, and it is a very tight rotation in there. So that's concerning now that we're away from the radar, and we need to track from that. And then we're going to get in really tight on some of these streets, roads and landmarks up there. But this gives us an arrival time in Fort Branch here in about 6 minutes based on the current motion. Hobstadt, the public school there at 7:16. And then Nobles Chapel, 7:27, Wheatonville at 7:27. I'm really concerned right now about Hobstadt, Fort Branch, that general area there, right along the railroad, right along the road there between the two, and then going up out of town. Hopefully everybody is getting the warning and getting into shelter. We'll see if we have any debris showing, and that's going to be too close to see that. So we'll go back here. And yeah, we can't quite see a trend there yet because we won't have frames that were behind the radar. They won't. It'll just sort of appear, and there it is. So definitely the strongest rotation. And then of course down here you've got some rotation showing up between St. James, Hobstadt, and moving across. And I think this area was hit by a tornado. It was in December, I think. It was not too long ago. So please, if you're in any of those locations, get into shelter immediately and remain there till we give you the all clear. We still have about 5 more minutes on this tornado warning for northern Vanderburgh and now Gibson counties as well. And it just barely scrapes into Vanderburgh. This would be way up at the very top of St. Joe Avenue. The frontage road goes along here, and then you would cross over 64 there at St. James. Stacer would be just to the south, but we kind of box it in there, and then we have another possible rotation showing. Again, hard to tell because of the proximity to the radar on that one, but either way, our warning will stand there for another 4 minutes. And then the big question mark is, will we see an extension of the warning downstream, which would be over to the east? And if we do, then we know, and just looking at it, I can tell you we're going to have an extension to the east based on everything that's happened up to this point. And you know, if you're just looking at straight radar data, and there we go, now we have a confirmed tornado or an observed tornado there over Gibson County. And that is including now the Toyota plant to the west, all the way up to Francisco, Oakland City, Dongola, down to Gudgel, Mackey, there along State Road 57, Interstate 69. Again, the purple with the stripes moving on there, that tells you that we have an observed tornado. Let me see if I can get the information for you here. And let's see. And Cliff Weaver just posted a picture. You can see it to the north. Tornado touchdown 41 and Old Owensville and Fort Branch. So these are the areas we're talking about. US 41, we've got a ham operator. This is Walt Engenmeyer, 1 to 2 miles away. Spotter and car seeing rotating wall cloud and no ground contact. That would be at 12 after the hour. Yeah, and it's 57 at baseline. Okay, so everybody, we got spotters out there. We will continue to go back and forth to that and give you the best information that we have. So, but please, if you're in Gibson County right now, Fort Branch, all the way up here to Princeton now, over to Francisco. This is for a supercell emerging from the shadow of the radar, a hook on it, and we have rotation confirmed by spotters, possible tornado touchdown or tornado bare minimum up there. As we look at the velocity data now, that's really a hot one too. Again, out to the west of Fort Branch here, coming right into the city of Fort Branch. Please, Fort Branch, this is real. This isn't just radar indicated. I just looked at a picture. So get into shelter now. There could be some very large hail with this as well, which could be driven by the wind and also cause damage out there too. But the tornado is the thing I'm most concerned with right now. And if we zoom in here, this is going to be really hard to see. But there are possibly some, a little bit of debris being kicked up. Now it could be anything from, just corn and leaves and stuff to a bigger or stronger signature would be showing much more prominently on there. But that is probably the strongest signature of the night that I have seen moving across. That is scary. So if you're in Fort Branch, and actually this is probably in Fort Branch right now, Toyota plant, Fort Branch, Hobstadt to the south, if you're in any of those areas, you need to be in shelter now. I'll ask our control room here if you can turn the weather cameras, the best one, I'm not sure which one we have, but if you get a usable picture there, just put it up for me and we can talk over that or take it. Okay, so they're working it right now. Wow, that is something there to the west of Fort Branch. Very, very tight confirmed tornado couplet now. This will be moving east into Fort Branch very soon. And I'm hearing thunder now too. Of course, we had thunderstorms in the area, as you would expect, but that is a strong tornado signature showing up right now out to the west of Fort Branch. I'm going to go back over here to our data feed, and yeah, we're still seeing that. Actually, I think put the gateway camera up and point it back to the northwest. We may be able to see that. I think I can get to it from here, but I don't know if it's routed. Talking to the control room here. Okay, we're going to try to look at a picture here. Maybe we'll be able to see it. No, we're too far away, I'm afraid. Let's try. I'm sure we can't see it on the other one either. Nope. Okay. Well, hopefully we will get some pictures in here soon. In the meantime, let's get right back on the radar where we have that tornado. Sometimes seeing the picture will cause you to take action, rather than wait until you're seeing the thing in real life. But believe me, the pictures I'm looking at right now, you need to be in shelter in Gibson County, southeast Gibson County. This includes the city of Princeton, all the way over to Oakland City, Mackey, the area there. And I'm going to go ahead and we'll get it back to our velocity information, and then and I'm going to just loop that. So right now, and again, this scan might be a minute or two old, it has already probably passed over Fort Branch if it's not doing so right now. This is the tornado signature on the radar. That's why you got the purple. We've had spotters that saw the rotating wall cloud, possibly a funnel down to the ground. That will then move here to the south of the Toyota plant, north of Fort Branch, and then out into the open area here, heading toward Francisco, Somerville, Mackay, maybe Buckskin. So any of those areas, you need to be sheltered right now. Some of the roads here that are along that path, it would be north of basically 700, I think that's 700 east, and then south of 300 south up there. But that is a strong, strong couplet, strongest I've seen here in quite some time. I know I said that a while ago for the Wayne County one, but this one is very concerning as well. So don't mess around. Get into shelter now along U.S. Highway 41. If you're listening to us on 104 FM WIKY, you're driving into the Princeton area on 41. If you're heading south, stop. If you're going north, stop there at about the Hopstop lights. Tri-State Speedway would be where you would stop. It's passing just to the north of that right now. And moving along there, again, east at about 40 miles an hour, 35 to 40 miles per hour. We're going to just kind of toggle back and forth here with the data that we have. And still, sometimes if we see the debris signature on here, that can also give us a better fix on where the tornado is. Yeah, I mean, obviously we're seeing these blues here around Fort Branch, possibly debris in the air, but again, not like a debris ball like you would expect to see. Doesn't mean it's not happening, by the way, but there is definitely a high probability we would have some debris with this, especially if it hits anything along its way there. And it looks now like that couplet is turning a little more to the north, closer to the northern edge of town. This would be out closer to the Toyota plant, which is right here. We have it marked on there, and it is passing roughly between Fort Branch and the Toyota plant there. So 168, State Road 168 up to the plant, then you would have Old 41 going into Princeton. But anybody in that area needs to be buttoned down in shelter now. If you're in a mobile home and you're east, like over toward Oakland City, Francisco, you do have some time, not much, to get into a safe place, whether it's a reinforced public shelter, a neighbor's house, whatever it is. This is a dangerous, dangerous storm that's coming down the pike right now. Let me get some information on this now. It looks like we just got an update. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over, okay, that was at 7:13, so obviously that was when the warning was updated. The EMA has confirmed tornado here, so it's the real deal. I mean, we've got EMA confirmation. I was looking at pictures posted or reposted by Cliff Weaver, the Evansville EMA, and very concerning here as that moves across. Law enforcement now reporting 41 and 168 tornado on the ground. Okay, the same area that we're looking at right here. So that, again, just south of the Toyota plant there in Gibson County, 168, there's a Hux and a Hux or something right there at that stop. The Wilbert Vault Company is on the southwest corner. You know where I'm talking about there. And then you kind of go up. You need to be, if you're listening on the radio in your car, stop before you get into that area. So that would be south of Princeton and north of Fort Branch. And I'm going to go ahead and put this into motion again. And as soon as we have any pictures, just get in my ear and tell me, or put them up there and we'll react to them accordingly. Okay, we got it? Go ahead with it. Take it full. Oh, okay. I don't have a way to look at it out here. You put it on the small weather monitor if you can, and I'll take a look. Okay, okay. So as we get these pictures efforted here, again, we're putting all the focus right now on Gibson County because that's where we have a confirmed tornado. Notice that the warning has now started to blink again. It's been redefined just a little bit. And as that comes across, it will likely It's hard to say right now if it is strengthening or weakening. This is where our spotters will give us information. It looks like it might be weakening a bit. I'm not going to make that call, but very close call here to the Toyota plant based on the radar data that I'm looking at. A bare minimum there between 168 and the Toyota plant in the north. I know that at Toyota they have a whole security protocol or weather safety protocol. I've been part of presentations up there before, and I'm looking at pictures posted by Cliff Weaver here just for my own edification here to tell you what's happening. But yes, I can see why he would confirm that as a tornado. So we will continue along here and see if we have any other information coming in. Intense rotation, being lofted moments away. Okay, this is, people are retweeting what I'm saying or reposting what I'm saying. Okay, and it looks like the Gibson County Sheriff's Office is shutting down 41 as the rotation is crossing the road, so that's good to know. And again, I'm just reading raw comments here on the streaming coverage, so I don't have time to vet this, but I trust you as you trust me. And this all lines up with what we're seeing right now. And yeah, go ahead. So if we have that video or picture, go ahead and take it full here for just a minute, and I can tell you what we're looking at. This is from Lindsay Nix on Showers Road, and I'm assuming this is the rotation in Cynthiana, so that would be northern Vandenberg County up by Posey. You can see that is a wall cloud potentially with a tornado underneath it. That's usually where the tornado would be located. One of the difficulties of spotting or chasing storms in our part of the world is trees and hills. It's very hard to tell, but obviously we've got a tornado warning on that. Thank you for that. Okay, Emily, I think that's who I'm talking to back there, and Xander. As you get more, you can put them up there, and we will certainly show those to you. But right now, we need to get back to what's actually happening, at least on the radar. And you see, again, a strong tornado signature here coming across Highway 41 toward the Toyota plant. And I know this is a concern. Many of you have family that work there. They do have safety protocols in place. And I'm almost certain that they are putting that into action or have already put it into action there at the Toyota plant, where we have that very strong rotational couplet coming across Highway 41. As a poster said on the Facebook feed, the state police had shut down traffic there to keep people from driving into that just yet. And then back here to the east, we have strong winds now moving down more toward Elberfeld, Wheatonville, and then up toward Buckskin and Mackey. And those are places that are going to be, in the path of the storm once it crosses over. Let's see here. Now, of course, I've lost the couplet here. Okay, and I think we have another video from Cynthiana. Go ahead and put it up there, and we'll let you see what's going on. And while go ahead and put it up. Take it full. These are pictures from Kayla Genko of Cynthiana. And again, you're looking at that rotation, very strong rotation showing up over Cynthiana. And if you look carefully at the bottom of that, you can actually see possibly some funnels down there. But yeah, you see a sky like this, you don't mess around. You get to shelter and you stay there until the thing passes. And if it's safe, of course, to get video or share it with us, you can do that. Emily, is this Emily in my ear? How are you getting these pictures? How should we have people send it? Okay. Okay, yeah, you can either email it or Facebook Messenger. Emily is looking at our feed right now and vetting this stuff, and then we will, of course, put it on the air. Thank you for that. So we'll have some more video for you here, hopefully in a minute, and great job back there finding the stuff. So we go down now. into Gibson County, where we still have this tornado warning, confirmed tornado warning, until 7:30. And then a little bit farther south, we have what looks like some very strong winds, obviously pushing out there into the northwestern corner of Warwick County. That would be out around, what would that be, Elberfeld. But no precip showing up there right now. So you're probably wondering, well, why is that the case? Well, the way that radar data works, especially with the velocity stuff in there, there can be things in the air blowing around, but no rain at the surface. So let's get back here. Sometimes when we're really honed in like that. Okay, so now we're getting our turn at the string of tornado warnings. So you see 1, 2, and then of course our third one here that we've spent all of this time on. Hopefully not at the expense of southern Illinois here, but we also have radar indicated tornado warning there for northern Wabash County. So I want to kind of work backwards on the line here, and as we drop down or as you get stuff, just get my ear and tell me, and we'll pass that along. Okay, so let's look first of all at the velocity information. And as we do that, it's not quite as apparent across northern Wabash County at this time. But nonetheless, let's get some information on this radar indicated tornado warning for northern Wabash County. And as we do that, that storm is moving to the east at 30 miles an hour. So this warning is in effect until 8 o'clock. So as we just do a track basically from where I'm seeing the rotation showing up right now, that gets us to Friendsville, 734, and then up to Adams Corner, 741, Allendale, 744, Little Rock at 846. I think we got some new information coming in right now. Go ahead. Okay, let's go ahead and take that video if you would first. And this is Poseyville looking toward Hobstadt. This is from Benjamin Breedemeyer. And again, you're looking, notice how the corn is blowing toward that structure there. The wind is being sucked into it. And then there's an even more impressive picture of it where you have the shelf cloud above, the wall cloud below, and then the tornado or funnel trying to make its way down to the ground. So good stuff, good video there. Please be safe if you're out shooting video for us, and you're not, you know, just don't do anything crazy if you're going to do that. Thank you for that, and Xander for getting that on for us. All right, as we look here, we got a new tornado warning for that area up there around Elberfeld. So let's get back on that, and we'll start it out here. The tornado warning basically kind of extends our confirmed tornado warning there in the north. This will include Mackay, Linville, Spurgeon, Lane Township, and then we go all the way up here toward Arthur. That's in central Pike County, but Spurgeon would be the closer landmark. Let's do a track. Okay, go ahead and throw it up there. And okay, this is another some video that just came in from Jennifer Riddens, and this is out by Gibson Southern High School. That would be along 168 there. And again, you can see the rotation. These are not sped up or manipulated videos. That's actually what's happening out there, and not surprising, given the environment and what we were expecting today. So thanks for that. I don't know if we have another video after that one or not. If we do, you can throw it up there. If not, just tell me when. But lots of, okay, all right, thank you. So we got our weekend crew working in the background there. We got Emily Jones and Alexander Scott pulling the stuff together for us. And I think Greg Catheri is back there too. And of course, Barbara Bellinger. If we start getting power outages and things like that, Barbara will be along here with updates on that. But right now we've got actual weather here on the radar that we need to keep a very close eye on. And that tornado warning is currently covering the southeastern corner of Gibson County, and then it comes all the way over. This is Pike, so you've got some landmarks that I'll put on here in a minute, and then on the southern edge, Linville. So basically it's contained by Interstate 64 in the south. Now if you're listening on the radio, on our radio partner, 104 FM WIKY, I'll try to be a little more explicit here about where things are. So right now, that velocity couplet, rotation, is showing up out to the south of Mackay, and based on the motion here of the storm, which is to the east at about 30 miles per hour, a little more, these are some cities and towns and landmarks that are going to be in the path. And we've been showing you video here of these circulations and tornadoes and the like, wall clouds, funnel clouds. So please, this is the real thing tonight. Do take it seriously. This cell will reach Linville at 7:38, Spurgeon at 8:43, Scalesville 7:47, and Ebenezer Church at 7:50. And it will be moving to the east. Anyway, you should treat that as a tornado warning. It is radar indicated right now, but as we've seen, we had a pretty strong radar indicated and then observed a tornado there out by the Toyota plant that was crossing through Fort Branch and then basically north of 168 and south of the Toyota plant. So lots and lots going on out there this evening. Notice too how quickly it just kind of dissipated, where you had this thing cycle up and then pretty much poof, it went away. And that sometimes happens when the atmosphere just isn't favorable. It will be the first to know or first to tell you then that the tornado is no longer possible. Still across our northwestern counties, and Wayne County has had a couple, maybe 3 tornado warnings now just today alone. And then to the east we have northern Wabash County under a tornado warning, including the city of Allendale. I'm going to give you the expiration time on these. Most of them, I believe, now we've got it confirmed, that's back into Wayne County. So we're going to have to pay attention to that one again with a little more detail. And this is still kind of like they're following the playbook from the stuff that happened to our north, where you have one after the other over the same area. Now this is going to create a flooding risk as well. But right now, it looks to me like the strongest rotation here, again near Massillon, and possibly back toward Jasper. And this is, again, the purple indicates that it is observed. So you need to, if you weren't taking the red ones seriously, these are ones you do need to get to the basement or and to your safe spot. All right, let's do a track. And we're going to track 2 spots here. First from that stronger rotation showing up near Massillon, and that gets that part of the storm, which could produce a tornado toward West Village Christian Church, Samsville, Bone Gap, and the Bone Gap Christian Church there by 7:51. Let me see if I have any other confirmations or information on that one in Wayne County. Okay, and then we're looking at several pictures here. There's, okay. I haven't forgotten about you here. I'm just trying to read here. I can't talk and read at the same time. Kind of have to digest it all, and then we'll put it out here and hopefully an easy to understand format. All right, so let's try first of all to get all the warnings identified here. So we have that tornado warning for Wayne County, which was for an observed tornado. That will go until 7:45, so we have 10 more minutes on that. Secondly, in line, we have a tornado warning for northern Wabash County until 8 o'clock, and that is for radar indicated. Again, cities like Allendale, over to Lancaster, down maybe to Patton, not quite to Mount Carmel, but in that area. You need Illinois Route 1, you need to be in shelter there. Then we have the warnings that we've been tracking here for quite some time in Gibson County. This has kind of evolved into 2 separate warnings for 2 separate parts of the storm. The northern part there, which would concern mainly areas along Interstate 69. So you're out now toward Oakland City, Francisco, basically 69 passes between those two landmarks, and you would have the threat for a tornado there near Oakland City, and then to the south, the other warning goes until 8:15. So we're going to take those warnings off. We'll go back to velocity and see if we have anything showing within the in the box right there. And all right. Now as we go across, yeah, so we don't really actually, it's interesting. So we see a couple of couplets here. One along, this would be Mackey Spurgeon Road, is showing up there, and then another one, maybe some loose rotation there in Francisco out to the west of, and now we got a new tornado. I think that's for the one I just showed you. You see it flashing there. The new tornado warning now covers Mackey, Buckskin, and then probably for the circulation there on near East 700 or Mackey Spurgeon Road. And as we move that through, I'm going to show you kind of a time lapse so you can see. And remember, you're looking for that green and red together. Green and red together. And there you go. So if you're in, along, and if you're listening somehow on Interstate 64, basically anything from the Elberfeld exit there, which is basically where 69 comes across, all the way over to about the Linville exit, you'd probably be pulling off the road if the rain's coming down. It's going to be very difficult to detect or see a tornado if there is one. And then to the north, we also have another couplet showing up, or it was showing up, kind of outrunning that first tornado warning box, and as it comes into Pike County, we will probably see an extension or replacement there to the east. Strongest winds were near Oakland City a minute ago, and we kind of have to toggle back here and look at our reflectivity to really be able to tell what the storm structure is at this point. But it's definitely moving along there, and will continue to produce severe weather from Oakland City down to Spurgeon, maybe up to Winslow, Arthur, and there you saw the back edge of that tornado warning was chopped off. So we are back now to a little more, a smaller warning in there, but still concerning. And if you're in those counties, if you're in southern Pike right now, or anything north of I-64 in Warwick County, then you need to be in shelter now. Spurgeon in particular is right at ground zero there, right where it's coming across at this time. Let's get a broad picture here, just the whole thing, and try to get a better sense for how things are coming together. And basically, it is kind of what the models were showing this afternoon, where we had several individual cells hopefully merging soon, because once they merge and kind of close off these gaps between them, the tornado threat theoretically should diminish. Of course, it would then evolve into a damaging wind threat. And I wanted to actually look a little broader still at, let's see here, we'll do a composite pick. And if we do a loop and get farther out, what we're seeing now, this is wave number 2. Remember, we talked about 2 waves of severe weather. Wave 1 came through early this afternoon, but mainly turned to the north and is still producing severe weather up along US 50 and north. That part actually way over here now, out of our area, of course. And then the second wave, the one that will likely produce some more damaging winds and very heavy rainfall, is now just starting to come together there. What is it here? I said between 6 and midnight. So we're solidly between 6 and midnight at this point. Okay, and we have another tornado warning. I think we got some video too. Is there video to be had? Okay, go ahead and put that up. And again, this is strong rotation submitted to us by L. Wilkerson. And you can see that, again, what was the location? I heard you say 64. Exit 18. So that would be not quite Poseyville. That would be, or maybe it is Poseyville. It was close to that anyway. so northern Posey County. And of course, that's always concerning anytime we've got tornado warnings, but particularly when you start seeing that, if you're out on the road, there's not much you can do other than stop and hopefully avoid getting into it before you go out. But that is pretty impressive video. All right, let's get back here because we have a new tornado warning. And this one is, again, for Wayne County. It's a little farther down. Let me see here if we get reflectivity up. And we are seeing that now from Fairfield all the way down to Wayne City out here. The new tornado warning kind of butts up against the other one in there. And that tornado warning goes until 8:30 tonight. So if we just kind of do a warning tour here, we have 8:30 for southern, and that again includes the city of Fairfield. And then most of these will drop off the map here around 8 or 8:30 in about the next 45 minutes. That doesn't mean we'll be done with the tornado threat, by the way. It just means that these particular warnings will drop off. We may see many more coming our way here over the course of the evening. Probably our biggest severe weather day that we've had this year, just off the top of my head, at least in terms of actual tornadoes, actual things happening out there across the tri-state. And so we continue to look here to our north, and really from Mount Carmel all the way Allendale here in Wabash County, right along the Wabash River, all the way across, just one after the other. It's all tornado warnings. So I'm just going to say a blanket statement here. If you're in southern Illinois, you need to be in, if you're not in shelter, certainly have a plan and be ready to go there if things start to get threatening, and they likely will with these storms that we're seeing. You saw the video we showed you earlier where we had rotation and damaging winds and so forth moving across southwest Indiana. Now we have an observed tornado again in Edwards County. And so let's go back to velocity, and we'll hopefully get that signature on there. And that's the very same signature that was showing up back over Wayne County. And now as it moves across the county line there, it's going to get into Edwards County. So I will draw a new track on that and give you that information. We're looking at Albion at 7:49, Bone Gap 7:53, Belmont by 8 o'clock, and then the Belmont Elementary School at 8 o'clock. If those landmarks sound familiar, they are. We just issued a warning about an hour ago for that very same area. So just because you got one tornado warning or one severe thunderstorm, or maybe you had some damage or wind at your house, doesn't mean you're immune from getting another one. At least not in the environment tonight. It seems like it will continue to produce these damaging and severe thunderstorms for several more hours here. So you need to be prepared for that, whatever your location. And so far, Western Kentucky and the Evansville metro area have pretty much dodged any severe weather. That's going to change, I'm afraid, here over the next couple of hours or so. Did we have any other video that was coming in? Okay, very good. Thanks. And so I just want to move up and down that line again and show you what we have going on. So first off, our tornado watch still goes until 9 o'clock for southern Illinois. I don't think that we've had any other changes or extensions, although it wouldn't surprise me to see the extension southward on that tornado watch. We have not. Which is surprising, but that's where we are right now. Tornado watch will go until 9 Central Time or 10 Eastern. And Okay, so we've got, is that ready to go now, or you're putting, okay, so we have some new pictures coming in right now. Let's go ahead and take a look. And this was out near Cynthiana, I believe, State Road 57, yeah. 67 and 65. 67 it ends at Vincennes, so it must not be 67, but are you sure it's not 57? Well, anyway, it's northern Vanderburgh County or in that area if it's in central or in Cynthiana. Chris Scheller has that video there of rotation. Very impressive, of course, and that will always trigger or often trigger a warning, you know, for an observed tornado or observed severe thunderstorm. That is right now the newest video that we have from Chris Scheller, and obviously we're looking at our sources here, so if we have information to pass along, we certainly will. And you'll forgive me here, I've got to sit down for just a couple of seconds here, and we will get back here on the radar. Let's see how that looks. That's going to work. So as we zoom in a little tighter here, I just basically want to work across the tornado warnings that we currently have on the board right now and give you the best information that we have on those. So we're going to start with Wayne County, and we have a whole slew of spots here in that tornado warning. Now this is only a radar indicated tornado warning, but we're going to prioritize all these the same way because we have had so many here this evening. It all kind of runs together after a while. And on this first tornado warning in Wayne County, the trend here, at least over the last half hour or so, has been for rotation to show up out here along County Road 900 East, moving east toward Big Mound. Barn Hill would be down there to the south, Fairfield. So you're south of Fairfield between that and Interstate 64. All right, so if we do a track on that, everything's been moving roughly at 40 miles per hour. So we will track from that part of it. And there we are. So we got Richland Church, Barn Hill, 7:58, New Hope Elementary School, 7:58, Mill Shoals at 8, and Burnt Prairie at 8:07. All right, that's severe or tornado warning number 1. So we will clear that off. Then we'll just move right on up here to our next one. This is a confirmed or observed tornado. Remember the purple with the stripes indicating where we have spotters either have their eyes on it, the EMA, law enforcement, what have you. And on this one, you've got a pretty defined bulge right in there. This would be where that circulation is coming around. If we change it over then to velocity mode and go back and forth, what you'll see, and you can see it right there, you see the couplet there between Massillon and Black, and then as it is coming to the east, it comes together a little tighter and then it becomes a little more diffuse. We're going to go ahead and track it though because it could cycle back up again. And that one, also moving to the east at 35 to 40, would affect Bone Gap, Browns, Belmont 801, Keensburg 806, and maybe Schwartz Station at 808 if it continues on its current path too. So that's warning number 2. Warning number 3, and it also covers Wabash County too, so important point there. A lot of these are going to straddle or cover more than one county. Our next warning is for Mount Carmel, all the way up to about Patton, Allendale, basically along Illinois Route 1. This is kind of the remnants of a warning that was issued earlier, and it has been trimmed down now. This one will clear in 10 minutes at 8 o'clock. But you'll notice most of the storm activity is now moving out of it, or appears to be almost out of it at this point. That was very close to Mount Carmel a little while ago. And as we put the debris or the velocity information in there and go back and forth, you can see that it is now, even the rotation has moved out of that tornado warning polygon. So that one just kind of hanging on there. As I mentioned earlier, sometimes when a warning is not canceled soon enough, the computer here will hold it for the entire expiration time. So I think we can at least move away from that one. Then we have pretty hot return showing up right now here at Spurgeon, between Spurgeon and Interstate 64. And as we loop that, you're seeing a tightening, at least right back here. This would be along Illinois State Road 61. And as that comes across there, again, we could see a possible tornado. And let me check our data here coming in from the National Weather Service. And now we're starting to see, or getting some reports of debris and branches and things like that blocking the roads or down on the roads. This would be at Buckskin Road, Highway 68 and Buckskin Road, with several branches in the road. This is being reported by ham operator Walt Ingenmeyer to the National Weather Service chat. And we had that strong rotation showing up near Albion earlier. I think we covered that warning in our warning roundup a couple minutes ago. Let's see if we have any debris showing up on this. And again, this is out to the north of, and actually of all the stuff we've looked at, I've got to get it back out a little bit to see. That could be some lofted debris showing up just to the north of I-64 and continuing over here to the east here toward the, that would be the Linville exit off of Interstate 64. All right, and then we don't want to forget Du Bois County here. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning there just on your northeast corner, and that storm has moved on out. So we're going to go ahead and get our focus back here in Illinois, but I just want to let you know, obviously we're trying to watch everybody here all at once, so we're not seeing any additional severe over the southern half of the tri-state. That's kind of good news. That is good news. But yeah, we had that confirmed rotation there, and our only observed tornado warning right now, or purple polygon, just covers Edwards County right now, and will continue. That storm cell will move right across 130 again, basically following the same path that the previous storm followed when it came through. I guess it's been about, it was at 5:30, so almost 2.5 hours ago. But it's just been one after the other in that location. And I think the one here, our tornado warning for southern Pike, northern Warwick, sort of straddling the interstate there, that is purple too. So confirmed, somebody has eyes on that. Radar confirmed tornado due south of Spurgeon. That's from Derek Snyder, the radar operator there at the National Weather Service. The lead forecaster, but obviously he's on radar. And I think we got some new video coming in. Go ahead. Okay, so go ahead and take it there, Xander. So this is near Gibson Southern High School at 7:03. Again, Danielle Whitfield taking this, and that looks like it is on the ground. If you look carefully there, you can see that strong rotation coming around, and then you also see the corn in the foreground being drawn toward it, and that often shows how the air is being sucked into the circulation. So very convincing picture there. Notice too, though, that it kind of cycled, right, where it was a little stronger at first and then kind of went back, and these things are somewhat fickle. But yeah, that is definitely on the ground and lofting dirt and maybe some debris up and trying to get going there. That is really impressive. Thanks to Danielle Whitfield for that video on there. All right, as we come back, this is actually the same cell that would have produced that. It is now over northern Warwick County, southern Pike County, and you see that notch in there. That's where we would have wind coming in, cycling around, and then pushing to the east. And so when that happens, you get that rotation, the very thing that we just looked at a moment ago. If we look at the velocity, it's much more convincing there because we are seeing the strong couplet, right? The red and the blue or green, the very strong winds, very close together. So that's where you would have the rotation showing up. And if we take it a step further and look for debris in that same area, it's about where you would expect to see those lower values on correlated coefficient, or CC, which means there's stuff in the air that shouldn't be up there. Now, it could be anything from corn stalks to leaves to, larger objects, and those tend to show up with the darker blues. So we're not seeing that right now, and, if a tornado is out over a field like that, there's not a lot for it to lift up that will be, showing when we look at that debris tracker. In other words, if you had bigger objects, tree limbs, house roofing material and that's being swept up, then that gives us a much more significant debris signature on the screen. This is that couplet, though, as it's moving along Interstate 64, and of course now we have a new warning there to the east of the original. So they're basically, what's happening, and that's hard to see. Let me change this over to reflectivity. I'll put my chair away here for a little bit. And so you've got basically an additional warning downstream that includes Stendal, Selvin, and comes right up here to the Du Bois County line, out to the west of Holland. And as we've shown you here several times, actually that won't work that way. We'll have to do it this way. That is a mean-looking couplet. I mean, very, very intense that's coming across here. Very strong reflectivity or velocity returns coming back to the radar. I would say if you're between Linville and Selvin, you need to be in shelter, not out getting pictures of the tornado, if it in fact is in contact with the ground. And even when we see a tight signature like this, it doesn't always mean it's on the ground. Oftentimes it is, and tonight, given the pictures that we've seen, it wouldn't surprise me if it is. So anybody there along southern Pike County, northern Warwick there, basically north of State Road 68, Interstate 64, you need to be sheltered and in a safe place. I wanted to get the information there on that newest warning, and that's the one there just to the east. That will take us up to 8:45. Actually, that's going to say 9:45. Yeah, so 8:45 Central Time. It's getting into the Eastern Time Zone there, so we'll have some funky times there on the screen. This thing is showing no signs of weakening, though. I mean, it has held together and will continue to pound out the storms. Let's see if we have any flood reports up that way. We do have a flash flood warning now in northern Edwards County, Wabash County, or Wayne, Wabash County up here until 2 a.m. And remember, all that water has to go somewhere. So the runoff will come down the Little Wabash. We will likely see other flooding as it comes through, and as case in point, you can look where those storms were earlier today, several hours ago. We still have flash flood warnings in effect. And remember, we've been tracking storms only moving at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. They're not moving quickly, so these are efficient rain producers in addition to severe weather, and that's going to then lead to that flooding risk, which was one of the other things we talked about quite a bit today in the lead up to what's happening out there tonight. But today, by far, one of our most active severe weather days I think that we've had so far this year in terms of actual tornado touchdowns, severe weather, and the like across the tri-state. Our best hope here is we won't have any injuries and we won't have significant property damage, but we probably will have both. And that's a good reminder too. Once we get a tornado or wind damage out there, don't go rushing out, certainly in the dark, before you really look around for down power lines, nails, stuff like that. You don't want to create a problem after you survive a wind event or a tornado event by getting injured there after the fact. New tornado warning on Du Bois County now. So that basically just extends the other ones there issued by Paducah. That will include the city of Huntingburg, Ferdinand, Holland, It does not include Jasper. Jasper's a little farther north there, but it does get up to St. Anthony, Celestine. Here's Jasper, but you know, if you're in Jasper, Ireland, or south of that, that's where the tornado warning is in effect. And this cell too has a hook on it at the back edge. So we're expecting things to, you know, ramp up again, severe weather-wise. And as we look at the velocity information, that one has a pretty impressive couplet with it too, right down to the nub there, and you see it coming across between Stendal and Selvin. So that would be kind of astride the Pike and Warwick County lines, and then moving east at about 30. Let's get some information on that for you. Yeah, and these are all estimated at an eastward speed of about 30 miles an hour. So we're going to track from the rotation to the east at 30. And that gets an arrival time there at Selvin at 8:03, Holland at 9:09. Again, that's going to be in the eastern time zone once we get over into Du Bois County. Dale at 8:14, Huntingburg 9:18, and Mariah Hill at 8:19. So right there in the northern part of Spencer County and southern Du Bois is where we have that tornado warning, observed tornado warning. And I will go back here to see if we have any other reports coming in from the National Weather Service. And all right, so we have that. Okay, I passed along everything that we have here. Let me check our feed here real quick. Some of you asking about sirens in Chandler. Right now, I mean, obviously we have portions of Warwick County in a tornado warning. I don't know what the rule is in Warwick County, but in Vanderburgh they sound all over the county if any part of the county is in in the warning. Okay, what do we have? Okay, if you just want to put it behind me, you can do it that way too. It's up to you, or whatever's easier. Just go full with it. This is near Elberfeld. Now and again, some new video here from Kyle Montgomery. And it looks like he is looking to the north. And again, this is the problem, you know, around here. See the tree line at the bottom, you can't really tell whether it's on the ground or not. Certainly looks like it. It was an observed tornado warning at the time that this picture was taken. Again, he was near Elberfeld, and I'm assuming looking north based on the orientation there where the storm would have been. And if you look at the trees there in the foreground, you can tell that they're blowing toward the storm, which is what you would expect as that inflow wind goes around. So thanks Kyle Montgomery for those pictures coming in. You can keep them coming. We've got our staff here, Emily Jones and Alexander Scott, working to get those on. So thank you guys for that. And if we get any reports of power outages, road closures and that, we'll have an update from Barbara Bellinger here in a little while if she has any of that information, or if not, we won't. But it wouldn't surprise me if we have some road closures or disruptions out there as a result of what we're having here this evening. All right, and we have another tornado warning. This is kind of flanking the observed tornado warning. So this goes across the southern edge now of the first tornado warning. So it covers northern Spencer County and extreme northeastern Warwick County here. So Selvin, Heilman, Dale would be in here. Gentryville is a little far south on that, over toward Mariah Hill, actually out just to the north of Holiday World, Santa Claus. Is where we have the warning drawn, or the Weather Service has the warning drawn, but the storm itself still north. I think that's in anticipation of this feature here, that little hook that's trying to come down that could cause some problems there, given the way these storms have behaved this evening. All right, we will take it out here to the bigger picture again. Well, that's a good sign. We're down to just 2 tornado warnings over southern Illinois. I think this one expires at 8:15. The other one was at either 8:15 or 8:30. With any luck, those storms will then just kind of go along their way. But, you know, we're moving into fresh air down here, or fresher air that hasn't been worked over by storms in the Evansville area. So we may see a repeat performance here. Although, interestingly, the tornado watch does not include western Kentucky and southwest Indiana. So the dynamics or the ingredients in the atmosphere may not be there for severe weather as they were to the northwest. But we certainly have gotten our money's worth out of the dynamics to the north with many, many tornado warnings. Hopefully no injuries out there or significant property damage. A lot of these have happened kind of out over open land. Now we've got a lot of farms out there too, so, and I would consider, you know, grain bins and pole barn, that's significant damage. But okay, so we're down to just 1 tornado warning in southern Illinois. You saw that one drop off, and we still have our warning there out to the south of Fairfield. I believe that's going to continue here until 8:15. Let's just check it. And I'll go over that way. Oh, 8:30. Okay, so but that might be cleared early because the storm appears to be kind of pushing out of the box. But you'll notice here there's a little bit of a notch behind that storm. This is pushing down toward Mill Shoals. And so, you know, it can still produce wind damage, bare minimum, in addition to possible tornado. The shape of the storm is a little different. This could be one supercell kind of being joined up by another back there, or actually inflow from one kind of coming around. Either way you look at it, the potential is obviously there for a tornado. And there is the couplet. So we will get to that here in a second. And I will zoom that in so you can get a better view of it. And we will go back to the other velocity. So where I'm seeing the rotation now is out here to the north of Barnhill. So, you know, you're in Fairfield, then you come down US 45 there, Barnhill right before you get on the interstate. County Road of 1940 East is also kind of close to that area. That's where we're seeing the strongest rotation right now. And based on the radar trend here, it is still moving more to the east than to the south. So from that first thing, we'll track it east at about 35. And that still gives us arrival time there at Union Church, 8:16, Leach at 8:21, Ellery, 8:26, Ellery Christian Church by 8:28. I think we have some new video coming in right now. Okay, Cynthiana and Owensville, some rotation that we're going to look at here. And again, great big wall cloud there coming down from Molly Schmidt. And it looks like it's not even raining. Of course, in looking at it, that is a counterclockwise circulation, so she is to the south looking up. But that is some intense rotation in there with that storm. And these are the formations in the clouds, the wall cloud in particular, that's underneath these supercells that can then spin up a tornado. And sometimes they kind of cycle where you'll get a tornado for a little bit, then it'll go up, or it'll be very fleeting. And so that's why these warnings go for a long period of time, usually 30 to 40 minutes. And, you know, I was looking at some of the pictures of the tornado warned storm up in Gibson County. There was kind of a rope type tornado with it, which is usually toward the end of the life cycle of a tornado. They usually start out that way and then grow and then will rope out again at the other end. So, yeah, and thanks again, Molly, for that video up there by Cynthiana. And let's go back here to the reflectivity. And we're going to get a little broader view here now. And we still have to get the eastern storms here through Du Bois County. That's where everything is concentrated right now. Northern Spencer, and then Du Bois County, and then southern Pike. The storm that is triggering all of those warnings right now is right along Interstate 64, and it too has that hook formation on it. If you look carefully there, you can see it. This would be out south of Holland, and it comes around there by Selvin. And this back edge right here where it kind of comes around, that's typically where, if you're going to have the tornado or the wall cloud, that's going to show up. You know, if we have spotters driving along Interstate 64, it would be really a bad idea to drive into that, or anybody to drive into that, you know, just to try to get a picture. You're better off being south of the storms, looking up in there. And most of the video that I've seen have been stationary. I'm assuming people at home or out, but if you're actually out there driving on the roadway, we really don't encourage that at all. In fact, it's best to stay off the roads tonight until these storms move through. Okay, in the bigger picture right now, we're, you know, just kind of waiting these warnings out until 8:45 is the latest warning there, northern Spencer, northern Warwick County. And then we also have a warning in Du Bois, I'm sorry, not Du Bois County. Well, we do, it just won't show it there. The string of warnings here until 8:15 will also clear off here in a bit, basically the back edge. And then as we get in closer now to Du Bois County, that one will come up, and that goes until 8:45. So about 30 minutes. All of that stuff should be out of here because it's moving to the east at about 30. And still things are moving generally to the east. We haven't really seen that entire line sag down, and that's a little concerning because it means this could go on for quite some time if, you know, these storms kind of dither up there and don't get their act together and push through. On the flip side of that, if we burn up all the energy now, you know, then it would just be rain. But we have a new tornado warning just right now, see, for northwestern White County. It's primarily for this cell in Hamilton County out to the north of McLeansboro. But the warning is drawn such that it covers just that portion of White County there along US 45. So that warning, I'm sure, probably goes until 9 o'clock. Let's see if we have that information for you. That one goes until 8:30, and that one goes until 9. So, yeah, but it's not into our county yet. So we're going to continue to follow into White County yet. So we're going to continue to follow this cluster of tornado warnings over Du Bois County and across Pike County. And the good news here is that, you know, for the Pike County portion of it, we should be in the clear. The bad news is we do have a well-defined hook to the south of Holland. That's where we would see a likely tornado, or in the general area of that. And as we look at, hang on here, I'll get velocity back up. Yeah. And so that is still a pretty tight and impressive couplet there right along the interstate near Dale. So anybody listening to my voice in Dale, up here toward Johnsburg Road, Mariah Hill, this general area, that is all at risk right now for tornado. As we've shown you, we've had touchdowns, rotation, wall clouds, you know, debris lifted. All those things have happened this evening at some place or another in the tri-state. No reason that it can't happen here. So if you're in Dale right now or near Dale along 231, maybe you're down in you know, Buffaloville or out here toward Holiday World, Santa Claus will be down here, you still need to be in a safe place. Now Holiday World proper is not in the warning right now. But I do know that up there they have, again, a safety protocol if you've ever been in the park when severe weather strikes. So if you have family up there, kids up there, they will be fine if they follow the safety protocol. But this is not actually moving toward Holiday World, it's moving just to the north, but still pretty scary. And along State Road 62 there is where the bulk of this rotation is showing up right now. Wouldn't surprise me to see some pictures out of there again with a wall cloud or similar scary storm structures. So we're going to go back here. We're going to have to kind of ping pong back and forth from east to west. And our tornado warning here has gone observed again. This is the one near Barnhill. And so we will check the velocity on that one again. And we are seeing, let's try the other velocity. So here's Barnhill, and then you see probably the rotation is out in here, moving down to the south, or I'm sorry, it's probably, well, there might be two areas. One would be this, and the other one, I'm always looking at the back edge where that polygon was drawn. Let's see if we got some information on that one. New information, I should say. And okay, tornado warning in effect. A confirmed tornado was located 8 miles southeast of Wayne City, 8 miles southwest of Fairfield. Source was weather spotters, confirmed tornado. Okay, so that is new. That's why that was upgraded there. Same thing applies, so it will go until 8:30. Okay. For that one, I'm pretty sure I want to make sure I'm on the correct one. We are. All right, so we move ahead here. We'll get back to the Weather Service, see if there's any additional data on their chat to pass along here. We are getting reports now, property damage east of I-69 in Elberfeld. Tree fell on a garage, crushing a car in the driveway, and it trapped another car in the garage. No injuries, and the power is still on. This is on Lily Pad Road, if that is familiar. And that came from National Weather Service chat. Walt Engemeyer reporting that. Multiple trees and power lines are down in Linville, according to the Warwick County EMA. And we have a public report and chaser report, tornado on the ground near Dale, Indiana. Okay, that's what we were looking at a moment ago, so we will go back. Remember, we've been kind of going back and forth between the two storms. And the one in Dale has gone purple, as you would expect, and that couplet that was showing up earlier, still there, also as you would expect. And as we loop everything together, what you're seeing here then is where those the couplet would be here near 231, or crossing 231 and heading to the east, basically out here to the north of Mariah Hill, to the south of Ferdinand. It'll eventually work out here toward St. Meinrad and Birdseye and then on out, but it has to get there first, and depends on which radar we use. We're actually looking at data from the Evansville radar, but if we force it here to take the Louisville radar, maybe a little, let's see, looks a little bit easier to spot here where we have that rotation right now. Again, that's out to the north of Dale, and that is confirmed by spotters and by people in town that reported a tornado on the ground in Dale. So Spencer County Sheriff's Office, EMA, hopefully would have some information on that. I know our news department is scrambling to get all of this kind of stuff together for you and have it in a digestible form, hopefully soon. We'll go back out here again just to the overall picture of what's happening. And the warnings, at least, I'm going to probably jinx this whole thing, but I'm going to say at least they're kind of, the frequency of them has lessened a little bit. I mean, just an hour ago, we had them almost solidly across the northern part of the tri-state there, basically areas north of I-64. Now, we still have some time to go here, at least till 9 o'clock before we're out of that first wave. And then the big question mark will be, well, what happens overnight? Do we continue with a heavy rain threat as we're expecting, or do we have more severe weather? And the short answer is I would not be surprised to have some more wind gusts, damaging wind gusts perhaps, maybe a tornado or two, but I think we will shift over then to heavy rainfall. And if it, if the rainfall comes, and really gets going there, then that will, bump up our flash flood risk, which was the other concern that we have had an alert day for here for quite some time. So that is the situation across the area right now. 2 tornado warnings with a confirmation. Okay, and now the northern Spencer County one has also gone confirmed, and that was from what I just told you, which was the spotter report and also public report there in Dale, reporting that too. We will pan in here and do the best we can on that one. And from Dale up to Johnsburg is where we see the strongest rotation right now. That will continue to march across there between Ferdinand then and St. Meinrad, basically following Interstate 64 more or less. Let me see if there's any new data coming in here on that. I think I already told you about the multiple trees and power lines down in Linville. Again, same area up there. All right, and I'm looking at a picture of, again, this is from Cliff Weaver reporting, okay, that was a tornado on the ground there just north of the Toyota plant in Gibson County. Okay, we got a large rotating cloud over Selvin. Again, that was a few minutes ago there. And again, thanks for all your reports and video coming in out there. Let's see. Got to go all the way back here to some of you asking if Evansville's in the clear. Well, no, not yet. I mean, all this has to move through. And the question mark is, will we have severe weather with it? Hopefully not. But, I mean, you've seen what's happened already this evening within that tornado watch. The Evansville area not in a tornado watch at this point. And so, we're probably in the clear, at least for now, in the Evansville-Henderson area, but we still have thunderstorms yet to come through. And I wouldn't be surprised if we had a couple that produce some severe weather a little later on tonight. We're getting up now, it's 20 after 8, and these storms have not made a lot of progress. I'm going to take us to 3 hours worth of radar data. Kind of drags by when we're watching it scan by scan here. But if you look at what's happened in the last 3 hours, and I'll speed that up here so we can kind of get a sense for, how quickly it's moving through. It's not. It's almost moving from west to east and then slowly to the south. So if you can kind of think of it almost like a conveyor belt going this way and then slowly sinking down. And that's why we have that heavy rainfall threat. I think we have some new video coming in now. What do we have? Oh, I have a dead battery, so I need to change that. And while I do that, let me see here. I'm going to leave the radar up for just a minute. I think I can still talk to you. I'm going to have to change both of my batteries here. So one of the hazards here. Stay put. I'll be right back. We'll get another battery in here. And I won't be able to talk the whole time, but we'll keep the radar on the screen. And of course, you've been watching continuous coverage here of severe weather over the northern half of the tri-state that has been going on for, quite a while now. I think we're going on almost 3 hours of coverage. Seems like it anyway. I'm sure it does to you at home. All right, let me see now. You're going to lose me here for just a second when I switch out this battery, and then we'll be back on. All right, and then the microphone is going to drop out here for just a second. We'll get the new battery in. All right, I am recharged and ready to go. Both batteries on. Here we go now. Again, of course, we have continuing coverage here of tornadoes and severe thunderstorm warnings, mainly tornado warnings now. We have confirmed tornado by spotters that was near Dale a little while ago, reported by spotters and by the public there, people that lived in Dale. Let's check on that right now. That's probably the most concerning storm that we have at this point. And as we look just at a live, well, as soon as we get ready to do that, we have a new tornado warning. This one is in Gibson County now. It just came up. And as we move that here, I'm going to have to get my radar reset back here to where I had it. There we go. All right, so the new tornado warning, that's going to touch a little, it does not touch Vanderburgh County, but it does include Gibson County and also the northern edge here of Warwick County and western Pike County. And that warning will continue until 8:15 or 9:15 tonight, I'm sorry, for portions of Gibson County. That will include Princeton, Fort Branch, over here to Oakland City, Mackay, and then down into Linville, Spurgeon. And that is until 9:15. That is a radar indicated tornado. We will now look at the velocity scan here, and you can see rotation there possibly near the radar site. Let me turn the warning itself off, and then we're going to look at a couple versions here of the velocity. Kind of hard always to make a snap judgment on this, but based on where the warning is drawn, we're going to track from the back edge of that, and I'll get some information here on the path forward. I think most of these storms have been tracking to the east at about 30 miles per hour, and this one is just the same. Let's see, tornado warning. Yeah, 30 miles per hour. Okay, so we will track from that, starting from the back edge and going down. And there we are. So we have some cities and towns here in the path, including Richland Church, Fort Branch, VU at Gibson Center, and then St. Lucas Church, a couple of landmarks in there. If we pull out a little broader here, we'll get more cities and towns like you'd expect. And I just also want to emphasize, at least at the moment, this does not touch Vanderburgh County, so hopefully the sirens won't go off here. But we do have that warning now for Gibson County and a new tornado warning for southern Edwards County and northern White County. Basically a replacement to the warnings that came in earlier and in the same area. So let's get back to the reflectivity on that, and we will cycle that through. And as we do that, we're looking at several warnings here all in a row. So we'll try to keep them all straight. So basically, we have a tornado warning until 9:15. This is along Interstate 64 in southern Illinois now. So southern, like think Grayville here, the Grayville exit, and then all the way over to about Burnt Prairie, Mill Shoals, right along there. This is radar indicated, and of course now that we're getting later in the evening, it's getting dark out there, it'll be harder for spotters to discern where we have a tornado or not, and harder for everybody to see. So we're relying, as we always do, on the radar. And as we go to the velocity return, and I will just kind of pan in on that area. These may not be quite as clear cut, so we'll just take that as for what it is, which is a radar indicated tornado warning. Right now it's a little harder to see where that rotation is, at least the storm structure, where I would expect to see a tornado in that structure build on the storm could be anywhere along the edge. It kind of looks like things are now merging into a line. We have almost an unbroken line here extending down now almost to Enfield, and as those kind of merge and move to the east together, we will see then probably more tornado warnings and also damaging winds as a possible threat. Okay, and we're looking right now, again, same storm, probably some circulation out here between Burnt Prairie and Centerville. And then to our east, we have, these circulations going on now from basically central Gibson County all the way across, including Francisco, Fort Branch, Hobstadt, Mackay, and down into northern Warwick County right now too. And then finally, we have our warnings over here in southern Du Bois County, and those aren't going anywhere either, at least not anytime soon, until 8:45 Eastern Time. So 15 more minutes on that, and we're still seeing a pretty pronounced hook here to the south, out to the north of Mariah Hill, there on State Road 62, coming into St. Meinrad. And then to the north at Ferdinand, we've got kind of the bulk of that storm. You know, we haven't really checked for hail or debris in any of these. Hail, yes, we're seeing, of course, strong hail signatures you'd expect with that. And on the debris side of things, again, not a strong debris signal that's organized or in conjunction with where we would expect to see it. And that looks like we have. Okay, so we're still looking at the tornado warning there in southern Du Bois County until 9:45 local time, 8:45 Central Time. And there are all the warnings as they stand right now. Kind of interesting. Let's see if we have any reports that have come in here. We'll just do all reports first. And now they've started to populate there. So we will check, first of all, the Gibson County reports that have come in. I probably have told you these already, but in Owensville, and this was about, an hour and a half ago now, a tornado on the ground from 41 between Owensville and Fort Branch. And then we had a photo from someone, Twitter rather, showing a tornado northeast of Fort Branch. Okay, and then farther up, a lot of reports actually, and now into Gibson County there, and southern Pike tornado on the ground near Dale. Okay, so we've had all those reports for you, and also over here in Wayne County, in Massillon and Edwards County, we had a tornado on the ground. At Tom's Prairie, tornado spotted from Miriam. So now the next big question will be, will we have damage coming in, damage reports and things like that? Hopefully, not significant severe damage, but I think that'd be surprising if we didn't have more significant damage across the area this evening. The main issue is going to be the persistence here. As this line slowly migrates to the south and east, it will continue to produce these tornado warnings, and there really isn't anything to stop that until we get either some cooler air infiltrating behind or the line itself actually moves on out. But it looks like we're in for a few more hours of this as things kind of come together. And if you look there to the north, up around Effingham, Illinois, still tornado warnings up there. I mean, this is the place that had them earlier today. A lot of you are seeing these funnels and rotating wall clouds and things like that. Not surprising, given the way the atmosphere was today. Very humid, unstable, and then we've got some other things going on aloft that really kind of juiced everything up for severe weather today. And let's go back here, see if we have any change in status on our tornado watch or severe thunderstorm watch. No, it's still there until 9 o'clock Central Time, and as I mentioned earlier, this eastern half of it was added in late, and that's going to go until midnight or 1 a.m. There to the east. That would be like Du Bois County in that. And that information will update there on the crawl on the screen. Our counties currently with warnings on them include Warwick, Gibson, Pike, and then of course back over northern White, southern Edwards, and southern Wayne counties also have warnings in there too. And a little closer view right now showing the tornado warnings across the screen there. We'll try to get you some velocity information. Before we do that, we will go to our observed tornado, the purple one there, with the stripes rotating in there, or passing through there. That's to alert you that that's a real thing, at least somebody has had eyes on it. And that velocity couplet, of course, you got to remember now in Ferdinand, that far east or west of the radar, it's very high up. So the radar probably intercepting that storm maybe at 6,000, 7,000 feet up. It's not necessarily going to indicate a tornado on the ground, but as you look, you see that strong signal there, or couplet. This would be out to the north of Santa Claus along 62. So you've got St. Meinrad, and then St. Croix is in there, I think, on this side, but in that area toward Ferdinand. So hopefully that will continue to move to the east, and we will be out of harm's way there in Du Bois County and northern Spencer, northern Perry County very soon. And of course, we still have to get through the northern tip there of Perry County, where you have Hoosier National Forest, you've got Bristow, Branchville, the prison is there, and of course the interstate runs right through as well. And we got people asking questions now on our Facebook stream. Is there another storm front west of this one? Yeah, I mean, everything will kind of consolidate to our west and move in. And until we get the line of storms, which is kind of what's coming together now, we're probably going to see quite a few more tornado warnings, or at least severe thunderstorm warnings with these moving in there. Sirens are going off in Ferdinand right now, which is southeastern Du Bois County, so that's why. All right. So we'll go back over here to the radar and try to, kind of keep everything together here right now. I'm trying to pass on information here as I get it, either from the National Weather Service chat, and I'm hearing thunder here now, so we're starting to get just regular old thunderstorms here in Vanderburgh County. We haven't really looked at lightning this evening. That's often a good proxy for where the storms are going to be the worst out there. And as we put the lightning strikes on, we're seeing that most of these storms, all of them, are producing lightning. Not maybe in the most concentrated way on this storm now moving into Vanderburgh County, but the ones up here with tornado warnings on them, especially the one with the observed tornado, they're going to have a lot more lightning strikes packed closely together. And yeah, so we are definitely, I mean, that's not surprising. You're going to get lightning with storms like these, certainly on a hot summer night like we are having. Okay, so let's kind of do a roundup here on all the storms as we have them. We're going to start this time from the east because we have a new tornado warning now on Perry County, and not surprising, and that tornado warning will go until 9:15 Central Time. So what would that be, about 40 minutes? And that includes just the northern edge of Perry County. So we're actually up north of Leopold. It does include Branchville, of course, the Hoosier National Forest, and Kittleman Corners up there along Interstate 64. That is the current warning for Perry County. Now we're going to back out here a little bit. The warning over Du Bois County should clear here in about 6 minutes. By that point, this storm will be at Ferdinand, where the sirens were going off. At least one of you reported that. That will be moving on out as well. So that's good. And this warning also over the northeastern corner of Spencer County will clear at that time. Farther back, and again we're going to the west, our warning on Pike County continues until 9:15. And on that one, as we look at the velocity returns, again, some rotation showing up out here you know, out around Owensville and moving more to the southeast. Notice the way the warnings have been drawn now. They're oriented more northwest to southeast, indicating that that line is starting to shift down. And we are getting rain here at the station, so that's good to know. We need the rain. I know a lot of our farmers need the rain, so we are going to get that. And as we pull back out here to the broader view, the rotation right now will likely cross Highway 41 here within the minute. And then again, we're in the same area that got hit earlier. And this has kind of been how these storms have operated today to our north, where you would have one after the other in the same location. So again, near Fort Branch up to about the Toyota plant is where we see that strongest rotation right now. And that will continue to move down to the southeast as we draw that or start that loop on there, the radar loop. You can see it kind of moving down and through. So please, if you're in Fort Branch, even if you're in Hobbs, a little far south there, if you're up along, you know, near the Toyota plant, south of Princeton, and then down here along State Road 57. So from Elberfeld up to Mackey, Buckskin, Somerville, Barton Township School, all those areas, Oakland City, you need to be sheltered right now for this tornado warning, which will continue until 9:15. Until 9:15. Let's see if we have any debris showing with that. We do not at this point. Sometimes the debris signatures only really show up and pop on here when we've got a lot of debris in the atmosphere. So it's good that we're not seeing one that's, you know, like that. I think we got some video, yes? Somebody was in my ear. No? Okay. All right. I think I sat on the thing back here. All right. And we go back now to our west, and we have more severe thunderstorms producing tornadoes, or at least tornado possible here. A tornado indicated on radar along the southern edge of Wayne County, also southern Edwards and northern White counties. And that tornado warning is until 9:15. So again, we're really, these are kind of centric to Interstate 64. Not a great night to be on 64. And then farther down, the warning that was touching White County here, that storm has already kind of squirted out of that warning polygon and moved in closer to Carmi right now. But there's no warning on Carmi at this point. And then back to our west, you can see things have quieted down. I'm not really going to make a big stink about things quieting down, because usually then they flare up. And then just to our east, lots and lots of warnings here just out of our viewing area here. This would be more toward Louisville, but you see all these polygons kind of stacked on top of each other. And today's weather setup was really complicated to begin with, because there wasn't a clear-cut line or, you know, cells or how it would emerge. And this was one of the scenarios that was in some of the models and was talked about. And it's one we didn't want, but this is the one we got. So, and you can see why we didn't want it. It will be very long-lived and tornadic at times and disruptive. Let's see if we have any additional flood warnings here. We had the one flood warning, flash flood warning in Edwards County, up around Wayne County there, and just a little sliver of Wabash County. And that's pretty much the only flood warning that we have that affects the immediate tri-state. Now to our north, and I only mention this because that water will drain through the White River and come down eventually the Wabash River. So we will likely see some river flooding continuing in southwest Indiana here for maybe a week or so after these storms move through. And we will go back here to our reflectivity in a little broader picture. And all right, so we'll just continue to talk about these warnings that we have here behind me on the screen. It's also scrolling at the bottom of your screen. And we'll start here with the velocity. And that's not really the strongest velocity now is actually showing up here coming into eastern edge of the screen here, closer to Grayville, so almost out of that warning polygon. And we may see another one issued downstream of it. We'll hope not, but it's certainly possible. That warning, yeah, until 9:15. Well, that goes another half hour, so that gives us plenty of time. And then the other warning here is, you know, these are a little harder to really discern because it's not like you've got a bright couplet showing up here that we can track, but rather there's the potential in there, and the radar certainly indicating, you know, that we've got a lot of twist and spin in the atmosphere and so forth, and strong winds too, as evidenced by that bright green there out between Fort Branch and Princeton. As that moves to the south and east, though, it will likely kick out at bare minimum some damaging winds or very strong winds that will move down toward Interstate 69 there between the Elberfeld exit, which is basically Highway 57, and then all the way up maybe to Somerville, Mackey, Buckskin, basically that corridor there along State Road 57, Indiana State Road 57. All right, we have a picture in right now. Okay. Oh my, so we have damage. This is Blythe Chapel in Owensville, destroyed in that picture taken by Rexanne Robichaud. So unfortunately, we have had some significant damage across the tri-state this evening. Not surprising with the kind of stuff we've been looking at on the radar. And these are the pictures that will slowly trickle in. But Blythe Chapel in Owensville has been destroyed. Thanks, Rexanne, for that picture. And you can keep the pictures coming in. If you go to the 14 News Facebook page or 14news.com, you can submit photos that way. And Emily is looking through all those, one of our weekend producers, and she'll pick out the ones that we need. I think Greg Catheri is looking too back there. All right, we go to the bigger picture here, and let's go back to reflectivity. And we get all the way here to the bigger picture, and what we're seeing now is kind of gaps between the warnings as they're chopped down and whittled down over time. The biggest concern I have right now is because it's the most populated warning polygon that we have is this one here in Gibson County between Princeton and Fort Branch. Yeah, go ahead. Okay. All right. Thank you, Barbara Bellinger. All right. We will check on that report. In the meantime, let's see here. We'll go back. They're talking to me in my ear. I haven't lost my mind, so don't panic. All right. Let's see. All right. Let's go back to the Gibson County warning here. And as we do that, you see the strongest rotation, or at least the strongest winds, now emerging from Highway 41 at about 40 miles an hour and then moving across. So these are close to the ground here too, because that's close to the radar. And I'm just going to sample a couple of these areas here. 50-mile-an-hour winds, a little further out, a little higher up as you get farther from the radar. So the reason I'm showing that is we're looking at, bare minimum, some kind of gust front or strong winds and possible tornado there as we move across Gibson County and into southern Pike County and northwestern Warwick County. And, that's always a concern when we get into this kind of a situation there, especially on the heels of two others. You kind of get worn down after a while and you don't pay attention to each warning, but you need to tonight. So if I call out your county or city or town in a tornado warning, then, don't blow it off. Go ahead and take shelter. All right, let's go back over here to Perry County because we've pretty much gotten Spencer County in the clear for now, but we have circulation showing up here near Kitteman Corners, and that will move across the northern portion there of Perry County and on over then toward Louisville and out of our area over the next half hour. I think that warning went until 9:15, so we still have about 20 minutes for it to do its thing. But I would say right now that Du Bois County is in the clear, so Ferdinand up toward Birdseye, St. Anthony, all of those areas, as is northern Spencer County, is in the clear right now. Then we go back and we have this other cluster of warnings here over southern Illinois. Everything has gone back down now to radar indicated. Remember, when they turn purple, that means either a spotter or EMA. Somebody has seen a tornado. And one of the problems we're going to run into is that, okay, now we have a new one on White County. That's not surprising either. Remember, we were talking about that just a second ago. So we'll get the particulars on that tornado warning, and it will go until 9:30, and that is for the cell that is actually between Springerton and Enfield and coming across toward the Wabash River. So it will pass here between Carmi maybe and Crossville. I think that says Centerville on there, but Crossville will be to the north as well. And we'll take that information off. We'll go to the velocity scan and see what we have. And so as that moves across, I got this, my foot hurts. Sorry about that. The ravages of age. Okay, so as this moves across, you know, we see that circulation in there, and it will continue to march up here toward between Carmi, Centerville, Crossville will be up that way, Illinois Route 1, and then on toward Phillipstown and possibly across the river then into New Harmony. So again, kind of following the same path that all these other storms have followed. I'll do a track on it for you, which almost seems redundant because we've been tracking the same ones over the same area several times here. And we've got 902 at Carmi, the airport there at Carmi, 906, Crossville 910, and the elementary school at Crossville at 910 as well. Epworth would be at 908, again, kind of out here in White County. It would be up as you come into Carmi. So that's warning, the newest warning that just came down. That's a radar indicated tornado warning for central White County until, what time did I say until? Until 9:30, I think it was. Yeah, 9:30. All right, now let's take that off. And I did see another warning come in while we were talking. And this is for Du Bois County again. From Huntingburg all the way over to St. Anthony and down to the county line. And let's see here. So we're going to loop it through, and we don't really have much showing up until the last frame of radar data here. This is near Holland and coming up across 161. That's where the rotation is. So let me get, first of all, the particulars on this warning. And again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, but tornado possible tag on it. That's why it's orange. And this shows a motion still of 30 miles an hour. So based on that, let's see if we have any hail showing up. Not much, really. So we'll go back to velocity, and then we're going to do a track from that. And everything moving east at 30. So cities and towns include Maple Grove, Camp there at 9:56, Huntingburg 10:02, and then Ferdinand 10:12, Ferdinand Consolidated 10:12. That's all going to be close together in southern Du Bois County. All right, so that is the newest warning that we have on the board right now, in addition to our whole cluster here of tornado warnings over northern White County. These are radar indicated, which doesn't make them any lesser, any less dangerous. But earlier, we had confirmations on things when the sun was still out. It's getting dark out there now. It will be much more difficult for the trackers, the spotters, chasers to do their thing. So we will rely, on reports coming into the National Weather Service from viewers and that. And there have been quite a few of these coming in right now. Let's see. And yeah, a lot of the, okay. We're going to look out the window here using our Skycam cameras. And I think we're probably not going to be able to see much out there at this point. Again, with the rain coming down right now, it'll be kind of hard to see. Owensboro, far enough back there, you can see off on the horizon, rain yet to move in. And then our current watches are still in effect there until 9, the tornado watch is. And then we also have warnings, many of them, across mainly the I-64 corridor there across the central part of the tri-state. All of our tornado warnings actually touch or are close to touching Interstate 64. So just for your bearings, that's roughly the halfway point. Actually, the river's the halfway point between the north and the south, but you get the idea. We're going to loop that for a minute. And we are seeing basically just a continuation of all these storms moving to the east. Warnings on all of them right now. There's a new tornado warning now for northern Posey County and southwestern Gibson County. And that is for basically the same kind of situation that we've had with everything else here, storms that can produce damaging winds or tornadoes. And that will continue until 9:45 tonight. Let's see if we can get a good view here of the rotation in that storm. And we'll go back here and look at the velocity first. And there you see it right in here, right just on this side of the Wabash River. There's Griffin. On the other side would be like the Skeeter Mountain rest stop there, where 64. They're putting the new bridge up there. So that's where the rotation is showing right now. Let me just check it here against, yeah, and it has, that couplet has tightened up, so that's why you see that new warning in effect. So we're going to take that and draw a track. This is moving east at 30 miles per hour, and as it goes along there, so that gets us to Bethel at 9:02. It'll be at Upper Hill School at 9:06, Hickory Ridge at 9:11, and then Robb at 9:15, and Ralph A. Cook at 9:17. I'm assuming that is a school or something, but anyhow, that's moving across there. Again, the same area, extreme northern Posey County and extreme southern Gibson County, right there along Interstate 64. So if you're in that area, you need to be sheltered right now and away from windows in your basement, small interior room. If you live in a mobile home and you have time to get to a reinforced shelter, by all means do that now. Don't wait. And we will then pull all this out. Yeah, so our warnings are kind of all touching each other now there across the northern half of the tri-state. It does touch Vanderburgh County. I'm hearing the sirens here, and that's why. That question often comes up. Why are the sirens going off? It's because we have a tornado warning touching the northwestern corner of Vanderburgh County. That would be out by Nisbet, way out here. So Cynthiana Road, well above Boonville New Harmony Road, and right up there in the corner. It's just a matter of where that warning was drawn. But it is a cautionary note, too, that we can have that storm make it all the way across and into Vanderburgh County. And now that it's getting dark out, of course, that's going to be a big concern as we get into the overnight hours. It'll be much harder to see the threats here as we go into the evening hours. And so that's basically what we need to concern ourselves with going forward here, is how much longer these storms will manage to still produce severe weather. And I think the short answer to that is they still have a lot of gas in the tank. The atmosphere here over the tri-state is still pretty well suited for severe weather. That's why we're seeing all of these tornado warnings here this evening. And trying to find a good chair here. Maybe that one will be a little better. All right, so you know, what to do. Well, if you're not in the warning, you're stuck watching this coverage. If you are in the warning, hopefully you're listening to the coverage, and you can do that on our radio partner, 104 FM WIKY. You can also listen on the 14news.com webpage. You can listen on the app, on the news app, and all those places. We're streaming our coverage on Facebook as well. So, you know, we've got you covered, but we're mainly concerned that you're safe and that you're taking action when these storms are moving into your area. The center now of that rotation looks like it's near Grayville at this point. Sirens just cycled down here in Vanderburgh County, at least what I can hear out the door. And usually they go off when a warning is issued and then 10 minutes later, so you may hear them again. And the siren policy in Vanderburgh County is probably like it is in almost every county where you're going to have that warning siren go off anytime a warning touches any part of the county. And I'm hearing a little bit of wind out there right now too. All right, let's do a track from that area. And so this is the new tornado warning that's in effect in northern Posey County. This is the one that just barely nicks northwestern Vanderburgh. So the city's in the path of the rotation now. That's what I'm tracking from. Griffin at 8:05 or 9:05 rather. Hickory Ridge at 9:14. Robb at 9:16. Poseyville again at 9:19. We have a lot of repeat locations in here because the storms have basically been tracking over the same areas, and that's why we had that flooding risk then going into tonight and likely into tomorrow morning as well. And I'm just checking information here from Walt Ingemeyer, 2.1 inches an hour in northeastern Vanderburgh County. That's the rainfall rate, I believe, is what he's reporting. And then possibly a tornado touchdown, brief touchdown near Enfield, which is in White County, way over here. So we are getting reports back to the Weather Service anyway, you know, these things have been for real and have been producing, you know, sporadic tornado touchdowns in that, which is always concerning, especially now that it's getting dark. It's going to be harder to see the hazard. So when warnings are issued for your county, you know, or you're part of the county, you need to be, you know, reacting to those and moving with urgency to your spot. For the newest warning that we have on the board, it's a pretty narrow band here. It's basically from Poseyville up to Johnson, Owensville, there across the county line, and then all the way over. It just touches Nisbet here, northern Vanderburgh County, and it kind of nicks the western edge here of Fort Branch. All these, of course, very close into the radar, so very difficult to get a complete picture of the storm as they move right over the radar site. And that is always tricky, but as we saw that last couple that came out of the radar shadow, then we had tornado and observed tornado in Gibson County. And we showed you that damage to the chapel up there earlier. And then to our east, again, we're just going to kind of work along Interstate 64. We still have tornado warning covering the edge there. Well, now we've got a tornado warning in Vanderburgh County, and this is actually showing right over the town. Let's see here, right over the city. I just heard wind here a moment ago. If you're in Evansville right now, and now some of you will get an EAS tone in your ear, as I'm getting right now as well. This is for Vanderburgh County. It actually is just to the east of here. we might have a camera that's positioned to actually see something out there. Let's try that. And if somebody in the control room can switch the camera to, try the one try our tower cam and point it to the east. I'm not sure if that's the one. Is that our camera? I think it is, yeah. Maybe back it a little more to the left, if you can. I'm trying to get my bearings on here. Anyway, use the tower cam here at WFIE and look. But that tornado warning is for the city of Evansville right now. I think we should get back to that part of it. We'll try to get the picture in a minute. That's not the picture. So as we go in here really close, the tornado warning is for Evansville, right? So Vanderburgh County, but now we're talking in the city, and you can see that hook area right in there coming across. Remember a minute ago I just said I heard the wind. That could have been this thing passing over the station a moment ago. And now, of course, we're getting some thunder in that. As we go to the velocity scan, we're seeing a tightening there. Basically, this would be, let's see, let me get a little better vantage point for you and some landmarks. Okay, and our crew's turning the camera right now. This is already east of the station, so we're not in any danger here at the TV station. But this rotation, anyway, is moving now to the east side. Here's where Oak Hill Road joins Highway 41, or comes around there, and so actually it doesn't. It would come down to, what would it be, Weinbach, and then on in. Anyhow, that would be out by the cemetery and then Vogel School, and then moving on out here toward the east side, there's Burkhart Road and Green River. So this rotation is strongest right now between Morgan Avenue and about Covert, let's say, along and east there on the Lloyd Expressway. Now that's what we're seeing aloft at this time, and that's why that the sirens are going off. So if you're in the east side of Evansville, basically all the east side, all the way out to the Warwick County line, and then up to about, I would say McCutcheonville or so, you need to be in shelter, although this is moving pretty quickly and away. Let's just show me which cameras you have there, and we'll take a look at them together if you got them, or I can do them over here. How do you want to do it? There we go. Okay, so that is looking east from our vantage point here at the station. Okay, and that is probably the rotating wall cloud that just went over. That's why we heard all that wind here just very briefly. Keep that and that view rather, and then let's try the. Let's go to the Midtown camera, or not Midtown, Gateway camera, looking west, like right down the Lloyd Expressway. Now it might be rain obscured in there. I'm not sure if we can see it. Okay, there it is. Yeah. All right. And yeah, it's frozen right now, so we may have lost internet out there. Okay, go back to the other camera there if you would, the one that we had a live picture on. And again, you know, with the rain and the dark, it's going to be really hard to discern what we're looking at out there. I don't think we're going to have it here. So come on back. We'll get back to our camera over the metro area. Again, that's what we're looking at live with our camera feed, looking to the east now, down the Lloyd Expressway and out over the east side. You see all that lightning out there indicating we've got a lot of turbulence in the storm. But more importantly, we may have a tornado, or at least rotation, bare minimum, spinning up here too. Come back to the radar with me on the screen, and you'll see that is now moving out almost to 69 here. So this would be out past Burkhart Road at this point. Again, the circulation pretty well confined there between Morgan Avenue on the north and maybe about Covert on the south. So right in there. And as that moves along Interstate, the Lloyd Expressway toward Interstate 69, that's going to come across there near Deaconess Gateway, and Epworth Road would be the next one over here. So anyway, if what I'm saying sounds familiar, or you're recognizing like Morgan Avenue, for example, south of that and along Morgan Avenue, you need to be sheltered right now and sooner rather than later. I mean, that thing came over here. We heard a little wind, but there really wasn't much to it, but it could easily strengthen or intensify there as it moves along the Lloyd Expressway and heads to our east. The other area of concern is in southwestern Warwick County now, from Newburgh up to Paradise. All these spots would also be at risk. Here from about, well, Castle High School would be out right here where it says Ohio, but also up toward Chandler. Any of that rotation that is turning right now could be producing damaging winds there, east side of Evansville and into western Warwick County. So if you are in those areas right now, I'm talking about the Lloyd Expressway, Morgan Avenue out towards Stevenson Station, leading up to Chandler, you need to be in shelter right now. This is a tornado warning for that specific signature that we're showing on the radar. And as I mentioned earlier, it's kind of bounded on the south by Covert, on the north there by Lynch Road. And as it comes across the county line here into Warwick County, then it'll get out by Stevenson Station and out here basically between 62, which would be Morgan Avenue, and then 66, which would be the Lloyd Expressway, right in that area. So if you are in the east side of Evansville, Eastland Mall, you know, that area, Restaurant Row out there, Burkhart Road, hopefully you are in shelter right now and got the warning. If you know people out there, you can call them up and let them know this is coming. Right now it's just rotation showing on the radar, but based on how other storms have behaved today, I would not take that lightly. I would definitely react to it as you would a tornado warning, which is what it is. It's radar indicated at this point, but that will move across Interstate 69 and eventually out here into southwestern Warwick County. So that is a big concern right now. Just crossing, that would be Green River Road in Lincoln. Now that was a scan or two ago. It's actually up to Burkhart, and then we'll move on across. This is the rotation we're talking about now. Unfortunately, our camera there at Deaconess Gateway is offline, probably because of the storm, but moving out that way too. And that warning, in case you were wondering, is going to continue here at least for another 30 minutes, I would guess. That warning goes until 9:45, so 30 minutes from now. And then right upstream here, we have another warning in southeastern Gibson County. That one's going to clear here in about 2 minutes. That storm has almost moved out of that warning. And in Du Bois County, actually northern Perry County, we have a warning continuing until 9:15. So 9:15, kind of the shift change there. We'll see a lot of these current warnings drop off, but we still have concerns over other areas, and that includes Poseyville, southern Gibson County up here between Montgomery and the county line all the way down to 64. Those storms are all capable of producing the similar rotation that we saw in the Evansville area there just a couple of minutes ago. And you know, that storm doesn't look like much on the radar. You know, it looks like a regular old thunderstorm, but because of the way things are in the atmosphere tonight, you've got some rotation back there that's going to continue to churn out the potential anyway for a tornado. And I want to put the, we'll take the warning off of there first, and we'll get the velocity on. And now that couplet looking much more ominous there as it goes east. So I'm going to leave it in that mode, and then we need to do a track on that. Again, a tight rotation couplet here now at Interstate 69 between Morgan Avenue or 62 and the Lloyd Expressway moving east. So if you're in Chandler right now, this is you. You need to be in shelter. Stevenson Station. This is Ohio Township in Warwick County. That would be along Epworth Road would be the first major cross street, and then on out and north of Newburgh at this time. So please take shelter right now. Let's do a track on this. It's moving east, at 30. I'm going to track from right where that rotation is the strongest. And as we go there to the east at 30, there you see Deaconess Gateway, of course, showing up. And then we've got Chandler Elementary School and Chandler proper there at 9:27, okay? So you've got a little bit of time, but not much, to take shelter. If you're in a mobile home in those areas, please try to go to a safer place if one is available, whether it's a neighbor's or reinforced structure, community shelter, whatever. That's where you want to be. And like some of the other signatures we've seen on the radar tonight, that one is pretty impressive. It really is. I mean, the way these have kind of come together over the last several hours is almost, it's like a repeat process. All of these storms cycling through, but this one is in the most populated, densely populated part of the tri-state right now. So we want to be mindful of that. Bell Road would be the next, north-south road, Frame Road, Oak Grove, and then you get here to 261. Castle High School will be out here, and that storm kind of moving up to the north. That would be more toward like Rolling Hills Country Club in that area. And I think we had a tornado there, or at least damaging wind, not too long ago. Former colleague lives out there. I know that they've had some damage, but that's the area that we're looking at there in Warwick County, and strong rotation on the radar right now to back that up. So this warning continues for about 20 more minutes, but if you're in the Paradise area of Warwick County, that would be Castle High School. It would also be up toward Rolling Hills Country Club. There's a crossing up there, Quail Crossing, I think. That general area, you need to be sheltered and in a safe place. Also, we have a tornado warning in, where was it here? Okay, so they have redefined the warning right now for the southwestern corner of Warwick County. So basically it doesn't include Vandenberg anymore, but it does include Warwick still, of course, and that's the area that we're really concerned with right now. So if you're out in Newburgh, north of, that would be Sharon Road, or Sharon would be down here, but north of the Lloyd Expressway 66, and going up toward Paradise, Fuquay Road in Warwick County, that is where that tornado is tracking right now, or at least the signature, rotation signature for a tornado is showing up right now. And you don't want to be out looking for it. It's already dark, and that's not going to be help anybody out. So do take shelter now in Warwick County. A very strong rotational couplet showing up there and moving your way fast. In southwest, just a small warning too, if you'll notice, and we'll probably see an additional one added here downstream. But right now the hot spot would be between Chandler, going down State Road 62, and then north of the Lloyd Expressway. Lots happening out there at this point, and with that rotation showing stronger and stronger at each moment, you really need to be in shelter out there now. We're going to zoom in a little bit closer, and Arden Gregory's going to join me in a minute. She's actually on 14 News Sunrise tomorrow morning, so we were trying to avoid having to tag team weather, but don't think we're going to be able to now. So I'll let her flag me down here. Do check the chat and see if we have any other stuff, and some pictures did come in too. So I'm not sure if we can do those or not. But real quick, the tornado warning here will continue on Warwick County for about another 30 minutes or so. And then beyond that, it looks like we've just added a new tornado warning to the east, not really surprising. And that tornado warning is going to go until 10 o'clock, and that goes all the way into Spencer County. So we have Warwick and Spencer under tornado warnings right now. And again, for that same thing I just showed you, that rotational couplet that is moving through. And we'll go back here to our data. And while we're doing that, we're going to get hopefully get that on there. And I think, okay, and we are ready now. Okay, Arden, sorry you have to be here so early. We were really trying to avoid this, but go ahead. Arden's going to kind of fill you in on some safety tips, and then we'll get right back on our tracking. Oh, wait a minute. We've got to confirm. Wait,
well,
sorry.
I've got a report.
Okay,
is
good.
what I was going to say. It has to do with that. If you want to even just keep him up, I'll just talk over it. I was just going to let you know that we did have a report from lightning struck the Walmart at Burkhart and the Lloyd Expressway, knocking out power there, but also they reported there was a funnel cloud heading toward Deaconess Gateway. So I think that funnel is what is now triggering this purple polygon that Jeff had up on the radar behind him. So that is due to a report of a funnel cloud headed toward Deaconess Gateway just moments ago. So that's what's triggering that. That was at 9:18 we got that report, so just a couple minutes ago.
Okay.
So again, a spotter reporting that lightning has struck the Walmart at Burkhart and Lloyd Expressway, so power is out there, and there was a spotted funnel cloud headed toward Deaconess Gateway just about 3 or 4 minutes ago. So that's why we have that purple polygon. If you want to put a track on that now, and I'll get you more information in just a second.
Okay, thanks, Arden, and we'll go with that. So again, everything's still moving east at about 30 miles per hour, and as we track the rotation there, which is very plain to see, you can see it there just where it says Ohio Township. So now we're right out here into Newburgh, where 66 curves down toward the dam. Sharon Road would be in there, outer Lincoln, and as we draw a track on that, we're going to go out here about at 30 miles an hour. We'll make it just a little faster than that. And so that gets us to Paradise. We've been talking about Castle High School, that general area. Dayville then, Cornell, Pelzer, Bullocktown, Ash Iron Springs. And along 61 there, or 261, of course, we would have Rolling Hills would be north of there. I think it's Quail Crossing. I'm not absolutely sure, but some clubs there along 261, and then the next thing would be Alcoa Highway there between Boonville and where Alcoa was. As that storm moves across, that would be another spot in the path of this rotation. And as Arden told you, funnel cloud there at the east side Walmart, power is out, lightning struck out there. And so, this thing is potent and will continue to move on your way if you're in that part of Warwick County, and also all the way over into Spencer County, right up to 231 there, from Crisney to Gentryville, or actually we're south of Gentryville, so we're in Crisney in Spencer County, all the way down there almost to Rockport is where we would expect to see the biggest impacts there. And it's the regular the drill. You got to get in a place away from windows and protect your head and so forth, and remain there until we give you the all clear. We're going to go back to the reflectivity picture here, and I did want to do a quick roundup of all the warnings that are on the screen right now. We've got a bunch. We still have until 9:45 for the warning there to the north, and that looks like a new tornado warning. Yeah, I'm seeing that one. It looks like we just got a new one there for Gibson County, if I have that correct. A lot of these are being redefined or chopped back a little bit, so that's why they are blinking when they get in there. 9:45, the expiration date for the one there in northern Posey and southwestern Gibson County. And then for the additional warnings here, we've got 10 o'clock basically up and down Warwick County there. And finally to our east, 11 o'clock, which would be 10 o'clock Eastern or Central Time, for that one that still touches a small portion of Perry County. So it looks like we need to spend most of our attention and energy here on the observed tornado warning in Warwick County, and that storm is now moving across the southern edge there between Chandler and Boonville. So as we go to our velocity data, we're seeing it moving in there from the west. And so this would be near Dayville to the south, and then Chandler up here along 62. So you know where we're talking about there. Basically, if you think of Highway 61, or what we call the Alcoa Highway there between Boonville and down here at Yankeetown, that is where that system is currently moving across. It'll be out then closer to the Red Brush area there, and then eventually into Bullocktown, which is out here to the south of Boonville, if it keeps on that current trajectory. And most of these have been moving basically west to east. There hasn't been much variance in turning to the south or north. So, and I'm sure since it just passed over a very populated area there in Newburgh, we should start to hear some, if there is damage, and we're not hoping for that, we would hear reports here coming in. And State Road 66 reporting damage, sending units now. This is State Road 66 between Evansville and Newburgh. Okay, and I'm looking at a picture here. We don't have a way to put that on the air, but it is from Morgan Avenue and Green River Road in Evansville. Okay, and a tornado or funnel cloud out there. And other yes, all these were seen out near Deaconess Gateway in that area. And these reports are a little old, and there is our camera view as well. So we're still looking at the pictures coming in right now. So we have, this is at 9:23, we have a confirmed brief touchdown near Deaconess Gateway, Upworth Road. The tornado crossed I-69 into Warwick County. We have confirmed weather spotters from ham operators. 2 pictures of the brief incident. So it was a brief touchdown, but a touchdown nonetheless that came across there near Deaconess Gateway. And we've got we got a warning on top of a warning there on our screen here. We'll show you that in just a second. And it looks like that circulation that was pretty tight just a couple scans ago starting to get a little more diffuse, but still considerable, and you can't let your guard down yet. If you're in Bullockstown right now, Red Brush Road area, out basically now eastern Warwick County there out to the north of Yankeetown, you need to be sheltered and stay there here till we give you the all clear. And then we have a new tornado warning now up over Warwick County. This will be near Selvin, Scalesville, Dickeyville, and Heilman, which is up here in the northeastern corner of Warwick County, about to move over into Spencer County at this point. So we have a lot happening there at this time too. And we'll get a storm track on that if we can. And as we do that, again, everything has been moving at about 30 miles an hour. So you've got Hemingway 934, Selvin at 936, Heilman at 939, and Mill Park at 945. So we'll clear those off the screen, and then we'll get you a little broader view here. And as we look back just kind of at the overall storm picture, it seems like our greatest concentration of severe weather now is over southern Indiana and kind of moving out. Now our tornado watch did clear a little while ago for Illinois, so that was pretty well timed there by the Storm Prediction Center. It looks like they have extended it there at least until 10 o'clock for portions of it over Illinois, and also there across southwest Indiana. So we're going to go back here just to our radar picture, and we're still looking at that confirmed tornado, and Arden's pulling some pictures here, so she'll have those for you in just a couple of minutes. And while we're getting that together, you know, our spotters tonight have really been very helpful in reporting a lot of these brief touchdowns and that. There are many cameras out there. I know because the event was, you know, close to the one that happened last week, there were a lot of spotters in the area, or chasers even, that are giving information out there. That warning now in Warwick County has gone back to radar indicated, down from observed, as the storm has moved on out now toward would be Red Brush and out that general direction. and we are still under a tornado warning, mainly for northern Posey County there, from Poseyville up to Mounts over almost to Hobstadt. While technically it touches a little corner here of Vandenberg County up near Nisbet or Nisbet Station, the storm itself not in that part of Vandenberg County at this time. And the rest of Vandenberg County, other than this funnel that whipped up very quickly, is in the clear. Western Kentucky, not a scratch yet, nothing there. That will happen later tonight and tomorrow too. You ready on pictures? All right, let's go over to Ard now. She's going to round up the pictures for you here that we have in and reports from spotters.
All right, you'll have to bear with me here. I'm just sharing my screen just to be able to get these on the air for you. First of all, I did just get a report from someone off Epworth Road that said they could feel the building shaking, feel their home shaking as this storm was going over. This is the picture Jeff was talking about a little while ago, looking east from Morgan Avenue and Green River Road in Evansville. I know this picture is kind of small. Let me try and zoom it a bit. So this is what we're talking about here. You can very clearly see a funnel coming down there. That is the storm that everybody has been talking about here, that's moving kind of out of Vandenberg County and into Warwick County. A very clear picture of a funnel cloud moving through there. And this is from somebody at the Evansville Fire Department, Josh Howard. Again, that picture was taken looking east from Morgan Avenue and Green River Road. We're also getting some pictures coming in via email. This person said this is the Rabbit Run neighborhood in Newburgh off the Lloyd Expressway, and I'm just kind of pulling these up as we go. But again, you see maybe it's hard to tell with just a still photo. Videos are much better. We maybe have a little tail coming down out of that cloud, but sometimes we also get what's called scud, which is where you can have something kind of scary looking, kind of dangling down off of a cloud, but if it's not rotating, that's not actually a funnel cloud. So sometimes we get, especially with just a still picture, it can be hard to tell for sure what exactly you're looking at, whereas if we get videos, you can much more clearly see that is actually rotating, and that gives us a clearer picture of what's going on. This is another report that Jeff was talking about before. This is from the Vandenberg County Emergency Manager, Cliff Weaver, talking about as this storm was moving along near Deaconess Gateway Hospital, Epworth Road, Lloyd Expressway area there. It had just crossed I-69. And at that time, they have some cameras all over, you know, to kind of keep an eye on Evansville. This one's on the east side, Green River Road and Morgan Avenue, looking toward Deaconess Gateway Hospital. So these are the pictures that they were pulling from their camera at that time. We've got two of these pictures here, and you can kind of see in sequence, if you look really closely, see just that little bitty bit that's hanging down off that cloud. Then as we kind of move forward in time, you can see that getting wider, as that's probably a wall cloud starting to drop there and turn into a funnel that then later became this potential tornado. Still a little unclear how much of it is touched down. Sometimes these funnels get very, very close and then kind of lift back up without ever actually touching down. But when it's that close to the ground, you know, we're going to go ahead and go with the purple polygon just to be safe. You don't want to wait until it's too late and people end up getting hurt. So I am keeping an eye on all the different pictures we've been getting from people. They've been rolling in. This is another picture. Well, if I can get that one to come up here. Let's see. This person just said current storm, which is a great example of when you are sending us pictures, please give us as much information as you can. We've had lots of different storms tonight spread out all over the tri-state, and so sometimes it can be really difficult to know which storm you're talking about. So it's important to let us know what time that picture or video was taken, so we know at what point in the night. We've had several different storms. Was this a picture you took an hour ago or 5 minutes ago? Where are you located? What are we looking at? We've got several counties under warnings. So again, it's best to let us know as much information as you can about where you are and when this picture or video was taken. This is another one that just came in from someone at Newburgh and Ohio Township Fire Department saying that they saw a wall cloud between Boonville and Yankeetown, not touching the ground, but again, kind of like what we pointed out before, where you maybe have a situation where you've got something starting to drop down and beginning to maybe turn into a funnel that could eventually become a tornado. It is very dark outside now, so it's really difficult to see, and this one just came in, so I'm watching it with you here. I'm hoping that we maybe get a lightning strike or something that helps light things up. And, you know, there you go. I wished it into existence. We are getting a lot more dark pictures and video now, which is much harder to see exactly what we're looking at. Obviously, the pictures from earlier this evening were better because it was still daylight. And thankfully, most of what we're getting right now is pictures from, you know, people's outdoor cameras. We really don't want anyone venturing out into this for this exact reason. It is dark. You're not going to be able to see it until it's probably too close. And so please don't venture out into the dark to try and spot a tornado. But we are getting lots of pictures and videos from different people showing this wall cloud dipping down and then turning into a funnel right there around Deaconess Gateway Hospital, and then you know, moving east into Warwick County there. So it's unclear if that's still on the ground at this point or not. I do have a report here that there's been some damage in Newburgh to an apartment complex on Park Place Drive. Somebody else here says that a tornado did briefly touch down near Dayville but then went back up. So I wouldn't be at all surprised if that's the situation we have going on with this tornado that we were talking about before, where, you know, as I said, we've got this wall cloud that, you know, if you just look closely here, you can see it in that picture. It was kind of dipping down, and it is maybe touching down and then lifting back up. But certainly, if you're in its path, you would want to be seeking shelter as it is kind of dropping and lifting as it makes its way east, and is causing some damage now to some places in Newburgh. So that's all I've got for right now for pictures and videos. I'm going to toss you back over to Jeff with an updated look at the radar and the track for the storm that I've just been showing you pictures of. Jeff?
Okay, thanks, Arden. And again, as Arden was saying, you know, that the storm dropped several funnel clouds, and we have some damage out there now. We got Barbara Bellinger in the news department looking into that right now on the east side where it passed across. Let's look back in time here. We'll go about 30 minutes, and we're going to look at the velocity couplet that came through. We might have to actually go a little more than 30 minutes. Let's see here. So yeah, if we go back let's go back this way and get on the right storm first. So I'm going to actually have to set this to go back an hour. And now if we go back like this, there it is. So what we're seeing is it came together. I mean, we heard some wind here at the station, but it wasn't a big deal. But that's how these things develop very quickly. And then as it tightened up there out around Oak Hill Road, Green River Road, and again, we're in the Morgan Avenue area. I think I specifically mentioned Morgan on the south covert to, on the north covert to the south is kind of the band there that it was moving through. And then it came right across at Gateway as we were trying to see on the camera there. Our picture from that camera dropped out. We may have had a power outage there, it's hard to say. And then that couplet continued to move to the east and is now, of course, in the current tornado warning, which takes it all the way then into central Spencer County out here by Richland City and Bullock County. Now, one thing to keep in mind, as these storms get farther away from the radar, we're sampling the storm higher up. So a lot of times the couplet will appear to kind of get bigger or a little more diffuse, and that's because higher up in the atmosphere, think of a funnel, you know, the circulation is like that, and then it comes down to a point, many times with that wall cloud or the actual funnel cloud itself. So we still have some time to go on that tornado warning for Spencer County, but we're getting into Richland City there, Ash Iron Springs, Tennyson would be out this way, you know, and to the north. Actually, Tennyson is in another tornado warning there to the north, but Richland City would be the most populous place there. Luce Elementary School there on the southern fringe of that. Hatfield, as we mentioned, just out of that warning. But definitely not a night to be out, as Arden's looking for tornadoes. They will come to you. And we've seen that repeatedly here. Again, if we go back in the last hour and come across the warning there in northeastern Warwick County around Heilman, the strongest wind gusts are now moving into Dale, where we had a tornado warning earlier, and it looks like we have a new warning now. This is for northern Vanderburgh northern Warwick County, and that's basically a continuation of the one that just nicked northwestern Vanderburgh County at Nisbet. Now that warning, I suspect, will go until about 10:15 or so. And just a production note here for our folks, there won't be a 10 o'clock news. There may be a news element in it, but I'm pretty sure we're going to be tied down here with wall-to-wall coverage. Let me check the particulars on that. I'm not sure even if we're going on time tonight, but yeah, that tornado warning would go until 10:30. So we're prepared to fill that time, and probably a lot more on the other side of it too. But just a heads up. So we're going to stay with our weather coverage here. Those of you in Vanderburgh County are hearing the sirens again. The folks that need to be taking cover and away from windows, basically northern Vanderburgh County this time. So from about Boonville, New Harmony Road northward, North High School area, Scott School, Old State Road up north, Darmstadt would be in there too. Arden has a new picture there. Go ahead, Arden.
Yeah, I'm still looking at lots of pictures and videos coming in from various different, we've got storms all over the place. So I want to start with Newburgh. That's the most recent one I have. This is another video. Let me make this full screen for you here. So again, this is from Newburgh. This person said, let me make sure I've got the location right. They said this was looking east towards the Newburgh Walmart is where they were when they took this video. And if I play it out, you can see this dipping down from the cloud, but then notice this down at the ground as well. So that's where the condensation funnel here is starting to connect, and you're getting a tornado where that rotation is making it all the way to the ground. It's not real clear, so that's pretty weak rotation, but it's just strong enough that you can see it's kicking up dust and things there down at the ground, and it starts to weaken out pretty quickly, but still that would be enough to do some damage. And you even saw a power flash there indicating that it had maybe run into some power lines or something that would cause that flash to happen there. That's often an indication that you have ongoing damage. I also am getting some incredible pictures and videos out of Gibson County. These are from a little earlier, and you can tell, if nothing else, just by the fact that these are in the daylight. But this is video from Fort Branch. And this is from Facebook, but you can see here, roofs just torn off here. It said this is Seed Solutions just west of Gibson Southern in the caption there. So we do have some pretty serious damage. Even though this is a relatively rural area, you can tell there has been some damage there at Seed Solutions, it seems. And then I've got more pictures also from Gibson County. But again, you can see, a whole garage, pole barn type situation blown down there, roofs torn off. These are more pictures west of Gibson County High School. These are from Tom Gore, who actually works here at the station. Says the roof was ripped off at Blythe Chapel. So again, we've got a roof torn off there in Gibson County. And again, lots of tree damage here. You can tell those trees very clearly stripped and snapped there. Clear indications that there was tornado damage happening there. So again, we do have video of that tornado as it was moving through Newburgh there. That's the one that we've been talking about most recently, the most immediate threat. But we are still getting lots of pictures and videos, as this has been a very busy night as we've had several tornado warnings across the tri-state, several confirmed tornado warnings, and we are starting to get more and more pictures now, not just of the tornadoes themselves, but of the damage that they have been leaving behind. And it does seem up around Fort Branch and Gibson County there is a lot of damage there. So one thing I would encourage you is don't drive through that area tonight. It's dark. They're working on cleaning up damage. It's going to be a mess. Roads are going to be closed. Please just don't go around Fort Branch tonight if you don't have to. But I'm going to toss you back over to Jeff now for another look at the radar.
Oh, okay, and Arden, thank you for that update and those reports, and please keep the pictures coming if it's safe to do so. We have another tornado warning just kind of south of the original one there in Vanderburgh County, and this cuts all the way down, almost down to Melody Hill. That would be out just to the north of Cynthia Heights School, and then it also includes Blairsville, Wadesville, 66 corridor there, Parker Settlement, St. Wendell up here, and of course Poseyville would be just south of Poseyville. But that area, again, another rotation moving across and indicated on radar. And as I've shown, here through the day. You know, earlier this afternoon we had these, you know, one on top of the other tornado warnings to our north. Well, that same setup has now drifted into the tri-state, so we're going to have concurrent tornado warnings here at least for a little while, and that includes Vanderburgh, Posey, and now northern Warwick County. You see the one blinking here is the newer of them, and that will go until 10:30. I think this other one for Vanderburgh County probably goes until 10:30 as well. And as Arden was showing you, it's very dynamic. These things can spin up very quickly and produce significant damage and go away in just a few scans of the radar. Now, I'm not seeing any weakening on the other cell that's moving into southern Spencer County right now. It just cleared Bullocktown, and it's out here by Lake Mill, coming up toward Crisney. Midway would be up here along State Road 70, and that's where we're talking about right now for potential tornado and wind damage. We're getting a very strong couplet there. I want to check that for debris. And a lot of times on the debris signature, and we are seeing at least what could be construed as some debris lofted there, that blue that you're seeing in conjunction with the couplet. And if we look back at reflectivity, we try to kind of overlay all that. It's also in the correct spot, which would be right here where you have an inflow notch and then the hook coming around like that at Bullocktown. So that is a well-defined tornadic thunderstorm that is moving across there at this time, and a tight couplet. Again, one of the stronger ones that we've seen here this evening. If we look at the trend on it, it has really blown up. Now, of course, it's we're looking higher and higher in the storm as that's coming across. That'll be moving up here toward 231 between Crisney and Rockport on its current track, and I'll give you a track on that too. Let's turn the warning off, and we'll get our tracker on here, and we're going to just track from that hook out about 30 miles per hour or so. That puts us into Crisney now at 9:55, so that's still a few minutes from now, not many. Would that be 8 minutes from now? And then the elementary school at Crisney, all of that around 10. And Grandview, all the way down here on the Ohio River by 10:06. So that one, of all of them that we've been looking at here this evening, other than the one that just came across Vanderburgh County, and that's actually an extension of that one, very concerning to see that kind of a signature on the radar that strong and lasting that long. If we go back 30 minutes, you can see that's the same storm that came across Evansville. So Evansville, at least like downtown, probably dodged a bullet on that one because it formed literally right overhead. We heard the wind here at the station, but did not identify it was right overhead, but it didn't cause any problems here. Now it's a different story as that same cell is moving out into southern Spencer County. So anybody there along 231 or west in Spencer County between Crisney and Rockport Grandview, you need to be sheltered right now, as we have had significant damage with this cell, as Arden showed you on the pictures as it came across and through. And then I don't want to neglect the other warnings over here either. So we're going to go back to what's happening here across Posey and Vanderburgh County. This is our second wave. And again, we're going to kind of move through time here to see where that is, where the rotation is. And best I can tell you right now, it's out here near Darmstadt. So, you know, you could anticipate some tree damage at Darmstadt. That would be out near Bowers Grove. Salem, it's a church, I can't remember what flavor, it's either Methodist or UCC, but it's a white church there at Englefield Road where you cross and then come on to a Darmstadt Road, Princeton Road to the north. I think you know the area I'm talking about. Be north of Boonville, New Harmony, and going up. If you live north of Boonville, New Harmony Road, that's kind of the demarcation line right now. And I would throw in too some of the neighborhoods up here as you head over toward like where the Hornet's Nest is. That's at Petersburg Road and Boonville, New Harmony. Any of that spot out there, Hillsdale, McCutcheonville, you are dead in the middle of this warning and can anticipate, bare minimum power outage, tree damage, things like that. But do get in your safe spot now and remain there. Remember, you can follow our coverage. We are simulcasting on 104 FM WIKY. We also, of course, have our app. You can listen on there. You can listen on 14news.com and here on the TV. Arden, what do you have?
We've got some pretty serious breaking news coming in from that storm that just moved through Warwick County and, as Jeff showed, is now threatening folks in Spencer County. We do now have it confirmed that a structure has collapsed at Park Place Apartments in Newburgh. That is a retirement community there in Newburgh. We're working on getting a reporter to the scene, but obviously it's a little dangerous to have our own folks out on the road right now with the tornado warnings going on and all that. So as it is safe to do so, we are working on getting somebody there to be able to send back more information. We don't know for sure if anyone's hurt, if anyone is trapped, but we do know there is some very serious damage and even possibly a building that has collapsed now as that storm moved through Newburgh. And again, this is Park Place Apartments, which is a retirement community there. So we are working to get a reporter there and get more information as it comes in. We also I had another video to show. There are so many coming in that I'm starting to lose my place by the time we get over here. This is another some more pictures of damage. This is just past Epworth. This is more minor damage, but still an apartment building here where the siding has clearly been torn off there. And again, that's some apartments just past Epworth there in Newburgh. So we are getting lots of pictures and videos of some damage that happened in Newburgh. These are more pictures of that funnel there as it was coming down. And then as you see just moments later, see how that's starting to connect to the ground. That's that tornado. And again, this is more of a narrow view, but you can still see that dipping down and then the condensation funnel there making it all the way to the ground. The gentleman, Kyle, who sent us those pictures, also gave us some information. He was trying to drive home and ran into this and said that the stoplights are torn down between 261 and the Lloyd, and that the Huck's gas station there is also heavily damaged. So again, getting lots of reports of damage in Newburgh, and that's that same tornado that is now moving into Spencer County. This is the same storm moving from west to east across the tri-state. So again, lots of reports of damage in Newburgh. I would encourage you to not get out on the road in Newburgh. Avoid these areas as we have stoplights torn down, parts of roofs and siding and things like that may be strewn out into the road. So it's just a dangerous situation even for people who are just driving by. So just stay out of the way and let the first responders do their work and get to the people who are in need right now. And if you're in Spencer County, that storm is now headed to you. And with that, I'm going to send it back over to Jeff with an updated look at the radar.
Okay, and Arden, we're going to go back in time there. You've given all these reports now with damage and so forth there. This is how the storm has tracked. It basically followed or was just a little north of the Lloyd Expressway, moving out into Warwick County, and that gets us to where we are now. Still a pretty strong couplet showing up here on the radar, and this is close to Rock Mill. So we're almost up to 231, and of course now a new tornado warning has been issued there, extending it over into the rest of Spencer County. So Newtonville, again, we're right along State Road 70 here, Indiana State Road 70. Midway would be in there. Crisney, the fairgrounds are at Crisney, I believe, in Spencer County. And then we can't forget to the south here, Grandview, maybe even Rockport. It's a little farther down there. I think Rockport is not in a warning right now, but Grandview is. And if you think of driving there along 66 there along the river, the storm is still tracking just to the north of that. So this has been a pretty long track. That would be at least 18 to 20 miles. And again, I don't know if it has been in contact with the ground that whole time. That's something that we won't really be able to discern until tomorrow when the sun is out. But really, really a very scary and dangerous situation there in Spencer County. So if you have friends, relatives, maybe that aren't watching the coverage, can't get it, call them, text them, ping them somehow. We are, of course, continuing to simulcast here on 104 FM WIKY. We also are on the 14 News and First Alert app. So you do have ways to continue to follow our coverage. We'll try to keep it more descriptive here if you're just listening and can't watch. But what I'm showing on the radar are several areas of rotation and potential tornadoes or damaging winds that are moving through now. So for our 2 tornado warnings in northern Vanderburgh County, it basically covers the county north of about Mill Road coming across. So going up, say St. Joe or Highway 41, and then that would be like McCutcheonville, that area, Kansas Road, and then on up. You've got some really strong wind coming in, and possibly these little, rotations that spin up a small tornado that can cause, at minimum some roof damage or some tree damage, and at worst destruction out there too. The signal for that, or the signature on the radar, not nearly as pronounced as the one that we're looking at right now in Spencer County. So I think we really need to spend all of our time on that one. I need to do a quick refresh here and look at the whole picture. And of course, for those of you that have been following our coverage, I think we've been on for about 4.5 hours. This is a very long-lived severe event. There is some good news to pass along. I'm always looking for that. And you see back here to our west from basically St. Louis into the tri-state, while we still have showers and storms going on, we don't have any warnings on those. And it's possible that what's happening right now is bleeding off a lot of the energy in the atmosphere. Our concern with this part of the storm will be flooding rainfall overnight, because as we've seen tonight, everything's kind of training or moving in the same direction, and then the overall line just gradually drifting south. And so that these can be prolific rainmakers when they come across. I will check for flood warnings out there. I mean, that's a big hazard when we have severe weather, and it's one that's often overlooked. We have the slogan, turn around, don't drown, but as folks get out there either to respond to these storms or to clean up or, to try to reach loved ones in that, we now have flash flood warnings covering Gibson, Pike, Du Bois counties, and then we still have one covering Wayne Edwards and Wabash. And if the trend continues here, we may see some flash flooding, or the concern for it, over Vanderburgh County too. It's playing out as we fear. This is kind of the worst case scenario. We have dodged several other severe weather events. Tonight, not so much. It's our turn here in the tri-state. As we go back now to all of these warnings, I see a new one there flashing, and this is going to take us on over into Perry County, northern Hancock. That's issued by the National Weather Service out of Louisville, and it's just basically a continuation of the tornado warning that is currently in effect here in Spencer County. From Crisney down to Grandview is where that rotational couplet was showing up, and I will put that back on the screen so we can kind of get a zero in on that. And again, it's not relenting there. We're still seeing that bright colors, which would mean strong winds in there, and we will screen it here for debris as well. What we're looking for here would be the darker blue colors that are showing up a few pixels worth there, and that could be lofted debris in the air. And again, we don't really have a way to discern the size or scale of the debris that's being picked up, but if it is, then that's also a hazard and an indication there. That's a little better view of where we probably have some rotation kicking some debris up into the air. This would be out to the west of Grandview. So coming in your way there, passing Rio right now, and then on over. Actually, Rio would have been a while back. This is closer to Grandview now along 62. Natcher Bridge would be the landmark there in that part of Spencer County. Still about a half an hour to go on our warnings there for northern Vanderburgh County, and I'm going to check over here. I think you're looking. All right, I'm going to look at. I'll look at Slack, okay? And you've got a lot showing up over there. And as Arden told you, and this is from Sean Weber, the Newburgh, Ohio Township Fire Department, significant damage to Park Place apartments in Newburgh, the retirement community, people trapped. And that was what Arden told you earlier. I'm just repeating that. So that is a serious, serious situation. And then we have some other. Let's go back over to Arden.
I was just going to say, in that same area, we're also hearing a report that the Ruler Foods nearby also lost part of its roof. So lots of damage all in that same area. I'm working on getting some more of your pictures and videos pulled up here. Thank you guys so much for sending them in. Again, I appreciate if you whenever possible, also tell us when and where the video was taken. I've had a few that have just said funnel cloud. There has been a lot of funnel clouds in the tri-state tonight, so please, if you can, tell us what time the video was taken, and also where it was taken, whether you were in Warwick or Spencer or Vanderburgh County or in somewhere else. We've also had reports of tornadoes in Illinois and up in Gibson County tonight, so there's a lot going on. This, for example, is just an incredible picture of a huge tornado there, and this was just outside of the tri-state earlier. You can tell obviously it was earlier because it's still daylight in this picture, but this picture was taken in Dix, Illinois earlier today. So again, that's just an incredible shot of this tornado from earlier this afternoon. The pictures we're getting now, even though the tornado moving through Newburgh has clearly done a lot of damage, the actual tornado pictures are not quite as interesting to look at simply because it's dark outside, but it has clearly done a lot of damage. As Jeff mentioned before, we do have reports that state police, let me see, I had this pulled up a minute ago, here we go, state police have been called to the scene there at Park Place in Newburgh. Again, that's a retirement community there, and they are reporting that state troopers are responding. We do have reports of people trapped as the roof may have collapsed there at those apartments, and nearby the Ruler Foods may have also lost part of its roof. So some major damage there, possibly some people trapped or hurt. Again, please avoid that area. Let the first responders get to the people that need their help. What they don't need is a bunch of other cars and people in the way as they're trying to do that. We've also had reports of power outages and stoplights down and all kinds of things going on across Newburgh, siding and roofs damaged or pulled off. So again, please avoid these areas, as even now that the storm has moved on off to the east, there's still a lot of dangers lurking in Newburgh on through the rest of the night tonight, as this tornado has left behind a lot of damage, and the first responders are just trying to get out, get things cleaned up, get power restored, and get to the people who may need their help, as some people may now be injured. We have a lot going on. We do have reporters trying to get out to some of this, but we obviously don't want to send them into an area that is endangering themselves either. So we're trying to be patient with that, but also get you the information that we need to get you to there. We did just get a report also. I mentioned that strip mall there where the Ruler Foods is, apparently at that McDonald's there nearby, someone was also injured. So that whole area, a lot going on there, lots of roofs damaged, possibly some people hurt. So again, please avoid that area. This is in Newburgh there at Park Place Apartments. There's also a Ruler Foods and a McDonald's all right there. So just please avoid that area, as it does seem like some people may be hurt, and there is a lot of damage as well. And again, please keep sending in your pictures and videos, again with a time and a location, so that we know which storm we're looking at and when this may have happened. And I'm doing my best to also pass along that information to our news crews and to the National Weather Service, so that we can all work together to get you the best information possible here. But with all of that, I'm going to keep looking at more pictures and videos, and I'll flag you down when I've got more information. But for now, I'll send it back over to Jeff.
Okay, thanks so much, Arden, for that. And again, I'm looking through the questions here. A lot of you want to know, well, is Evansville in the clear? And, just looking at the radar right now, we're talking about the Evansville city, proper. These storms are passing out to the north. I'm not comfortable saying anybody is in the clear just yet. And one little note here, earlier today, we had that tornado watch. It didn't include these counties, and this is a good illustration of when a watch is issued, it's in and close to that watch area. So, you know, the storms don't care about lines that we draw on the map. And right now, of course, we are what we call this nowcasting. We're simply tracking storms on the radar moving through. This has turned out to be, you know, a little more than any of us were expecting, especially with the number of tornadoes versus, you know, what we saw last week, for example. This is kind of a mini outbreak here over the tri-state. So, you know, when we harp on it, when we put those first alert weather days out, you gotta, you know, it's on you then to make sure you're following this stuff. And we're doing the best we can, of course, to keep you informed and safe. But, you know, I don't want to be snippy or anything, but that, you know, it just shows that sometimes this stuff can outperform or far exceed what was expected out there. With regard to the areas that are in greatest risk right now, we're still looking at northern Vanderburgh County and extreme southern Gibson County. This would be roughly from about Darmstadt and to the west there, all the way over to Elberfeld. And you see right now, you know, it doesn't look like, it just looks like heavy rainfall. And that's another problem too. We're going to see flash flooding picking up here in intensity. A lot of water coming down Pigeon Creek, you know, and the usual suspects there. When we switch over and look at velocity, I see kind of a broad circulation out here around daylight. This would be between daylight there and Elberfeld. Dittany Hill would be up in there, Elliott. And, you know, this part of Warwick County is at risk right now because we could again see that couplet tighten down and produce wind damage on the ground. There's an updated picture. This one has become a little more dominant now toward sort of an outflow there or strong winds, again pushing out to the south of Elberfeld. That would be across Dittany Hill, but see, we're showing 60-mile-an-hour winds right, you know, at all these pixels here, and that probably is down to the deck, if not really close. So damaging winds, you know, and that's going to be moving over here towards 61. So between Linville and Boonville down here, just behind me, Boonville's down here, but that will be moving across at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. And I want to clear that off, and I'll just show you how quickly things change here as that storm comes across and starts to wind up. You see those brighter colors, and then you see it start to really bulge out like that. I'd be very concerned if I were in a mobile home right now in northern Warwick County here, basically out along 61 or a little bit farther to the east. I would want to be, you know, getting somewhere else if that's an option. Hopefully you've worked this stuff out before now, but you don't have much time, and that's going to move pretty quickly up to Greenbrier here, out to the north of Boonville. Millersburg Road would be the southern boundary on that, Stanley Road to the north, and it's right there in that pocket. So if you're up in northwestern Warwick County, northeastern Vanderburgh, you need to be safe in your safe spot. I did want to go back here because we still have a persistent strong couplet showing up there out to the north of Grandview right now. And this would be on Old North State Road 231, or 245 rather, that comes up here out of Grandview and is moving to the east. Very strong circulation right in there. That would be just off to the north here of State Road 66. So if you're in Spencer County right now, that is definitely an area that you need to be avoiding if you're on the road. And if you're stuck there or living there near Newtonville, you need to be in the basement or in your storm shelter, wherever you go when we have a warning. Let's see if we have any debris showing there, and it's not quite as clear cut as it often is not on our debris detection there. So we'll go back here to reflectivity, and you know, we're still hearing thunder here at the station, even though those storms roughly 10 miles away there up the road up Highway 41. But a few more minutes to go here on the warnings. We'll give you another rundown kind of to that question on when will we be in the clear. And at least from the warning standpoint, our two tornado warnings there in Vanderburgh County are going to continue until 10:30. So we got about 20 more minutes for northern Vanderburgh and northern Warwick County. But we will likely see additional warnings issued out ahead of these or downstream of the ones that are up there already. And I'm watching, when I can here, what's happening in southern Illinois and Missouri. The good news is nothing other than some thunderstorms. So, you know, if we can ride it out here maybe by 11 or 12, then we should be winding down with that tornado threat anyway. We may still have some gusty winds or heavy rainfall overnight. And as I pointed out before, I'm going to show it one more time because I get more concerned then with the flooding, the flash flooding. As we go overnight, people will be getting up early to go to work and stuff. And, you know, there will be roads blocked by floodwater, and you might be tempted to drive through, and don't do it. And every time we have this situation, people do it. And then you're creating a problem for yourself and for first responders, and it's all avoidable. So just don't do that. I guess that's the dad coming out at me here in Father's Day. And you see now we are blanketed with flash flood warnings across basically from Interstate 64 all the way up. Keep in mind, all that water has to go somewhere. It's trying to get to the Ohio River. So it'll be coming down the Wabash, Pigeon Creek, and you know, some of the smaller tributaries will get out of their banks and may do it very quickly. So don't test your luck. Let's get a rainfall estimate here, and then we're going to go back over to Arden. And just in 12 hours here, and of course we didn't have any rain this morning really to speak of, the 12-hour rainfall totals here will populate in just a minute. That data takes a little bit of time to come down, and that will be the overriding issue going into the overnight hours. But I'm just going to sample here a couple of the areas here along Interstate 64 where that supercell moved through. Anywhere from 1.5 inches to radar estimated 3 inches of rain has fallen. Sometimes if we have hail, that will contaminate these numbers and they'll appear a little bit inflated. But you know, when you're seeing 1 or 2 or even 3 inches of rain, that's a concern then for an ongoing flooding situation that will likely be tomorrow's problem going into the morning commute. Back to reflectivity and warnings. We still have about 15 minutes to go on the warnings there for northern Vanderburgh County. I'm not sure if we've had any additional reports from up there. I'll check that real quick. I see Arden's doing the same thing. And all right, so we've got power flashes reported over in Spencer County that have been observed. So you know, that again is showing us that we definitely still have that wind component there, that tornado component moving right along the Ohio River and just to the north as it goes on into the eastern part of Spencer County. And then of course we're covered now with a warning if it does get across the river. That would be northern Hancock County. There you see Lewisport, and then we go on around the bend to Troy, Tell City, Cannleton. If that circulation stays together, that is a concern, especially since we've had damage, and especially since this is the same cell that originated in the Evansville area and has created or caused significant damage, including a nursing home or senior living facility there in Warwick County, and has moved out. We still have reports of people trapped and so forth. Arden, let's go back over to you.
Yeah, I'm still looking through pictures and videos of damage. This was sent to us from Somerville, Indiana. That's in Gibson County, and you can, look at this power pole here, very clearly snapped. There's the upper half of it there that has fallen down, and unfortunately this guy was driving through this mess. You can see here as he's going down the road, there's clearly a broken off tree, part of a tree down on the road there, but also look at all the water on the road here. It's very clearly flooded. It's not all the way up over the road yet, but it's very, very close. And then in the next picture, again, you can see lots of damage. This seems to be, I don't know, maybe insulation or something that is spread around and stuck to that pole there. Very clear indication that something has been shredded, probably by that tornado. Again, that's in Gibson County. We also had a report that the Toyota sign has taken some damage. And with all of this going on, no surprise that there's also lots of power outages. That's something else I've been monitoring in Posey County. You've got about 1,200 people without power and 600 people without power in Gibson County, 1,200 in Warwick County, and then as you head farther east, nearly 500 people without power in Perry County as well. Vanderburgh County doing pretty okay, only about 180 people without power there. But again, that's because that storm just started to develop over Vanderburgh County and then really hit its stride as it was crossing I-69 there near Deaconess Gateway Hospital, and then just tore things up as it moved into Warwick County and Newburgh, and that's where a lot of the other reports of damage are coming from. So we've got a lot of reports from Gibson County from earlier tonight, then more recent reports of damage in Warwick County. Those seems to be two of the places where the damage is most focused, but we are getting reports of damage and power outages and things in other places as well. So again, we want to just again urge caution. There may be power lines down, flooded roadways, things like that. So if you go to work late tonight or early tomorrow morning and you're going to be out on the road, especially before the sun comes up, give yourself some extra time to get where you're going. You may have to detour because there seems to be quite a bit of damage, especially if you're traveling through Gibson or Warwick counties tonight. But again, we're still getting lots of pictures and videos coming in, and I appreciate those. Thank you for sending them in. This is another picture someone sent in Warwick County. And again, it's difficult sometimes. You've got trees and houses and things like that. It's dark outside, but you can clearly see at least part of that cloud dipping down there in that picture from Warwick County. Whether that was touching all the way down to the ground or if that was a wall cloud that was beginning to rotate is unclear from this picture, but we're getting lots of pictures and videos, and I appreciate that. Continue to send those in if you're able, and please include a location and a time so that we know which storm this picture or this damage is associated with. That really helps us out with matching up things back over here. But again, we're getting lots of reports of damage in Gibson County as well as in Warwick County. So please be careful if you're traveling through either of those areas. And with that, I'll send it back over to Jeff.
Okay, thanks, Arden. And just a quick roundup of everything that's happening right now. We still are under tornado warnings in northern Warwick County. It looks like the most threatening part of the storm has moved out of the Darmstadt-Stacer area and McCutcheonville. And the worst part appears anyway on the radar to be moving up still toward State Road 61 there between Linville and Boonville. That's where the kind of that nose is. And anytime we see a sharp feature on the radar like that, your strong winds are going to be right ahead of that. And just for context to tell you where that is and where it's headed, we're going to zoom right in on top of it. Greenbrier, one of our landmarks, that would be out north of Millersburg Road. Again, this is Millersburg Road in Warwick County, out to the north of Boonville, and then over toward Rolling Acres would be the next spot. EB would be in there, Graham Valley, and then on up. Dickiesville is out of that at the moment, but we could see another warning out ahead of that one. I'm not really privy to what the Weather Service thinking is, but at bare minimum, I would expect some sort of severe thunderstorm warning, maybe with a tornado tag on it. But given all the reports that we've been getting now, it may just be another tornado warning to the east that would cover the rest of Warwick County and maybe get into Spencer County. So that's what that storm is doing. Vanderburgh County, generally speaking, and we're going to look again at the reflectivity. This is pretty much northern Vanderburgh County only. It's not raining here at the station, which is right down here, and really any place south of about It would be farther south than Boonville, New Harmony. Let's say about the next major east-west would be Lynch Road. It would be anything north of Lynch, so across the northern part of Vanderburgh County and then into Warwick County right now. Really heavy rain going on up there too. Not sure if we have a new flash flood warning up there, but it wouldn't surprise me to see one given the amount of rain that's possible. You probably notice how humid it was today, and of course that just eggs these storms on, and they produce torrential downpours, which is one of the hazards we often talk about in our alert day messaging when we're telling you, giving you the heads up, locally heavy rainfall. This is that. It is widespread locally heavy rainfall, which is kind of a oxymoron, I guess, but you get the idea. A lot of places are getting a lot of rain, so that will be an ongoing problem. And as Arden mentioned, that could have an impact on your morning commute, so keep that in mind. All right, we're looking now at the radar data coming out of Louisville, and this is for that same couplet, still holding its own, and it is actually moving in, that would be across northern Hancock County here along US 60. It has passed out of, I think I had some of those cities popped up there a little while ago. We should see Hawesville on there. Let me get that tuned in, or Lewisport rather. Yeah, so we've got Lewisport, and then the couplet is kind of a beam, or a stride rather, US 60, coming up here toward Adair, Petrie, are a couple of post offices or landmarks along there, and then of course it's moving toward a populated area here, Tell City, Troy to the north, Candleton to the south, and as that moves along there, we'll check for debris. Again, we're at a pretty good distance from the Louisville radar, so this data is going to be a little noisy, but we are seeing some flecks in here, blue, indicating there could be some debris aloft with that circulation. These things oftentimes will suck up even the smallest things, corn stalks and leaves and stuff, which will then turn up in the debris signature, what we call the correlated coefficient. So if there's something up there that doesn't belong, it lights up as blue or darker colors on that debris tracker. And we'll just skate back across here into Warwick County. So that's kind of the big question mark now, is will we see a continuation of the tornado warning or some sort of warning for northern Warwick County? I would imagine we would. And just for additional context, there is nothing else coming in. Nothing else coming in. Southern Illinois, I would say you are in the clear right now. We'll look at the composite radar, which gives us a little more detection there over a much broader range. And one of the things I was looking at in the models here this afternoon was kind of the idea of a split, where part of it would sweep across the tri-state, the other part over here would dive down more into the Purchase region of western Kentucky, like over toward Paducah and Mayfield, and then on down into Tennessee. And if that's the case, then yes, once we get these warnings cleared off, things should quiet down pretty rapidly over the tri-state. We have at least another hour of this to go until things start to simmer down. And to our east, we have a lot of severe weather still occurring between Louisville here in the east and about Leavenworth there in Crawford County, and then dropping down. And I'm getting a note here from Sander. Okay, I'll go ahead and just throw it up there and then tell me in my ear what we're looking at. This is Somerville. We've got some from Ryan Schaefer, and he's showing the cornfield there. You can see everything just kind of stripped and knocked down. You've got hunks of insulation. Again, this would be, I think you said Somerville, is that correct? Somerville, so that would be along State Road 57 between Mackey and about, what would be above Somerville? It would be, well, closer to like Barton Township School, Oakland City, up that way. But yeah, you see crop damage out there. That's something you kind of underestimate. You know, crops, we rely on the crops, and a tornado or wind event like this can strip out hundreds, if not thousands of acres if it's on the ground. You've got tree, and there you see power line damage. I'm not sure if the car was damaged there, or if he's just leaning out to take the picture. Again, this is from Ryan Schaefer. Thanks for that picture and that information. It helps us tell the full story here of what's going on. So we're going to go back here to our reflectivity, and as we do that, we have about 6 more minutes to go now. The warning, really, for all practical purposes, the one for Darmstadt and west, everything has moved out of that warning polygon. Now that won't drop off the screen. And there's our new warning. And this one is going to replace the tornado warning here that will clear at 10:30. That is a severe thunderstorm with a tornado possible on it. The orange means that it could produce a tornado, as we've seen tonight, but as we looked at the velocity there together, we were not seeing a strong or tight rotation. We certainly have rotation moving up here to the north of Boonville right now, and that's kind of in the heart of this new severe thunderstorm warning. That warning, and of course we have the sirens going off again in Vanderburgh County because the back edge of that warning touches northern Vanderburgh County. So if you live out by the airport, again, we're talking about McCutcheonville again, and daylight all the way up to the county line. So Elberfeld's back in this too. The wind, though, appears to be kind of concentrated right now. That would be from about Kansas Road, roughly, Oak Hill School out there. The big church out there, I'll think of it here on Millersburg Road, Christian Fellowship, and then we've got Green River Road over here to the east, the Gable Soccer Complex, and you see that rotation out there. So those are your landmarks. That's the area that we're talking about for possible wind damage or even a spin-up tornado in there. That's why we have the tornado possible tag. And something to keep in mind, you know, just because it starts out orange, it could quickly go red or even purple on us if we have confirmed damage or a tornado out there. But really wicked weather here for June. Typically by mid-June, first day of summer, which is today, we kind of start to wind down, and usually the dominant mode is squall line. So this was supercells and no squall line really to speak of behind it. And then we're still showing a broader rotation out here now, almost up to Folsomville Road. This would be out north of Boonville. Dagonia Springs is back here behind me, and we'll get it up here so you can see that part of the storm. I want to give a little more attention here again to Vanderburgh County because we have sirens all over the county going off, but the only area of Vanderburgh County that is at danger right now is up around McCutcheonville, and I am seeing a little more growth there. And again, this is the part of the storm that's about to go over Green River Road. So think Gable Soccer Complex, Christian Fellowship Church up in that general area, and then moving on here toward Interstate 69. So between the, it would be the Boonville New Harmony exit and then the Elberfeld or State Road 57 exit. That would be a dangerous place to be right now as this passes over. If you're listening on the radio right now, maybe you're driving Interstate 69 north of Boonville New Harmony, south of Interstate 64, let's say. Danger there for the next 10 minutes until that formation there moves across. And as we come up here on 10:30, you're going to see the 2 tornado warnings drop off, and then we will be back down to a severe thunderstorm tornado possible tag. The other warning there for Hancock County will clear at 10:45. So a few more minutes on that. And lost in the shuffle, not intentionally, of course. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Perry County there, which includes Branchville, and then it goes up to the interstate there. So Hoosier National Forest, you've got 66 coming down there from 66, that little corner, just a little small area of Perry County. And then in the south, you've got Tell City and Troy, Candleton, and near Hawesville in that other warning. And I wanted to try to get new velocity data on that one. It is, let's see here. We look at storm relative velocity, and we're going to go back just to straight velocity. And we kind of toggle these tools to try to get you the best image of where that rotation is. But it's essentially right on top of Candleton now, so passing off just to the south of Tell City. You're probably getting a boatload of lightning there in Tell City, in addition to areas here in northern Hancock County. And these storms have been very energetic tonight. And of course, with the rotation, the turbulence aloft, that tends to generate quite a bit of lightning when it occurs. I'll put the lightning strikes back on, and then we're going to go back over here toward northern Vanderburgh County. And we actually have a new tornado warning now, and this is concurrent with the severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. So that's from Boss City over to Boonville, southern edge of this storm now dropping in towards State Road 62. So if you're in Boonville, if you're in Chandler there along State Road 62, get into shelter. If you're in a mobile home and weren't able to evacuate or get out, or get to a safe spot, it's too late there. You're going to have to just hunker down in your location. But we're showing that the strongest wind right now is out here along 61 as it goes out of Boonville and then up toward Greenbrier there in Turpin Hill. So as that comes across, again, that would be the spot where we would anticipate some wind damage. And this is out to the north of Millersburg Road. And this is the Millersburg Road in Warwick County. So it's kind of drifted up just a little bit and continuing to move to the east. That is a lot of tornado warnings for one day. Probably the most we've had, certainly this year, maybe second only to April 2nd last year, if memory serves, which it often doesn't. All right, and that is still a very impressive couplet there again. This is near between daylight and out basically just east of the airport, Evansville Regional Airport. And that is moving to the east. So it'll be out of Vanderburgh County here soon, but it will be moving smack dab into the middle of Warwick County, there along Stevenson Station Road, Fishersville, and then you've got Boonville New Harmony Road to the north of that. Now this is in Warwick County, but hopefully that kind of gives you a fix on the area that we're talking about. North of Stevenson Station, so north of 62, is where we have the strongest wind right now. And then I mentioned Kansas Road earlier. Of course, we have lots and lots of houses out there, very densely populated area. So hopefully we won't get much damage or impact out there, but that's where the strongest rotation is right now. And if you don't have a basement to go to, a closet, a hallway, interior bathroom without windows, or the bathtub, cushions over your head, all those things can be done to stay safe here while this moves through. Arden is going to brief us here on more pictures right now. Go ahead, Arden.
All right, yeah, let's walk through just a few of these pictures. I'm going to start in Gibson County. These pictures are actually from Casey Mason, one of our anchors here. This is of Blythe Chapel Church in Owensville. I'm going to pull this up a little bigger here so you can see some pretty serious damage. That's the sanctuary there. You can see the pews. The whole top of the church seems to be missing there, the whole roof. And if I move forward with this to the next picture, Here's another shot of that church, and again, just extensive damage there. And these are from the storms earlier in Gibson County. And again, just another shot of that church. Again, Blythe Chapel in Owensville has taken some very serious damage today. Moving then into Warwick County. We are getting lots of pictures of damage there. This is from let's see, what was the name on this one? Nikki, I believe. This is of Newburgh Bell Point Apartments. And again, I'm going to pull this up a little bigger so that you can hopefully see it. There are some air conditioning units that have clearly been toppled over there. Moving on to the next picture, some damage done to cars here, clearly having all kinds of debris and whatnot spattered across it, but it's also broken some windows in that vehicle as well. Don't know if that was tornado damage or hail damage, but some damage to the cars there. Here's another one where we seem to have had a motorcycle of some kind that may have even actually been moved. It doesn't look like it's parked correctly there, and some damage to that truck there that's next to it. And again, we've got more damage here, some fencing here that seems to have blown down, just lots of pictures of damage. And that's the Walmart there, it seems, off in the distance. Again, more damage of just, pieces of siding, pieces of roofs, pieces of fences, all kinds of stuff just blown all around there. Again, just almost unidentifiable debris in some of this. That somebody is, patio chair that's now out in the parking lot, just stuff strewn around everywhere. A tree that has had a large piece of it broken off there in that damage. And then also, if I can pull up this other one, find my way through all of these different things that I've been looking at. We also had a picture here earlier, if I can find it, of the Park Place apartments that we've been talking about, where we had some pretty serious damage there as well. But Jeff seems to have something new for us, so I'm going to toss it back over to him.
Okay, yeah, and I'll let you get those together. I've been watching the couplet here over Warwick County, and I want to go back here in time and then kind of step it forward. Notice how it is tightening in, and this is within that tornado warning near Boss City. I'm really concerned about Chandler here in particular. That will move between Chandler and Millersburg Road, again in Warwick County, the Millersburg Road in Warwick County. A very tight circulation there that could produce a tornado. We have a radar indicated tornado warning for you, and that is still moving to the east at about 30 to 40. Now I'm going to put a track on here, but I suspect it's not going to light up much more than what we already have told you, but I did want to at least put that out there. We got the raceway, the racetrack out there at Chandler Raceway, 10:38 for the arrival time. Chandler at 10:40, Cypress Baptist Church 10:42, Boonville at 10:45, and then the eastern end there, Boonville 10:49. Oakdale Elementary School would be another landmark, 10:50, right there around Boonville. So between Chandler and Boonville, if we don't have a tornado on the ground, we certainly have a strong enough couplet showing up here on the radar return. It could produce a tornado, or at bare minimum, some damaging wind gusts on the ground. It's going to be really hard to see this, and we don't want you looking for it either. We want you in Chandler and Boonville in your safe spot now, and stay put for about another half hour here until it moves over. Again, as we just kind of cycle through here, you'll notice that has gotten significantly tighter and more intense. Again, this is east of Stevenson Station Road. So you think if you're driving out toward Boonville there on 62, look off to the left, you've got that golf driving range, then Stevenson Station, and then you've got open fields, an area here called Boss City, but then you quickly come upon Chandler along 62, here at Fuquay Road, and then a little farther in. Anybody in Chandler right now needs to be sheltered in your safe spot, away from windows, basement, small interior room. The other thing that I was looking at here was the debris signature, and we are seeing some areas here where it's possible here out to the north of Boss City where you're seeing these green or lighter colors. We have something in the air right now, possibly some debris or something up there that doesn't belong, as opposed to just rain, where all the droplets are the same size. This is something, it could be tree limbs, it could be leaves, it could be just about anything. But that's really concerning to me just to look at it on the radar here, especially with the history we have on these storms. So I can't emphasize enough, don't mess around here. And you see the hook too. So you have strong winds coming in. Your experience there in Chandler, you would have this wind coming up from the south and then rapidly shifting around to the northwest. And right in here is where that rotation is occurring. Classic hook echo and a supercell. We're still dealing with supercell structures there, at least based on the pictures that we've seen here this evening. And just looking at the size of it, it wouldn't be a classic supercell, but it is a supercell. You have a huge thunderstorm here, and then that notch and hook on the back edge, right where it should be, southwestern quadrant. And as that comes across Boonville, and then Nagonia Springs out here, all those little spots. We mentioned Oakdale Elementary School, which at Logue Elementary School, all those that are out there to the north of town, Folsomville Road. And now we have an observed tornado there. You see the purple and the stripes on there indicating we are getting a report from somebody in the field. Let me see if we have that. Okay, this is 2 reports. Tornado, okay, actually we got a bunch coming in all at once. So let me try to get to this one. Confirmed tornado. Okay, this is a tornado debris signature is the basis for that observed, the purple on there, right? Remember I was showing you the debris just a moment ago, and we have this little pocket here where you see those brighter green colors and blue. That's the debris signature. That's why the Weather Service upgraded this to an observed tornado. They can do that based on the radar too, even if somebody isn't actually looking at it there on the ground. But we also have ham operators. I'm trying to look at Slack, if you would, and scroll down. You'll see at the bottom there were 2 or 3 things I couldn't read quick enough because I wanted to get back on here. So yeah, I mean, we're still, same area, Boonville, from Chandler to Boonville. Millersburg Road appears to be the kind of the axis there for that to move along, and then as it gets out here toward Folsomville Road, which angles up from Boonville there out toward Folsomville and Dagonia Springs, and I think there was a report. Spotter saw some rotation at Dagonia. Was that what it was? Yeah, and so there are a lot of kind of circulations within these storms. I'm drawn, of course, to the hook in looking at the radar data, but within this mess, we have a lot of turbulence and rotation possible. So that's why we're seeing that designation there on Warwick County for an observed tornado. Okay, Arden, back to you.
Yeah, so Jeff was asking me to look at Slack. That's our chat where we communicate with the National Weather Service and law enforcement and things like that. So here are the reports. I know you're not going to be able to read them, but I've just got them pulled up so that I can read them. One is from Spencer County Emergency Management saying a tornado was confirmed by law enforcement between Grandview and Lewisport. Reports of trees down in Grandview, but no reports of damage to homes have been reported yet. Then the other one that Jeff was just mentioning, a ham operator in Evansville reported rotating clouds at Chandler and Dagonia, but that they didn't seem to be touching the ground just yet. So we had a funnel forming, but at that time, which was about 6 minutes ago, it didn't seem to be touching the ground just yet. Then just a few moments later, the National Weather Service upgraded that tornado warning to a confirmed tornado, not because anybody actually saw it touch the ground. We had reports that it was rotating, creating a funnel, was expected to touch the ground soon, but then they started seeing that debris signature on the radar, which, as Jeff mentioned, would indicate that tornado is picking stuff up and lofting it up into the air. What that's looking for is something something that's differently shaped, right? So rain would all be kind of the same size and shape, but then you start throwing in, shingles or tree limbs or something like that. That's going to stand out as being differently shaped, but still being picked up by the radar. So that's where we get that debris signature. So that's why they upgraded that. So we did have a report of a confirmed tornado confirmed by law enforcement in Grandview and Lewisport. So that's a different situation. But then we also had rotating clouds reported by a spotter at Chandler and Dagonia. And then just a few moments later, we were seeing a tornado debris signature in Chandler. So that indicates that those rotating clouds had then touched down and started to pick things up and loft them up into the air. And that tornado was sucking things up into it. So that's the reports we have going on so far here. I'll keep an eye on it, but for now I'm going to send you back over to Jeff.
And Arden, thanks for that update. The debris signature is showing up. This is what they're looking at the weather. We're all looking at it on the same radar feed. So that would be south of Millersburg Road and north of 62. I don't have that north-south road. It looked like industrial. I couldn't read it. Or there it is right there. So that is into Reedon Road, there back to the west. It's past that landmark right now, but if this keeps going, that's going to be coming into Boonville here, kind of by the high school, and then out as we move up 61 there, out toward Linville at the moment.
We now have that spotter confirmed.
And we have that spotter confirmed it. Okay, thank you. So we'll go back here, and there's that hook as well. It's kind of embedded in rain, and I think Arden mentioned this, a lot of it is going to be rain wrapped tonight. You won't really be able to see those features clearly from Chandler. Now, as it passes toward Boonville, Boonville is in the rain right now too, so it's going to be really hard to detect without radar. And we're looking at that radar signature right now. We have an area here that's at weaker returns, and then it's bounded by the stronger returns. And that tells us that that is likely where we would have a tornado or funnel cloud, strong rotation either way. And then out here toward Dagonia Springs, where our other spotter was, you see this very hot return on there. That could be some hail or debris in the atmosphere, and if we compare that with the velocity data, again, we're not seeing that as plainly as this more concerning signature, which is now just passing to the north of Chandler. I'm going to run this back in time, and those values on the radar too are very high. Anytime you see that kind of amber color, you're looking at winds of 80 or greater in that area. And this is just in from the National Weather Service, 10:43, so that was just a minute or two ago. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Boonville, moving east at 30. So this says outrun. I would definitely get underground there if you're in Boonville, but we are showing this over time. So as we go back a few scans, you can see that that signature has held its own and is basically following right along State Road 62. So please, if you're in Boonville right now, you need to be sheltered and remain there until this thing clears. And as I showed you, the wind damage or wind values on here on this brighter kind of yellow color, in excess of 80 miles per hour, and could be higher than that within the storm itself. The Weather Service is sending Arden kind of these quad panels that show not only what I'm showing you on the air, but the debris signature in that. A little more technical, but again, it's verifying what we've been telling you here this evening. And, from a broader view, that is the worst thing happening right now as we zoom all the way out into a much, wider scaled picture. Not anything over Illinois right now, and then we have just these handful of tornado warnings over Warwick County and then over southern Perry and a little sliver there of northern Hancock County. If this holds together, though, I would anticipate another warning perhaps in Spencer County for Crisney, at Gentryville, up toward Dale, all those areas. Lamar would be in there, maybe to the south of Santa Claus. So really a dangerous situation. This is always one we dread when it's dark outside and you can't see the hazard. We don't want you out looking for the hazard. We want you watching us and going to shelter. Take the coverage with you. We are simulcasting over our radio partner, 104 FM WIKY. We also are streaming on the 14 News and 14 First Alert apps. And wherever you get your stream from us, I know though the mobile device is the way to go because you can get anywhere with that quickly and not miss a beat there. So, you know, anybody there in Boonville, Rolling Acres, out Folsomville Road, in shelter now and remain there at least for the next 30 to 40 minutes until this starts to move out. And we're looking again at the velocity picture. I'm trying to get it kind of out here so you can get a little perspective, but this is the trouble spot to the west of Boonville there, west of 61, and now moving right into town. And it is pretty broad too. It goes all the way down. These are damaging winds that we're looking at right now, or potentially damaging winds down the Alcoa Highway there, 61 south of town, and then north. And you know, you have that cluster of businesses there right when you come into Boonville. There's the library, the McDonald's on the hill, and then to the right there's a something there, fast food places, Dairy Queen and the like. Anyway, it's right there at that intersection and moving across toward Boonville right now. And that warning probably will carry us up past 11 o'clock. 11:15 is the expiration time on that one. Meanwhile, back in Vanderburgh County, while technically we still show a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it, you'll notice that the storm has completely moved out of Vanderburgh County. So at least for the time being here, Vanderburgh County is in the clear. We still have some thunderstorms that have kind of fired up here around Mount Vernon. Now, there's nothing severe about these yet, but I don't trust the atmosphere tonight. I think it's still plausible that we could get some severe weather out of this cell that's just at the northern neck there of Point Township, and then up into Mount Vernon and extending out towards Saval, Bufkin, and State Road 69. So this is coming in from the west in Mount Vernon. This would be out by the Country Club, and then farther out there, the Four Seasons, and then on out toward the Wabash River is where that is. It's not a severe storm at this point. We can look at the velocity data in there. We're not seeing any rotation with it at this point. We'll check it for hail. Not really seeing a convincing hail signature with that either. Hail was never really a big concern tonight with these storms. It was damaging winds and tornadoes. We got the tornadoes, damaging winds. I mean, technically a tornado is damaging wind, but kind of those straight line, 60, 70 mile an hour gusts. I suspect we've had a few of those tonight as well. Let's go back over to Arden.
Yeah, for those of you who have the 14 News app, you should have just gotten a push alert about what I'm here to tell you about. We have a traffic alert that is weather related in Warwick County. So just to kind of give you a summary here, Indiana State Police troopers are telling us that the eastbound lane of I-64 in Warwick County is closed due to a crash and a tree blocking the roadway. So these storms have brought down a tree onto Interstate 64 there. This is near the 44-mile marker in Warwick County. This is a construction zone, which, what isn't around here, but this is a construction zone. The tree is down. Someone has crashed there with the tree blocking the road. So the point of all this is on I-64 around the 44-mile marker in Warwick County, eastbound traffic is completely closed. So you're going to need to go a different way. If you are trying to go eastbound on I-64 through Warwick County, there's a tree down over the interstate in a construction site, and someone has crashed due to all of that going on. So again, that's a pretty major traffic alert there, that eastbound traffic on the interstate is closed due to this storm damage, which is just kind of adding to the several reports of storm damage that we've had out of Warwick County tonight. I would say just try to avoid driving through Warwick County if you can, but certainly you need to know that Interstate 64 eastbound lanes are completely closed, and I don't know how long it's going to take them to get that tree cleaned up and out of there and those lanes reopened again. So please avoid that area. But that's the traffic alert I had for you. And again, if you have the 14 News app, you should have just gotten a push notification about that as well. But that's the only kind of new report that I have. Again, everything we've had so far has just been kind of the same stuff about that storm in Warwick County, in Chandler, and again, they're just talking about.
I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt.
I can't get it to go down.
Can't get it to go down.
That's as far down as mine goes. Do I need to refresh?
If you go up, there's a picture that Cliff Weaver just posted.
Oh, this one.
That's the one. Did you show that already?
I have not showed this yet. So this is from Evansville Emergency Manager Cliff Weaver. It's from their camera in Evansville, but they're looking east into Warwick County, and so you can pretty clearly see there that storm off in the distance, and those low-hanging clouds where we are talking about having rotation and a tornado confirmed by a spotter on the ground there. That was initially reported as a funnel cloud, and then they started to see debris, and then that spotter confirmed that debris and said that there was a tornado on the ground near the Chandler Airport there. Obviously, that's been a few minutes ago now, so it has continued to push east, but that is what triggered that purple polygon. That confirmed tornado warning is not only were spotters seeing this funnel cloud coming down and seeing it begin to touch down, but then even on the radar, even if we didn't have someone with eyes on the storm, just using our radar tools, you could see that that tornado was starting to pick things up and loft them up into the storm, whatever that may be, whether it's, you know, bits of trees and branches and things like that, or maybe damage to buildings, bits of siding and you know, shingles and things like that. There was something that wasn't shaped like rain that was starting to get picked up and drawn up into that storm, and that's what that debris signature tells us. So again, that's a picture taken from Evansville, looking east into Warwick County as that storm was moving through. And again, the eastbound lanes of I-64 are closed right now due to a tree down over the interstate, and we're unsure when that is going to reopen again. But with that, I will send you back over to Jeff with another look at the radar.
Okay, and Arden, lots of questions. Is it safe to go to bed in Evansville? Are we out of the woods? I'll try to kind of answer that question for you. First off, the storm that was moving into Posey County here near Mount Vernon, if you look at it carefully, it has weakened. We were not showing any rotation, and I suspect there's very little lightning with it. We'll put the lightning strikes on. But that one needs to move through. It'll probably clip the west side here and down into Union Township. But generally, this warning up here is going to hang up there until 11:15 for northern Vanderburgh County. But you are safe to come out of your safe spot in northern Vanderburgh County, Evansville. And barring anything crazy with that storm over Posey County, then yes, I think we're fine. Southern Illinois, you are now off the hook as far as a severe weather threat is concerned. And as we had looked at the models earlier today, and of course I haven't really been able to look at anything other than the radar here for several hours, but there's kind of a gap opening up, and this was modeled today as well. And that gap means that the first wave here, the second wave for us, is moving out. And then these storms will deflect a little more to the south. We're not expecting them to move east or into our counties. That's not what we're expecting over the next few hours. So I would say that yes, you're clear. Western Kentucky, really the head scratcher here. We're not going to get anything into Western Kentucky from this current line of storms. Whether we will see any development down here is up in question right now. It doesn't look like we will, but we still have several hours to go. And of course, I haven't been able to look at like a surface chart or anything to see where that frontal boundary is. So, you know, at least just based on the radar right now, Evansville appears to be in the clear. Western Kentucky has always been in the clear, and our biggest concern, biggest threat right now is for southwest Indiana, particularly Warwick County, there around Boonville and now Dagonia Springs, and out to the east of town there along State Road 62. As Arden told you, we've got the eastbound lane on 64 is closed because there's a tree down on it or debris or something. The state police had reported that. So these storms have definitely created a lot of disruption around the tri-state tonight. Of course, we've got reporters chasing several stories tonight, and we will have that put together for you on 14 News Sunrise, which comes up here in about 6 hours. Arden.
All right, I've got a few things coming through the email here to walk you through. First of all, this picture is from Aaron Kaiser. He said it was taken about 10 minutes ago, and he says this is the tornado that was moving through Chandler. Let me see if I can pull that up a little bit bigger for you. Sometimes it's hard to tell with trees and homes and things like that, especially when it's just a still picture, so you can't see the rotation, but you can pretty clearly see there something dipping down from those clouds. That is likely a tornado there. This is in the area where it would have been reported. So yeah, it looks like we're seeing a picture of that tornado, maybe as it was backlit by some lightning there. It is going to be difficult to see because it is dark outside, obviously. Another update for you here. I got some damaged pictures out of Hawesville. So this is from Tyler in Hawesville, and again you can see some roof damage there. Let me make this a little bigger for you. Some roof damage there. Some insulation still just kind of draped there as that roof has been torn off, and then parts of it have been blown into other things. So you can see bits of that building then draped over power lines and things like that. Again, part of an outbuilding of some kind there that has been blown apart. And there's another picture of that roof that has been pulled off, what appears to be a mobile home. The whole top of it has been pulled off there. And again, these are damaged pictures from Tyler, and he says that these pictures were taken in Hawesville, Kentucky at about 10:36. Also, some good news for you. We are always looking for good news. Barbara Bellinger sent out an email just a little while ago saying that Park Place retirement apartments there that we had talked about, they were concerned that people may be trapped as the roof had collapsed there. Police and fire and EMS are all on scene and taking care of everybody, and they said there were no major injuries. So people are a little banged up, but everybody seems to have gotten out of there okay. But they said there is a lot of damage, and so they are asking people to avoid the area of 66 north to Oak Grove and Libert East to 261. That whole area has a lot of damage, and so they're just asking people to avoid that whole part of Newburgh. But again, Park Place retirement community there where we had reports that a roof had collapsed as that tornado moved through. The first responders have gotten on scene, gotten to the people who were trapped by that damage, and a few scrapes and bruises, but they said there's no major injuries. So it seems like everybody's going to be okay there. So there's a bit of good news for you, but we are still getting pictures of, again, that tornado in Chandler and then some damage coming out of Hawesville, Kentucky. And with that, I'm going to send you back over to Jeff.
We have a new tornado warning now. This is out ahead of the one that's going to clear here at 11:15. This is again for Crisney, same area that got hit before, from Crisney almost down to Rockport and then across into the eastern edge there toward New Boston. And again, this is southeastern Spencer County, and that warning, I imagine, will go to 11:45 probably. It will. And as we zoom in on it, let's look at what's going on there. And this is just basically a continuation of that Chandler storm that Arden was showing you pictures of. And so, we can't rule out yet another tornado with this evening. Let me turn the warnings off, and we will look at the couplet here if we can see it. And sometimes that's kind of a tall order here, so we're going to we'll just kind of cycle that first. And what we're looking at is rotation coming into the western edge of Spencer County. That would be between County Road 900 North and North Orchard Road would be a couple of landmarks there. That's out to the north of Richland City. And the warning really covers a pretty broad swath there, all of southern Spencer County. And if we go back here just to the reflectivity, again, what we're going to look for is that hook down here. This is the trouble spot. That's where a tornado would spin up if one's going to happen. That would be south of Ashiron Springs and north of Bullocktown, and then move straight across. And if all these towns sound familiar again, this is almost the identical path that the storm went by. I think it was about 90 minutes ago now. I've kind of lost track of time, but it's been just these concurrent sequential storms over the very same area, and that not only is creating severe weather and damage and impacts, but we're also getting very heavy rain in those spots. Now, we don't have any additional flash flood warnings there, so that is actually a good sign at this point. But as those storms continue to chug along, they are going to put down very heavy rainfall. I did want to circle back around here. That storm that was out between Mount Vernon and Evansville, still not really doing much at this time. And in looking at the velocity, we're not seeing anything alarming with that one. So, you know, some rumbles of thunder on the west side of Evansville, perhaps. Here between St. Philip and that would be Mars Elementary School, West Franklin, down here by the power plant on the river, and then it just basically again along 62. This has kind of been the State Road 62 outbreak tonight. Everything has happened along that road in Warwick County, but the back edge of the storms near Bufkin, and then the lead edge there with the rainfall now coming across County Line Road between St. Philip and West Franklin. That'll be moving in here toward USI and the west side of Evansville. Then the University Parkway would be the next stop there as it comes along. It's not severe. It is producing some rain, and I think we had a little bit of thunder and lightning with that too. We'll double check. But just to reassure you, if you do hear some thunder or rain or even some gusty wind, at least at this point, that one is not severe. Our big concern right now is in Spencer County again. And what we're seeing here is the shape on the radar, that hook on the back, a supercell. And when we have that, we pay a lot of attention to what's happening down here in the southwest corner, because that's where you have wind pushing in. That's why you get that notch, and then it spins and comes around. And so you have an inflow jet, and sometimes the wind going in can produce damage on the ground as well. There's just a lot going on in these supercellular type thunderstorms. And the other thing then that we look at is the trend. Is that couplet getting tighter and brighter, you know, stronger winds, or is it not, or is it weakening? And right now it's kind of indeterminate, but based on the history of the storm, the Weather Service put this warning out here as a precaution, because the radar indicates possible rotation there that could lead to a tornado. And so you have a few more minutes here, about 30 minutes in Spencer County to kind of ride this out and be in your safe place. I'll do some storm tracks on this. We're talking about Chrisney at 1109. Crossroad Church, that's not Crossroad Christian Church, this is Crossroad Church in Warwick County, 1109, and then Fairfield Church, 1116, Grandview, 1119, Newtonville, 1121, are some landmarks there along the path of this rotation that could produce a tornado. And then if we track a little bit farther north here, you'll see a few different schools. That would include Chrisney Elementary at 1111, Newtonville again at 1122, and New Hope Church at 1123. So anything that's occurring up in there could produce a tornado or wind damage, power outages, and the usual problems that you're going to see when we have severe weather like this. We're going to get a little wider angle picture here. That tornado warning that was in effect for Perry County, that cell has now moved out over into Breckinridge County. So that's out of our hair. So as I see it, we still probably will have a warning here in Perry and maybe northern Hancock County as this last cell moves out. And then back to our west, we're not seeing anything scaling up, and we're not really seeing anything heading our way. That line of storms there in southeastern Missouri, not severe at this point, just moving along. The composite, or actually we'll get the Paducah radar on that, and you can see how that's just kind of moving along out there, but no warnings on it. So the only other spot, and if you look, the warnings are going to show up here on the radar. We're the only ones here in the tri-state with warnings right now in the Midwest. So once we get them out of here, then we will be done with our severe weather threat, hopefully for the night and for the month, maybe for the year. Arden.
Oh, we can dream. Okay, so I do still have a new video coming in here. I'll read the information sent with it, and then I'll show you the video. This was taken by Andrew in the parking lot of the Goebel Soccer Complex there, looking toward Boonville. And you have to kind of bear with it here because it is dark out, so you basically have to wait for it to get lit up by some lightning, but it does show up here. If you look very closely, you can see that dipping down right there. You can just barely see it in the flashes of lightning, but it does seem like he may have managed to catch that tornado as it was forming there, as it was moving out of northern Vanderburgh County and then into Warwick County, where it then later possibly, that might possibly be that tornado that we were talking about earlier. Again, says he was at the Goebel Soccer Complex, but then looking toward Boonville, and just in these lightning flashes, you just occasionally catch shots of that funnel. And let me see if I can just pause it on one of those so that we can see it more clearly. That's going to be tricky to do. But yeah, you can just barely see it in the lightning flashes here. Again, these are going to be hard to spot. That's part of why we're encouraging people not to go looking for it. This is not a scenario where you're going to get a really cool shot of a tornado. It's dark, it's raining. Odds are you're not going to see much of anything, but you could get yourself hurt. Again, this was somebody who was to the west looking east, so the storm was moving away from him at the time. But every once in a while in that flash of lightning, you can just barely see that funnel that was forming there in Warwick County at the time. Some of the pictures are starting to wind down now. I think as more people are getting cleared of the severe weather threat, folks are probably starting to go to bed. But we are still getting reports of damage across Warwick County. And like we said, we had lots of damage reports from Gibson County earlier in the evening that I think all those folks have probably gone to bed. Now, I also want to mention we still have flash flood warnings in effect all across areas of the tri-state north of I-64, where those storms kind of kept going over the same spots. They dumped a lot of rain, and there are still a lot of roads that are flooded up that way. So again, I would urge extreme caution if traveling. We do have damage, so trees and bits of houses and things are in the road. I-64 is closed in Warwick County because there's a tree down over the interstate. We've got stoplights that are blown down, power outages, and then in some parts of the tri-state, water over the road, and especially at night, that's really difficult to spot sometimes until you've already driven into it. So please be careful if you're going to be on the roads, especially late tonight or early tomorrow morning before the sun is up. You could very easily get yourself into a spot of danger by driving into damage that you didn't even know was there until it was too late. So please be careful out there. But again, we're still just waiting out this one storm, hopefully the last storm, to move through the tri-state tonight. But with that, I'm going to send you back over to Jeff.
Okay, thanks, Arden, for the update. And I just want to recap now all the tornado reports that we've had. Doesn't mean we had, each one of those is not an individual tornado. That'll be for the Weather Service to parse out exactly how many touched down. There'll be survey crews up here and the like. But we'll start up in Wayne County there. We had a tornado north of Tom's Prairie, and that tornado was spotted from Miriam. Then we get into Gibson County. We had a tornado on the ground from 41 between Owensville and Fort Branch, so that's about 8 to 10 miles. And then we have another tornado report there at Fort Branch. Again, this could be the same tornado. Then we come across, and this is likely the one Spurgeon there, a rope tornado on the ground from Emergency Management Agency. That was at about 8:55. Tornado on the ground near Dale. As Arden told you, the interstate eastbound is closed up there, 64 is, because of debris in the roadway. We had a tornado near Chandler Airport. The tornado near Epworth Road and Lloyd Expressway at Deaconess Gateway, and probably this is the same tornado. A brief touchdown then reported at Dayville. And then finally, the more recent reports here, tornado at Lewisport and also in Dale there near I-64 and 231. I think we had one more there in the corner, near Dale. So those are both the same thing. And then in addition to all this, we did have a 51 mile per hour gust that was at the ASOS, or the airport observing station there. So 51 miles per hour, and we could have had much stronger winds that just weren't detected out at that site. We go back to reflectivity and the warnings. It looks like Warwick County is pretty much in the clear right now. Warwick County in the clear. Even though that warning back there will go here, I think, until 11:15. And then our new warnings here out ahead for Spencer County will continue until 11:45. So about another 30 minutes, and that tornado warned storm still taking on that supercell structure there with a hook on the back and inflow notch there where we would have strong winds feeding into it. And you kind of have to think of these in three dimensions because, you know, when you look at it on the radar, you think, oh, it's going to be raining all over the place. But when you actually see it in the wild, oftentimes that rain isn't actually making it to the ground because you have this big updraft and in the inflow. And so we're very adept at looking at the radar here, but when you see these things in person, you're going to see these rotating clouds at the base and scud clouds. It's very daunting to try to spot a tornado sometimes, especially at night. So we'll go over to velocity, which is our next best tool there, or the best tool, to figure out where we have rotation in the atmosphere. And we're actually, in Spencer County, we're kind of between two radars. We are, I think we're just about equidistant between the Evansville radar at Owensville and Louisville. And the point here is that each one is going to be sampling that storm a little differently. I'm going to use the Louisville radar because I think that it is going to better tell us what we want to look at here. So at Chrisney, you see the circulation down here indicated by the bright red and then the green, and this is coming up toward 231, and then we'll cross over and essentially follow State Road 70 here. So Midway, Newtonville, and then on over to Troy perhaps if it stays on that current trajectory, a little bit north here of Grandview. So it's right there in the middle. Newtonville would probably, and Chrisney are probably the two best landmarks I can give you in areas that could see wind damage or a tornado. Again, this is just a radar indicated tornado warning that we've been tracking here, and we'll continue to do so here until 11:45, or if it cancels early, although I don't think anything is canceled early tonight. But the storm, as it gets farther away from the radar, it's harder for the radar to really image it, and so then you kind of have to go back and forth between radar scans. So we're going to look at the Louisville radar's interpretation of it there, or depiction of it, and that rotation not nearly as tight or as concerning as what we were seeing earlier. I'm not downplaying it. I guess I just did downplay it, but what I'm saying is, compared with what we were looking at earlier, this is not in the same league as that, and that always gets tricky, of course, too. What do you have, Arden?
I'm still looking at damage reports. This is coming in from Newburgh, the Ruler parking lot. Again, that's an area where we've been getting lots of reports. We heard there may have been somebody injured at the nearby McDonald's. We've had lots of reports that there was some roof damage to the Ruler Foods. Let me get this full screen as best I can here. So I'm not completely sure what we're looking at here. This is obviously part of a building of some kind, but it has been blown over onto this car. And we've got two different shots of that, again, showing that has blown over onto that car. Police there on scene. You can see the Chick-fil-A and the car wash there off in the distance, just to give you a little more perspective. Again, this is the parking lot of the Ruler Foods in Newburgh, where part of a building. I don't know if this is what they were talking about earlier. Somebody did tell us that the Ruler Foods had taken damage and that part of the roof was blown off. I don't know if that's what this is, but something has been picked up and blown onto this car. So unfortunate for whoever's car that was, but at least they weren't inside. So everybody seems to be okay there. More damage photos here, if I can pull these up, from Somerville, Indiana. That's an area that we've been hearing a lot from tonight. Somerville there in Gibson County. So these were clearly taken a little bit earlier in the evening, as it's still daylight in these pictures, but Gibson County was one of the areas hit a little earlier in the night, so that's no surprise there. This is some kind of garage or outbuilding here. You can see one of the doors has been blown off. That's a garage door. This garage door there laying on the ground. And then if we move forward with the pictures here, again, this is another shot where they've had some damage here, and you can kind of see part of the roof peeled back off in the distance there if you look closely at that picture. And then they also sent a picture from inside that building. There's that roof that I mentioned you could see was peeled back, so that's been peeled off. And then in that hole in their roof, they got very heavy rain. The person who sent these pictures said that it was just pouring rain. They got extremely just torrential downpour kind of rain that flooded lots of things, including the inside of this building. They've got standing water. That right there, I don't know if you can tell, that's a reflection of that in the water there. So they've got standing water all inside that building now, where the roof was torn off, and then they got torrential rain on top of that, and it rained into that building and flooded it there. They said they got very heavy rain and some hail. This was about 7:35 this evening there, and this is at in Somerville. This is from Ryan Schaefer of Schaefer Farms and Excavating. So thank you for sending those pictures, Ryan. But they do seem to have some damage. And again, Somerville, an area we've been hearing from a lot tonight. So there seems to be quite a bit of damage out in Somerville, Indiana, in Gibson County. And then again, repeated reports from this same area in Newburgh as well, right around that Ruler Foods there in Newburgh, where it seems part of the building has been pulled off and onto that car. And we've had other reports of damage in that same area as well. So I'm still keeping an eye out on the chat. I do have a report coming in that we have some large trees down north of Green River Road and Highway 57 from the high winds that hit Vanderburgh County. This is the same storm that then later moved into Chandler and Boonville and then continued to march east across the tri-state. When it was still in Vanderburgh County and still kind of picking up speed, it did bring down some trees north of Green River Road and Highway 57 there in Evansville. Everybody seems to be okay there, but again, that just kind of reiterates what we've been talking about tonight, that if you're going to be out on the roads, if you have to work very early in the morning or late tonight, and you're going to be out on the roads, especially before the sun comes up, be extremely careful, because there are traffic lights down, trees blown down, parts of siding and roof and things like that blown into the road in some places, water over the roads from the torrential rain we've had and the flooding. So even after the storms are over and gone, there are still hazards lurking out there due to the damage left behind. So please be very careful, especially if you're driving through places like Gibson and Warwick County, which seem to have taken some of the worst of the damage tonight. Those areas, I would urge you to, if you do have to drive through that, give yourself some extra time to get where you're going tomorrow morning, because you may end up having to detour depending on what you drive up on as you make your way through. And again, if you come across a tree over a road or a power line down, that's a call to 911. Don't just turn around and leave it there. Let somebody know that that road is blocked, because if somebody comes along not paying attention, sometimes they plow right into that tree and then you've got an accident. So if there is a tree down over the road or power lines down, please call 911 and let them know that, so they can get somebody out there to clean that up and make it safe for everybody to travel again. But with that, I'm going to go ahead and send it back on over to Jeff.
Okay, thanks Arden for that detailed update there. And I've been watching the supercell now as it moves across eastern Spencer County. So we're right at Newtonville, and you still see that notch. That's the main feature I've been watching here to try to figure out if we're getting wind damage on the ground. As I showed you earlier, this is kind of remote from both radars, and so that means that we don't always get really good velocity data in there, but we are seeing the rotation and couplet showing up from, this is from the Evansville radar right now. And if we move the okay, now there's the new tornado warning. That was kind of what I was expecting, and I think you mentioned it too, Arden. So that will hopefully be the last tornado warning of the evening, and that's going to cover southern Perry County, northern Hancock County until midnight. So it looks like our midnight will be our time there that everything will have wound down in the tri-state. And I think these storms have pretty much fallen into that 6 to midnight time frame we were advertising there earlier. So anyway, let's get to the wind damage or wind couplet showing up here on the radar. So we're going to look at it from two radars. We're going to start by looking at it from, I believe that's the Owensville radar, and we are seeing this down just to the south of Newtonville and to the east of Old North State Road 245. So it's in that little pocket there. It will be crossing over State Road 66, may jump the river here and get into northern Hancock County and then on over into Perry County. That's the other area. Now when I move this, you're going to see that signature change colors because it's now looking at another radar here. We're looking at it from Louisville, and so you have that signature there showing up from Newtonville all the way down to Lewisport again, and that will likely continue to move to the east at about 30 miles per hour, and she will, yeah, go talk to Arden. She'll have what you need. Our news department here is getting some information here to line up the coverage, so while they're doing that, we will go ahead and take a bigger view here, and I wanted to do a storm track, obviously, on that signature that we're looking at. And to do that, I want to go back to the other radar, and then we will put a track in here from that signature across at 30 miles per hour. And these are some landmarks then that are in the path of a radar-indicated tornado. Hancock County, the Ron Lewis Field, Adair at 11:35, Troy at 11:38, Tell City 11:41, Legion Field 11:42, and Fen Haven at 11:43. So we're getting up to that midnight time frame there. And again, this I think is still moving east at about 30 miles per hour or so. Let me double check. It is moving east at 30. And all right, forgive me here, I just got to read this information here, make sure I get all this right. Okay, so that is what I just told you. So these are the cities and towns that are in the path of the storm, and we are expecting, hopefully it will just blow over, but with that rotation showing up and with the environment that we have in place here this evening, it's not out of the question that we could get another tornado touchdown out of it. Meanwhile, on the bigger picture, the vast majority of the tri-state is probably, definitely in the clear for tonight. The only other area that I would am keeping an eye on here is way up in Pike County. And you see a couple other cells. These will be moving into Jasper. Now, we don't have any warnings on these at the moment, and we can check those, and that's what I'm going to do now. We'll look for rotation and so forth with those. That would be out like near Otwell, south of Otwell there, Pike Central, and then down 56, right, Ireland, going into Jasper. And right now, I'm not seeing any rotation in there. That's a good thing, a very good thing. Hail, we're not seeing anything alarming there. There could be some pea-size or small hail with that storm. That's up near White Sulphur Springs, south of Pike Central there at Otwell, and then on down to Velpen is where we're getting the strongest reflectivity and strongest returns on the radar. But we're not seeing rotation or even a hint of it like we are. So this is becoming more linear or moving in a straight line, and that will dampen out then hopefully the rotation. But Evansville is clear now. Warwick County, you're in the clear, at least no additional severe weather. Southern Illinois, as we've mentioned, is in the clear. And Western Kentucky, no issues there this evening with the exception of Hancock County. Yeah, do you have something? Go ahead. I think we have pictures. Oh, Arden.
Yeah, I'm like flagging him down over here. Yeah, no, it's fine. You're focused on what you're doing. Okay, so I have some pictures from Chandler. These are new. We talked a lot about Chandler earlier tonight, as that's where we had that confirmed tornado as it touched down right around the Chandler airport earlier this evening. Let me take this full. These pictures are from Aaron Hammers, taken in Chandler, Indiana. Not a lot of damage in these pictures, but still what damage is there is pretty impressive. If you need some context of what we're looking at here, this is a big tree right here. Well, it's the bottom of what used to be a big tree, and then you can see the tree has fallen then away from us there. If I click through these pictures here, you can see there's the top of the tree that has thankfully fallen into someone's backyard instead of onto one of these houses. As you saw in the picture before, there's buildings on either side here, and that tree fell right the right way there to dodge both of them. So if the wind had been going just a slightly different direction, somebody would have had a tree on top of their house tonight, but that is not how things went down, at least not for these folks. And again, this is showing that large tree that has fallen into their backyard there, and thankfully missed both of those houses. But again, that just shows that's a big tree. If you look at those pictures there, you can really see how large the base of that tree was there, and it has completely snapped and fallen over there. The whole trunk has snapped and it has fallen over. So just a testament to how strong those winds were to have snapped that large of a tree and sent it. And again, these people just got very lucky that the tree fell the way it did. So far, that's the only damage pictures I've had from Chandler, which is a little bit surprising given all the damage and debris that we were seeing there, but it's also possible that the folks that were affected are, still just trying to find their way and get things together. If they have had damage, that shakes you up. Your priority at that point is not sending pictures to a news station, so I understand that. But if you were impacted by these storms, or if somebody you know was, just whenever it's possible, whenever it's safe and you're able to, we would really appreciate getting any pictures or videos you can send, just to give us a better idea of what exactly went down and where the greatest damage is focused and where people are going to need the most help, because that's what we really want to do, is make sure that we shed light on who's impacted and who needs help in this time, so that the community can come together for them. So far, that's the only damage pictures I've had from Chandler, but given what we were seeing on the radar earlier, I'm expecting more to come through as the night goes on. I'm also keeping an eye on the National Weather Service chat. No new reports from them as of yet. The last report there was the same one I had told you about earlier, of some large trees down up around Green River Road in Evansville. And I'm also checking in with the National Weather Service in Louisville, because they cover our easternmost counties, which is where the storms are now moving through, and no major reports of damage there as of yet, but again, I'm going to keep an eye on it for you, and I'll let you know if I get anything new. But so far, the only damage I've had from Chandler is that large tree that was blown over. Thankfully, everyone there is okay, but if you do have any reports of damage, please pass those along to us with a time and a location for where that damage was and when it happened, just so we can match that up and help the National Weather Service, because they're going to have a lot of damage surveys to do over the next few days as well, to plot out exactly how, we've had a ton of tornado warnings. How many actual tornadoes were there? Did they lift up and drop back down? There's a lot they're going to have to dig through over the next few days, but right now the priority is everyone okay? Where do people need help? And that's what we're trying to help communicate to the best of our ability. But with that, I'm going to send it back over to Jeff.
Okay, Arden, and while you were talking, I looked, the Storm Prediction Center put out a discussion here for our tornado watch, which covers our eastern counties here, stating that the tornado threat will diminish here overnight. So I think once we have this storm through Perry County, the tri-state then will be quiet for a change. There still is rotation showing up here. It's along US 60. Now out to the east of Lewisport, and this will be diving between Tell City and Cannleton. Again, we're just looking at the radar return, that rotation up there. It still could spawn a tornado, but you know, as we get into the later hours here, we're losing some of that energy that we had in the atmosphere, and we are also seeing just sort of an overall slowing down now out there with any further storm growth. So that is positive news. But you know, we still have to tend these warnings here for about another 25 minutes or so until we get all of that out of Hancock and Perry counties. You never realize how wide the tri-state is until you have a storm go through it at 30 miles an hour. It takes a while, and not to mention many storms. And our hope right now is that people are safe, people heeded the warning, and that damage, while it's unavoidable and unfortunate, hopefully it will be repairable. And I mean, from some of the pictures we saw, there were some buildings and churches destroyed in that. And you know, for this year anyway, this will be our biggest severe weather day to this point, I think, without any second place. Would you agree with that? I mean, I can't remember another event here. We had, yeah,
so far this year?
Yeah, not one.
It's been a relatively quiet.
It has. We were just saying a couple weeks ago how quiet it's been. And yeah, but you know, it can turn on a dime, and it did tonight. So, but nothing coming in there to the west. Again, I'll give you a bigger picture here of kind of what's going on, and I'm going to put a longer time frame on this loop. That kind of gives you a better glimpse of how things are going. We're going to actually look back 6 hours here to start. So this is when everything started to come together, and then you'll see all of our warnings start to pop, or you won't see the warnings on this loop, but as we put it into a little faster mode there, you see how slowly everything has moved, and then this secondary outflow or squall line appears to be kind of biased to moving more south than east. So I don't think we're going to see, unless we have some kind of upscale growth there, I don't think we're going to see any additional severe weather tonight. We don't have any watches or anything to our west, so that tells us that we're probably nearing the end of this severe weather event. About a 6-hour severe weather event, which again is kind of long for us, and Arden has something brand new. Go ahead, Arden.
Yeah, we just got this video. This is from, let me double check the name. This is from Robin Redman, and this is video of that tornado as it was hitting Park Place Apartments in Newburgh, which we talked extensively about earlier, where the roof collapsed. Some people were temporarily trapped, but no major injuries. Everybody seems to be okay. But look at this video. This person just stepped outside, and I mean, that's scary close. I'm a little upset with Robin for taking this video, because you should have been in your safe place right now. But you can see, you know, bits of debris and stuff, if you look very closely, getting lofted up, picked up and pulled, sucked up into that storm. I don't know how clearly you can see it on this, because it is a distance away. I don't know if I can zoom this or not, but I mean, you could very clearly see the tornado there, but you could even see little specks of things, little bits of houses and trees and whatever else getting lofted and picked up into that tornado as it was hitting that Park Place Apartments there, where one of the roofs then collapsed as a result of that tornado. So some scary video there from Robin. I'm glad you're okay and that you were safe through that, but Yeah, it was a little too close for comfort for me, but we are still getting more pictures of tornadoes and tornado damage from folks, and continuing to check in with the National Weather Service as well to see what kind of reports that they're getting. And again, this is kind of a group effort to figure out what areas of the tri-state are hardest hit, and where they need the most help, and where we need to be focusing resources moving forward. So far, it does seem like fairly rural parts of Gibson County got hit pretty hard, but then Newburgh really has one of the more densely populated areas that was hit by a tornado tonight. So those are two areas that we're definitely going to be following up on tonight into tomorrow. And we will have live coverage of some of this damage on 14 News Sunrise. We have reporters and photographers on their way into the station tonight. They're going to go out and be bringing you live updates on what it looks like across the tri-state in the wake of these storms tomorrow morning. So I hope you'll join us for 14 News Sunrise nice and early tomorrow. I'll be up nice and early if I go to bed at all with your forecast, and we will have reporters out bringing live updates from this as well, particularly from what has happened in Newburgh tonight. So we'll continue to bring you updates as we can, but I'll send it back over to Jeff now.
Okay, thanks, Arden, for that update. And we are still watching that rotation there, or possible couplet, still moving along US 60, almost up to Petrie right now. This is radar data from Louisville, so we're getting a view of it here without any rain in the way or anything. It appears to kind of be following 60, which would take it a little more toward Cannleton than Tell City. Now, technically, that tornado warning goes all the way up. Not quite up to Perry Central up there, but pretty close to it, and then that will continue to move across southern Perry County. This warning will go for 20 more minutes until midnight, and then it will probably be whittled back. We may still see a fragment of a warning there over Perry County. One takeaway that I have in looking at the video that Arden was showing there, and the guy that got out there and took the picture, and you know, we don't encourage that at all. As Arden said, you need to be locked down and in your safe place. But these tornadoes this evening have been basically water. I mean, all tornadoes are water vapor swirling around, but they had kind of a transparentness to them. They're not these big black Great Plains tornadoes, and therefore very difficult to see, but still destructive. And again, it just shows that you know, you might have a preconceived notion of what a tornado would be like if it were coming toward you, but oftentimes it doesn't look like what you would expect. And you know, as we start to see things tomorrow, once the sun comes up, I think it's going to be clear. We've had several tornado tracks across the tri-state. Whether we had one continuous long track there starting in Evansville and moving across through Chandler and Newburgh and so on, we don't know that. We won't know that maybe for a couple or 3 days until the Weather Service, the EMA gets out there with their drones and surveyors and stuff. And it's a big process too, because the surveyors with the Weather Service have to basically walk the route of the tornado or drive it and document, get pictures and everything. It's really a big job. And not to mention, they're going to have to drive up from Paducah and then into the tri-state. So that is what your tax dollars go for with the National Weather Service, to keep you safe, and the science of it in trying to figure out, you know, where these tornadoes struck, how we can give even more timely and better warnings next time around. Although these warnings have been pretty timely and pretty persistent here through the evening. So we can't do it without the National Weather Service and all the professionals there working within the government there for the Weather Service. Back to the big picture right now, we're just down to that tornado warning, primarily for Spencer and Hancock County. Almost everything has moved out now of Spencer County and into Perry, and then just that northern tip of Hancock County. Now, whether or not this will get, actually that part will get dropped off maybe at 11:45. I think that part of it was until 11:45, if I'm not mistaken. We will check it for you. And it is 11:45. So you'll see that one go away, and then we'll just be down to our last warning, which covers Tell City and then Cannleton there. and then across the river into Hancock County. And you know, looking at that on the screen and knowing what we've seen today, I'm still concerned that we could have some damage and another tornado possibly there between Tell City and Cannleton. So we don't want to downplay this in any way. I'll do a storm track on it again at a 30 mile an hour speed. That's going to get it over here to Tobinsport, Tobin, Camp Cook. If you've got Girl Scouts that go out there, is in the path of that storm right now. Harris Memorial Church, Skillman, and Cannleton are some landmarks for you there. And then once it gets out, there's this part of Perry County that hangs way down, but it'll cross out of that and then get over into Breckinridge County. And then it will go over to our sister station, Wave TV in Louisville, and WDRB will continue to pick up the coverage, I'm sure, if they're not already on these now. We kind of share counties there going to the east. So in many ways, it's good we've got all these stations that all of our areas touch one another, so we kind of have the handoff there depending on where it is. And I'm going to clear that off. We just kind of have just regular old showers and storms out there now, but really not enough juice left in the environment to elevate these things much at all. Of course, we'll continue to watch them for you, but once we go back to network programming here, we'll be off the stream and off, and hopefully you'll get some sleep tonight, and then and we'll do it all over again tomorrow. So we continue here with our tornado warnings just for southern Perry County and also northern Hancock County. I need to start looking over there more often because I can get, I can stop talking. They're tired of hearing me. Go ahead, Arden.
Yeah, I look like I'm landing a plane over here trying to get Jeff's attention. I do have some more reports from Chandler. The pictures aren't great because it is dark outside, but I appreciate them doing their very best to pass along this information to us. This picture, you can't see much in it, just kind of from this, flashlight here that they're shining on it, but they did let me know, if you look very, very closely here, there are some power lines and a tree. And so they were letting us know that this is at 261 and Garner Road in Chandler. There is a tree down over some wires, down over some power lines there. So definitely want to avoid that situation. That's very dangerous. Don't ever go near down power lines. You don't know for sure if they're hot. So just please avoid that. Hopefully this person has already called this in to 911 and let them know about this. And then I also got this picture. It's a little difficult to see here. This is a carport in Chandler, Indiana, and I want to read you the description that this person sent with the picture. So again, keep this fresh in your mind with how this goes. You're seeing exactly what I'm seeing. So to read the description, I have to switch off the picture, but keep this in your brain as I'm reading this to you. Said this is in Chandler. Said this is a large carport that was on the back of the building and has been tossed to the front. So this carport is on the other side of that building now. They also reported that a center point pole there has snapped. There's a transformer on the ground and roof damage as well in that same area, but they didn't get pictures of that, probably because they didn't want to get too close to that whole situation there. Anything dealing with electricity, give it a wide berth there. But again, this is another report from Chandler where we did have a confirmed tornado earlier tonight, saying that that large carport, that's like a multi-car carport there, that was tossed from one side of the building to the other side of the building. And then they also said they have a center point pole and transformer down there as well. So that's obviously contributing to power outage issues and whatnot in that same area too. So we are still getting more reports from Chandler. And as Jeff mentioned earlier, I think we'll see a lot more in the light of day tomorrow. We'll really get a greater sense of what it looks like there, because right now it's dark outside. A lot of these places the power's out, so really all you can see is whatever you can get a glimpse of with a flashlight. So we'll really have a clearer picture of what things will look like tomorrow morning. But those are the reports I have so far from Chandler, where earlier this evening there was a confirmed tornado. Jeff?
Thanks, Arden, for that update. We are down now just to our, hopefully our final tornado warning of the evening that will go until midnight. And I wanted to give you first kind of a overall view here. So we're clear back to the west, Spencer, Warwick County, of course the Evansville area, western Kentucky. And then we have a pretty impressive couplet still showing here on the radar, and it is between Tell City and Cannleton. So that's going to cross over the Ohio River and basically kind of thread the needle here between Tell City and Cannleton. Now, it wouldn't surprise me to get some wind damage or strong winds in Tell City. Same for Cannleton as that comes across. This is up fairly high in the storm based on where the radar is located. We're looking a very long distance here. I think it's up in the neighborhood of 3,000 to 5,000 feet, if memory serves, there at that distance from the radar. But still, enough circulation aloft to translate down to the ground and create a wind damage threat as it crosses south of Tell City. And then it will get up here to State Road 237 and continue moving to the east. I'm going to put the storm track on there again. This will go out by the Lock and Dam there near Cannleton, and then kind of on down more toward the southeast. So that's how I'm basing this track. And once again, it's lighting up a couple of landmarks here that are well known. Camp Cook, which I believe is a Girl Scout camp, and of course the Lock and Dam is down here. And then we have Fen Haven, and then some other landmarks include Cannleton with an arrival time at 11:50, Tobin and Tobin's Port, which is way down here in the southern kind of peninsula there of Perry County, and then I think campground there is what's actually showing up. I'm not sure which campground that is. We can go up a little bit. You know, there's Tobin's Port, Oil Township, all those areas, or oil rather, just straight up oil. There's Tobin's Port way down at the crook there, the Ohio River, across from Cloverport, which is in Breckinridge County. So that's out of our area. But still, that's a pretty nasty looking signature coming across on the radar. So even though 98% of the tri-state now in the clear, we still have the 2% here. I'm making up percentages. I don't know the exact populations everywhere, but you get my point here. We're down to just a very small section of the tri-state that is still affected by these storms. And, you know, we just have to ride this out for a few more minutes, and then hopefully the event will wind down for the night. 6.5 hours should do it for just about any scenario other than a winter storm or a hurricane. And so far we haven't had a hurricane here. Couple other little pop-up storms showing there in White County. That would be out near Maunee. Arden, what do you have now? That's compelling.
Yeah, I've got some really good video that just came in from Brian Dispenza. Says this is from the apartments in Newburgh that were struck in the Acapulco area. So I've got two videos. Oh, it's only just pulling. Oh, all right, I'll pull up the other one in a second. This one is really compelling though. So this is clearly taken from up high, but look at this as this rolls through. I mean, you can really see it picking up all that debris, and I mean these trees come down, or at least some of them do. Yeah, it happened really quickly there, but definitely saw that damage as it blew through, and things are getting kind of sucked up into it, and did some damage there. But then there's also another video. Let me pull that out of my downloads folder here. Bear with me. This is from the same person, same area, and again you can see that that's that tornado right there showing up. And again, if you look, I know it's hard to see because you're on this little monitor, but if you look very, very closely within this, you can sometimes see little bits of something. You know, I don't know if it's siding or bits of roofing or what it might be, but there are little bits of debris that occasionally show up within that tornado, as well as things are getting picked up. You can see them right there. So there's a lot happening in these videos. Again, we've got that one, and then the first one I showed you. Watch that one again. where it shows it going through this. My laptop just died. So never mind, we're not going to see that video again. Yeah, I'll have to get charged up.
Everybody's batteries are running down.
Everybody's running down. It's been a few hours at this.
You know, you mentioned though, just while we still got you here talking, it looked like he was shooting looking east. The tornado moving away from that location, the security camera picture, and you saw, of course,
it kind of goes past and then away from him.
Okay. Which is interesting. It wasn't, there wasn't any rain on the back side. I guess it was probably rain wrapped more toward the front. But yeah, some lucky folks there, because if that had hit the apartment complex, there would have been probably more damage and a much worse outcome. Okay, we have a new tornado warning. This is going to replace the one that will expire here at midnight. That one will probably go until 12:30. But my guess is that at least that's going to go until 12:30 for Tobinsport, Cloverport, and the southeastern corner of Perry County. We will have the storm out of the 14 News viewing area, though, prior to 12:30. My guess here, based on our motion, would be at about 12:15. So I'll go ahead and stick with this. And thanks again. Arden's got some prep work to do. We're kind of dead in the water there without the laptop, but we are definitely on the downstroke of all of this. So the new tornado warning, just basically an extension of the one we've been following here and talking about, that will go until 12:30. And I did think it was interesting. We still have a few little pickup thunderstorms trying to get going out here to over southwestern Indiana, and no lightning with these right now. We've got some little pockets of heavier rainfall, as you'd expect, out there around Savaw, and then another one up here. Again, these are non-severe storms, and one here out to the north of Henderson. That would be at about the Henderson Bridge, give or take, there around Ottoman Park, just before you cross over the Ohio River. But again, not severe, nothing severe in any of these instances. The only severe that we have right now is over southern Perry County, with a new tornado warning that will continue until 12:15. So that is what we will continue to monitor here for you in real time, and we'll just watch as we get new data scanned in. The rotation signature still pretty bright and tight there, just to the north of Cannleton. I'll zoom that in so you can see that a little more clearly. And as we zoom up, so it's the peak velocity is showing up here between Fenhaven and Cannleton. So that's almost up here to 237. And then continuing to move east here, and we'll probably skip the Ohio River. This is the Ohio River, kind of hard to see. But then Perry County dips all the way back down again, and so that's why that whole county is lit up, because you've got Tobinsport, Sunny Corner, Dodd, in those spots. And it is moving in that direction, more to the southeast than earlier this evening, when the storms were predominantly moving west to east. These have now started to turn, which tells us that we probably have that cooler air mass starting to nudge in from the northwest, kind of shifting everything down, and that will signal an end to our severe weather threat too. So we definitely need that just to settle the atmosphere and kind of give us a little break here. In looking at the forecast, we've got more rain on the way late in the week, like Thursday, Friday, Saturday. No indication on severe weather yet, as there usually is not that many days out. But given our track record around here, I wouldn't be surprised if we would see some more storms toward the end of the week. Maybe not to this extent, hopefully not. But yeah, everything else that's showing on the radar now looks more benign at this point. We've had no additional warnings, no intensification, just rain moving through. And then we mentioned before, Arden mentioned it and I've mentioned it too, about flash flood warnings, a whole string of them up here along and north of I-64. So the flooding may not resolve. That flood warning goes until 3:15, but we will likely have some water over roads, standing water, full ditches, stuff like that, that will linger into the morning commute for anybody that's up and about early in the morning. So just a couple of warnings here to go. We're coming up on midnight, and at that point, the bigger tornado warning here for Perry County will drop off, and then we will be pretty much confined just to that southern area from Tobin all the way down to Tobin's Port, which is on the Ohio River, and then that should do it here for the evening. Another town here, I'm going to go ahead and do a new track. We haven't really been able to do that here for a couple of minutes. And we've got Millstone Church at 11:57, then Addison 12:04. Some of these are going to be in Breckinridge County, like Stephensport, Dry Valley Church, Mystic. Those are all just across the Ohio River. So that is where our area of concern is right now, southern Perry County. We will clear the storm track data off of there and just kind of wait it out. And as far as your week goes, I kind of alluded to it earlier. I think we're going to be done with rain. I mean, we might have some scattered showers and maybe a thunderstorm or two through the night. On Monday, we're expecting it to be mainly cloudy. Temperatures much cooler, right up to around 77 or so. And then Tuesday, Wednesday will be the nicest days of the week. We will have temperatures in the 80s, low humidity, sunshine. By Thursday, our fortunes change again. We have a chance then for some thunderstorms late Thursday night going into Friday, and then again Friday night going into Saturday. We seem to have a thing here for overnight storms, and there's a chance for that then toward the end of the week. But otherwise, nothing upstream is really consolidating or coming together in a bad sort of way at this point. And as we look back here at our tornado watch, that's going to clear at midnight as well here in a couple of minutes, I think, unless part of that was extended. Let's have a look. And yeah, that'll clear at midnight, and for the southwest Indiana counties, or at least some of those will be lopped off of that. I just am tired of hearing people talking. It's sometimes nice just to have quiet for a couple minutes here. And we have no new information to pass along. Actually, did you look at Louisville on Slack? I've been pretty much following Paducah. Okay, I think we've handled all that. So go ahead, Arden. And Arden is over, she's now at the big weather monitor. I'm not sure if Xander is still directing or if they've changed hands
Xander
back there.
knows that I'm
there we go. Okay. Go ahead, Arden.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, I had to move locations because my laptop died. So we're over here now. He asked before if I had been checking in with Louisville. I have. I've been checking both. Most of the tri-state, by the way, just for your own knowledge, if you didn't know, most of the tri-state is covered by the National Weather Service based out of Paducah. But just Du Bois, Perry, Hancock, and Ohio County are covered by Louisville. So that's also part of why sometimes we get these really funky looking warnings when you're right up at these county lines, because Paducah can only issue up to the edge of their county, and then Louisville has to take it over. But with that, I have been checking in with the National Weather Service in Paducah. They are talking about the rotation in Hancock County. They're keeping an eye on it. It doesn't seem like they have any intentions of dropping that warning early right now, but they also don't have any reports. So we're not getting reports of damage or anything like that as of right now. So far, it's all been very, kind of inside baseball meteorology talk about occlusion and CAPE and different things like that, real deep into the weeds, nerdy weather stuff. But they did just post, to sum it up, instability has really decreased. And so they also then are, looking ahead to the rest of their coverage area, talking about some other storms. They said the main instability and shear access is retreating westward, but still lies over Perry and Hancock County and points southwest. So what they're thinking is that as this storm moves into Breckenridge and Meade counties, that they think that the environment is not going to be as sustainable for it, and so that storm may kind of weaken out as it continues to move out of the tri-state. Just to kind of give you a summary, these are all the warnings in effect right now. So we do have that string of flash flood warnings that Jeff talked about earlier across the northern edge of the tri-state. So Wayne, Edwards, Wabash, Gibson, Pike, and Du Bois are all under flash flood warnings right now because those storms moved from west to east, and you got several rounds of storm over the same area, and some of those had torrential rain in them. So it just rained and rained and rained over the same spots, and that obviously caused some flooding issues. A heavy rain has not been as big of an issue south of the interstate, where we have had just as many storms and tornadic storms, but not as heavy of rain. And then the final tornado warning still lingering in the tri-state here for Hancock and southern Perry counties. But again, as that moves to the southeast, it does seem like the environment it's moving into is maybe not as good for sustaining that storm, so it may start to weaken out, but by that point it would be moving out of the tri-state anyway. But again, as of right now, we are not getting any new reports of damage or anything like that. I think now that the storms are kind of clearing the tri-state, a lot of folks are headed to bed, and I think we'll get a lot more as the sun comes up tomorrow morning. But I'll send you back over to Jeff now as we wait out the last few minutes of this hopefully final tornado warning here.
Okay, and again, I've been looking at some of your comments here. We still have quite a few people on our live stream and wanting to see the rotation and so forth there in southern Perry County, which we've been showing quite a bit, but I'll be glad to show it again. And it has really kind of hug the Ohio River more than anything else. And if we look just at the storm relative velocity down here, the strongest winds now are down to the south of Tobin. So that again will be south of State Road 66 and then on down into that peninsula that goes down toward Tobinsport and Cloverport. And when that part of the cell storm moves out of Perry County, then we will be in the clear. We're not seeing anything moving in overnight that is severe. Now we may have some thunderstorms and thunder and lightning, but as Arden was telling you, the instability or the fuel in the atmosphere is pretty much depleted, and that means that everything will just kind of gradually fade away here overnight, and it has been gradual. Here we've been with you for it'll be 5:30, so yeah, 12:37 hours to get all this through here, and trying to just kind of give you the overall picture of what to expect here and whether you can go to bed and things like that. You're fine to go to bed any place but southern Perry County, and from Tobin all the way down to Tobinsport, and then on over into Breckenridge County. Once it gets into Breck, then we're done with it here. Our sister stations in Louisville will pick up the coverage at that point, and they would likely be streaming if they're into wall-to-wall coverage. Although in looking to the east, our sister stations in Louisville don't have as much severe weather as we've had this evening, with the one tornado warning coming into Breckenridge County and a severe thunderstorm warning out there to the east. But they stream and do saturation coverage just like we do here. So that's kind of a commitment across our company, Gray here. That's why we're here, public trust. So as we look, yeah, you're going to get some rain tonight, but it's not the kind that to worry about. And the other question that I had, what about the stuff over in Missouri? Is that going to come into the tri-state? No. At this point, and I'm going to give you a longer radar loop here of it. We'll go back 6 hours so you can really see what the trajectory is of those storms, and I'll speed it up here a little bit too. And I think I mentioned it several times, so bear with me. But this scenario was depicted in the models, and it looks like that's what's actually playing out, where there's kind of a gap that opens up, and that southern flank then kind of dives more into the boot heel of Missouri and down into western Tennessee, far western Kentucky. So we've got a couple of warnings over there, but that's not moving our way. That's moving south and out as the cold front sags in and pushes that cooler air in, which will stabilize the atmosphere. Well, let's get right back here to our last warning for this evening, and that is for southern Perry County. So from Tobin down to Cloverport, and when we look at the radar data out of Louisville again, what we're seeing is that the worst part of that storm almost out of Perry County now. A few more scans on the radar, and we should have that bright red signature there out to the south of Tobin on out. And if you notice here, I'm going to run just kind of a loop. You see how earlier it was tighter, more consolidated here between Tell City and Cannleton, and that's when you would have your highest probability of getting a tornado to the ground, when you would have that tight couplet, tight circulation, and as I say, bright and tight, brighter colors on there indicating stronger winds. Now as it's moved across, you can see it's kind of more diffuse, and as it continues across the Ohio River here into Breckinridge County, it may still be able to produce some damaging winds on the ground. We'll check the wind speeds on this, and using storm relative velocity here, and then if we just pick out that little swatch of it, still showing 45 to 50 mile per hour winds. Now again, that's off the surface, some of that not making it to the ground, hopefully none of it making it to the ground, but bare minimum you're going to have very gusty winds there crossing the Ohio River before it moves into Breckinridge County and out of Perry County, southern Perry. So that is the last word that we have on that warning. I know Arden's checking the same thing. She's actually looking at stuff for tomorrow here. She's going to look at the models. Maybe we'll have her give a little mini forecast here, starting to do prep. I think you heard her say earlier, Arden is anchoring or doing the weather on 14 News Sunrise, and because we're the only ones here, we were trying to hold off in having two of us in, and my great thanks for Arden coming up here, and very, very early, but indispensable there at doing the coverage. And Byron is on a much deserved vacation right now, so that's just how it goes sometimes in TV and in life, and the irony here is Byron is here at the drop of a hat for anything, but he is actually he's not home. So I don't think he is. If he is, he would be here by now. But so that's what's going on around here tonight. We've got the news department working to get the pictures in here. Brian Sissel, our managing editor, is scrambling the troops, so he's in here very late and will probably be here all night as well. So we're working to keep you informed as best we can with what we have at the moment. But anyway, you'll see more of Arden in the morning then on 14 News Sunrise, and I'll be back then for the 2:30 stream tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow night. So we will loop the radar again here, and as we do that, it's moving out. It really is. And okay, there we go. We are finally in the clear here at 12:09. No warnings in effect for any of our tri-state counties. And unless Arden has something very compelling to say, do you? You want to go back on, or are you good?
No, I think 7 hours is enough.
Okay, Arden's good. She's going to be preparing for 14 News Sunrise, as is the entire news department. And again, I'll see you tomorrow afternoon. A big thanks to Alexander Scott running the buttons back there, keeping us on the air. And I think Eric Wilson was back there too. I kind of breezed through. I don't know whether the shift changed. We might have morning people here now. We also had a lot of help from Emily It's Jones, right? Not Smith. It's either Smith or Jones. I know it's Jones. Emily Jones, one of our web content producers and producers for the news, Barbara Bellinger, and everybody else who was back there. I think Greg Catheri was in for quite a while as well. So thanks to all of our crew here. If I missed a name, I'm sorry. If you want to put the control room cam up and wave, you can certainly do that. Anybody that stayed with us this long deserves at least to be seen. Or maybe not. I don't know what's going on back in the control room, but if we can, he's not going to, okay, they're working on it. So yeah, that's all we do is just ask for stuff out here. But we always get it, and we appreciate that very much. And we appreciate you watching the stream tonight. Please be very careful heading out. Tomorrow there is debris out there. There will be some flooding on roadways, and there will be crews trying to get the power lines back up and things like that. You ready with your pick? With your close-up? We're still working on it back there. But again, use caution tomorrow. And we're sorry we blew out golf and whatever else. I think we had a baseball game that no one saw either this evening. Okay, we got the picture. All right, so finally we're going to close out the coverage here with the people that do the real work around here. This is our TMP room, technical media producer. And we have, there we go. Okay, so we got Alexander Scott there to the right, and who do we have? Turn so I can see you. Oh, okay, we got Ryan Murphy, and and there she is. Okay, sorry about the Smith and Jones. It was a joke. That's Emily back there. Thanks so much. They've been here doing the hard work back there, keeping us looking good. We'll see you tomorrow, or today, I guess it is. Good night.